Part 3. Where we left off. All of my good days include her. August Hansen.
Chapter 11. Corey. The Present. You up for grabbing drinks after we get off? Bea asked, poking her head into my office. It's been a minute since we kicked it. I felt terrible about ducking and dodging her lately. My stomach had started to harden suddenly. One minute I had a flat tummy, and the next, there was a little bulge poking out. Can't, I said, glancing over at her. I'm taking my niece to her first guitar lesson. She nodded, assessing me closely. I hadn't lied about taking Callie to her lesson. She preferred me because I could hold a note or two. We wrote a few songs together that she's been practicing for her YouTube debut before summer started. The girl had every video pre-planned and the first 3 ready for upload. She took it seriously, and I had no choice but to give the same effort. Okay, but you and I need to talk, she said. We're supposed to be homegirls, so if something is happening in your life, I want to know about it. She left before I could respond, and I promised myself to make it up to her. Bea was a good friend, but I was having a hard time expressing what was happening to me. I needed time to figure it all out, but I knew she'd understand when we finally got to talk. My phone vibrated on the desk, and I knew it was August without looking. He texted around the same time every day to check in, but this morning I'd gotten to him first with the time, day, and place of my first prenatal care appointment. We hadn't seen one another physically since our conversation at the coffee shop. I wanted to give him time to focus on being a dad to his now 2-week-old baby.
Can you talk?
August only asked to talk when he wanted to FaceTime. I glanced at the mini mirror on my desk, checking my bun and edges for flyaways. They were there from being out in the penguin enclosure administering medicine, but I texted back yes anyway. My phone rang a second later, and I answered just as quickly, propping the iPhone against my laptop screen as he came into view. August had the phone angled low, and some distance from his face while lying in bed with no shirt on. I rested my arm at an angle on the desk and placed my head against it.
Still got that headache?
He asked, raising his phone slightly. It's not as bad, but my doctor moved the appointment up to be cautious. I know it's the same day you take Jen.
I'll be there, Corey.
He cut in, voice firm.
The pediatrician appointment got moved to Saturday and won't interfere with me being there for you on Friday. Let me man up, all right?
I sat up and then back in my chair, needing to shield my eyes from the camera for a second. He read me too well and responded to my silent cues too often. Okay, I nodded. I'm sorry. It was easier to focus on him and his needs than mine, but August shut it down at every turn. He knew what I was doing and never verbally called me out. He was the kind of man who held himself accountable, and I adored that trait now more than ever.
I appreciate you. Now come back to the camera.
I lowered my head on my arm again, and a soft hum rolled out of him. He was pleased with me. It was written all over his face. Your day is starting later than usual.
June stayed over.
He sat up.
I fell asleep after a shower, and she never woke me.
With his face closer to the lens, I noticed the bags he'd accumulated under his eyes were less puffy. I hated that he wasn't sleeping and wanted to offer my help, but it didn't feel appropriate. Not when we hadn't hashed our own shit out. There was also the possibility that he wouldn't want me in his daughter's life, and he had every right to make whatever decision he felt was best for his child. I wanted to see if we could be a family, if maybe we fit together.
I think I'm ready to tackle the day now.
He added, standing. My chest ached at the thought of him ending our call. It was so fucking ridiculous, but I craved his conversation. Okay, well, I'll let you go, I said while he moved around his bedroom. I'm sure you have things to do. August came to a stop and looked into the camera.
I'd like to feed you on Friday if you have time after the appointment.
He said, his head tipped to the side. I nodded. Yeah, I'll have time. And if I hadn't, I would have made it happen regardless. The baby I was carrying was much more important than my fleeting hormones for August. We had to figure that out first and foremost. But I missed him. I think I needed him. Everything was different and much more complicated than either of us had wanted. I didn't want to lean on him too hard for emotional support, but inside I was falling apart. Nothing had color anymore. The more I thought about it, the sadder I became. It wasn't one thing making me feel this way. It was everything. My mother, this baby, every fucking thing. I made up a reason to get off the phone. August could decipher my inner thoughts by staring into my damn soul sometimes, and I wasn't in the mood to be read like a children's book. I have to make a few rounds, I said, grimacing. My head throbbed, and my stomach turned at once, but I managed to keep it together until we ended the call with promises to talk again. Oh, fuck, I groaned, leaning over to empty my stomach into the trash. I hadn't exactly been eating, but it wasn't my fault, and the clear liquid spilling from my lips attested to it. Nothing was working, and my head had been hurting for a week straight. I was tired, extremely fucking tired. How did women do this? Share their bodies, energy, and nutrition with the life inside of them? Little parasite? There was a living being inside of me stealing everything my body had to offer to grow. Sounded like a goddamn parasite to me. Throwing up had become such a staple in my life since learning about the baby that I carried around a travel-sized bag filled with toiletries. I grabbed the small black pouch covered in yellow daffodils and left my office to find an unoccupied single bathroom. I eventually found one and quickly did my thing, stuffing a piece of gum into my mouth after brushing my teeth and gargling. Then, I cleaned up using the mini pack of Clorox wipes I kept. The idea of entering a bathroom at work or a public place after someone brushed their teeth and spit in the sink made me sick. I looked up in the mirror and didn't recognize the person staring back at me. Time to call it a day, I mumbled, leaving the bathroom sadder than when I went inside. It took me about 30 minutes to clear my desk of work and change back into my overalls. My stomach rolled as I stepped into the hall, but thankfully nothing came of it. This would be the last trip into the enclosure of my shift, and I needed to keep it together. Hey, Bia. I ducked my head into the security room, and she spun in her chair to face me. You know that kale salad you're good at making? She nodded, her eyes filled with curiosity. Want to come by Sunday with a bowl of that, and I'll make some salmon? And we can talk? She asked. Yeah, we can talk. I'll bring wine, too. Seems like you need a glass or two. She had no idea how bad, which made me feel worse. Here I am, growing a human being, and craving wine. Ugh. Sure, yeah, I agreed, deciding to tell her later on about the baby. I'm heading into the enclosure if anyone stops by looking for me. Bea nodded and turned back to the sea of monitors before her. On my way into the enclosure, my phone lit up with a text from Callie. How are you feeling, T? Mom is making you some homemade ginger tea for your all-day sickness. I smiled and sent back a quick reply. I feel okay, Buttercup. Tell Mom I said thank you and I'll see the both of you after work. Callie loved me with all of her heart, and I needed that kind of love in my life now more than ever. I could only hope the baby growing inside me would feel the same as his or her big cousin. Wishful thinking, right? An hour later, I'd successfully escaped work without puking my lungs up, but the second I got to Journey's, my luck ran out. Hey, T. Uh-oh. Callie ducked out of the way as I rushed past her to the guest bathroom. I'm sorry you have to experience this, Journey murmured from somewhere behind me. She gently caressed my back, and I found comfort in having my sister near. I think I'm okay now, I whispered, leaning back into my legs. Have you eaten at all? Journey asked. There's nothing in there. I sighed. Can't keep anything down, not even water. Get up and brush your teeth, she ordered, looping her arms under mine to assist. The tea is done brewing. Come have a cup before I decide on if I should take Callie to her lesson or not. I clenched the edges of the sink and shook my head. I can still take her. I grabbed my toothbrush and cut the water on. I'm sure the tea will work. Journey watched me brush my teeth through the mirror, her gaze so intense I was forced to break eye contact before she did. It'll get easier, she spoke softly before leaving the bathroom. Would it, though? I wasn't so sure. You should rest, TT, Callie said from the doorway. Mom can take me and we can try again next week. Buttercup. I turned to face her after rinsing my mouth. I promised to take you. She nodded. Yeah, and you never break promises. But this isn't you breaking a promise, she said, sounding way too old for her age. I can see you don't feel good, and I don't like it. Her big eyes filled with tears, and I held my arms open for her. It's just morning sickness. I tugged her close to my chest. I'll be over it in no time. God, please let that be true.
Chapter 12. August. What to do now? I mumbled, rubbing my eyes. January wasn't just crying anymore. She was having a full-on meltdown, and I had no clue what to do. I stood in her bedroom doorway and did nothing for a short moment. The strained cries coming from her were unbearable, too much for my heart to take. She was clean and fed, and I'd walked around the house with her in my arms since June left. I hated to admit it, but I had jumped at the chance of peace and quiet, and now that June was gone, it was only January and me. She wasn't happy with that. It hurt my heart, but I was almost certain my daughter didn't like me. Does something hurt? I asked, inching over to the crib. I'd only left her for a few minutes to use the bathroom, and now that she was in shambles because of it, a slither of guilt filled me. I leaned in to find her little round face balled up and streaked with tears. You don't like me. I get it, I said softly, reaching in to pick her up. We're strangers. The last 2 weeks were hard. I maneuvered myself into the reclining chair my mother had delivered the day after January came home. The remote it came with sat beside me on the arm of the chair, and I held down the recline button with my elbow until it was at the angle I wanted. Thankfully, baby girl had begun to calm down now that she was against my bare chest. After I started the built-in massage function and the chair vibrated, shaking my body and, by default, January's, she went completely silent. I'm here, I murmured, stroking her back. I'm sorry for leaving you. Both times. She deserved more than me, more than a single dad. Her mother was gone. She had to feel that, right? January hadn't even known my voice until 2 weeks ago. I missed bonding with her while she was in the womb. It wasn't either of our fault, but we were suffering the consequences. My insecurities about becoming a father this way weighed so heavy on me that I couldn't comprehend what was what. Nothing I did felt like enough. It may not ever be. January fussed a little here and there, but eventually the vibrations from the chair put her to sleep, and I closed my eyes, wanting a few moments of sleep myself. I'd only been settled in for about 15 minutes when the handheld monitor on the dresser across from where I sat dinged. The screen switched to the camera outside my front door, and Kingston looked into the lens. He and his brother Primo had helped get it up there and then wire the rest of the house. Earlier in the week, I'd cut the line to the doorbell, anything to keep January from fussing. My security system had motion detection, which would double as my doorbell for now. All alerts came to my phone and the security monitor I paid extra for. I rose slowly and approached the crib with a changing table attached. I debated taking her with me for a second, but decided to take my chances with her bed. Once she was down and safely on her back, I waited a short time to be sure she wouldn't wake up, and then went to let Kingston in. What's up? I greeted, pulling the door open and widening it enough for him to walk through. "Needed to come by and rap with you for a minute," he said. As we migrated into the kitchen, he and his team remolded. I eyed him for a second and then opened the fridge. "Water?" I pulled an extra bottle out before he could respond, already knowing the answer. Kingston was a clean eater and drinker. Had been since I'd known him. He was the only kid in our neighborhood whose mother paid for him to have a nutritionist. Back then, he had his heart set on an athletic scholarship to pay for college, and his mother did everything she could to make that happen. I slid him the bottled water, and he uncapped it, his eyes on me as he drank. "All right, what's up?" I asked, feeling a little tension coming from him. He set the bottle down and leaned into the counter. "Corey," he said. "Right. She was another part of my life that needed to be reworked." I hadn't forgotten that Kingston was her brother-in-law, or that we were friends. Truthfully, it didn't matter one way or another. I was a grown-ass man who didn't ask other grown-ass men for their permission on my life choices. Furthermore, Corey was a grown woman who made her own decisions, and I happened to be one she made over and over again for 8 months straight. We were locked in for life because of that. Didn't matter what Kingston or anyone else felt about it. "You feeling a way about it?" He scoffed a little. "I'm not her man or her father," he said, crossing his arms. "But she's family, and she's lost a lot recently." I nodded, agreeing with him on that front. "Journey is quieter," he added, gaze drifting off briefly. "Corey's been quiet." That got my attention. "Quiet how?" I asked. He gave me a once-over as if contemplating if he should tell me. It bothered me, but I kept that to myself, needing to know how Corey was doing more than why it seemed my childhood friend didn't trust me. She took priority over all of it, especially when I noticed that spark in her eyes I'd grown used to wasn't there anymore. "Sad," he finally told me. "She's pregnant and grieving." The look in his eyes said enough. I had to step up and ensure she was taking care of herself. More guilt ate at my insides. How the fuck was I supposed to do this? "You good?" Kingston asked, drawing my attention to him. After checking the time, I shrugged and started making a bottle for January. Got a lot going on, but I'm good. Baby girl would start fussing soon, and I wanted to avoid another meltdown. If she got to that point, she refused to eat until I could calm her down, which was more frustrating than anything. She was on 3 ounces of milk every 2.5 hours on the dot. It was the only real routine we had so far besides her needing to be changed 20 minutes after every bottle and sporadically throughout our day. I filled the baby Keurig, worth every penny thus far, with distilled water and set a 6-ounce bottle inside. Once it was finished, I would split them into 2 and refrigerate one for the next feeding. "You got a baby around here somewhere?" Kingston asked. I frowned and turned in his direction. "Is that a joke?" He didn't respond, and I realized I hadn't told him directly, only Corey. Though I hadn't asked her to keep it to herself, I liked that my business hadn't drifted from ear to ear on her part. Damn. I shook my head and then tipped it toward the stairwell. "Let me show you." Kingston followed me up, albeit wary, into January's bedroom. When I leaned into her crib, her eyes were wide open. "Cut you," I murmured, lifting her into my arms with my hand at the back of her neck for support. I turned to Kingston, who held a perplexed expression on his face. Became a father, and then a single one in a matter of 2 weeks. He looked from me to her and then asked, "Chandra?" "Yeah, Chandra. When you said you had a lot going on, I didn't think you meant this." January started to squirm and whine, and I nodded for Kingston to follow me. We returned to the kitchen, and with baby girl in one arm, I split the bottle put one up, and then adjusted her so she could eat. Seems like you got it under control. I chuckled because it felt the complete opposite. I wish, I mumbled, staring down at the little girl who changed my life in the blink of an eye. She's good for a while, and then she's screaming and inconsolable. He finished for me, speaking the exact words on the tip of my tongue. I glanced at him, feeling like someone had gotten it for once. My parents said my sisters and I were quiet babies who barely cried. There was a point where they both thought something might be wrong with us because of it. When Journey brought Callie home, we walked the house in shifts every night for the first 3 weeks. Same with her. I moved January from one arm to another and then stretched the one she'd been in to relieve the strain. It's around the same time every night. Has she seen a pediatrician yet? I shook my head. First appointment is this Saturday. Hopefully I can be schooled on what I need to be doing differently. My cousin squeezed us in on the only half day her office had a week. It was allergy season, and she was busy, but we were family, and I was concerned about January, which meant she was concerned. It was either squeezing me in or making a house visit, and Leslie hated those. You said after 3 weeks, she stopped, I pointed out, thinking about something I'd read online. So, she wasn't a colicky baby? It felt weird having this conversation with him, but I brushed it off. She was, and when we learned what it meant, Corey had just finished college and moved in with us. I stared at him, waiting for some kind of explanation. Corey will never admit this, but she's some kind of baby whisperer. Callie was a fussy mess one day, Corey moved in the next, and then she wasn't. Oomph. A bit of advice. He pushed off the counter. Sometimes a colicky baby is that way because they feel the parent's stress. If it happens at the same time every night, maybe think about what's on your mind and then work the problem. Work the problem. It was a phrase our youth football coach used back in the day. No matter what, you can always work the problem until there wasn't one anymore. I still believed it with all my heart, but I was man enough to admit I had no clue where to start. I got a bounce, but August, I glanced his way. Congrats. She's beautiful, he said, nodding. I haven't had to take care of an infant in a long time, but if you need anything, my people and I got you. Callie loves babies, so if you want to get an 11-year-old off me and her mother's back about having one, I'll appreciate it. No more for you? I asked, curious. He chuckled and shook his head. Nah, Journey and I aren't on that type of time right now. We like having a kid that doesn't need her diaper changed or to be bottle fed. His gaze dropped to January and he pointed. No offense. I nodded. None taken. I mean it. He called from the open front door. Don't hesitate to ask for help, August. I didn't respond, because lying wasn't my thing, and asking for help was just as hard. I could admit that Kingston got the wheels inside my head turning. Do you not like me? Or is it how I feel inside that has you in distress? I questioned, taking the bottle from her mouth. I hope it isn't the latter. I'd rather you hate me than feel this way. I felt a little bit of everything in waves throughout the day, mainly about Corey and a little anxiety about fucking up with her and my daughter. And from my conversation with Kingston, she needed me more than she wanted to admit. I looked down at a half-asleep January and sighed. Maybe I needed Corey, too.
Chapter 13. Corey. Friday came quicker than I'd expected. Are you sure you don't want me to meet you there? Journey asked, her concern evident. I sat back in my seat, my eyes trained in the only direction cars could get in and out of this parking lot. He said he'd be here, and I couldn't bring myself to go in without him. I'm sure, I told her truthfully. I didn't need or want to be fussed over by my sister. If I let her come, That was precisely what I'd get. "It's your first appointment," she muttered. "August will be there, right?" I swiped her face away from my screen and glanced at the texts coming through from August.
Down the road. Are you inside?
He was typing something else, and I quickly responded to stop him. "Please don't text and drive. I'm waiting in the parking lot for you." "Corey, are you listening?" Journey questioned, her voice raised an octave. I swiped the screen back to our FaceTime call, and she wasn't even there. Instead, she had her back to me as she reached for files behind her desk. "I have to go," I said, spotting my baby daddy pulling into the parking lot. "August just got here. I'll call you back when it's over." "Fine, but send text too." "I'll send one text. Later, sis." I watched August back his truck into the spot next to mine, my heart racing dramatically at his presence. We opened our doors at the same time. "Hi," I greeted softly, poking my head out and then turning my body. August looked me over as I got out, his eyes dropping and rising slowly.
Come here.
He beckoned, but stepped toward me instead. I closed the space between us, and he wrapped me in a hug that I needed more than he'll ever know.
How you feeling, angel face?
He tipped my head back with 2 fingers and searched my eyes. Angel face. The man had never called me anything but Corey, and now we were on a nickname basis. I hated how much I loved it.
Face of an angel.
He elaborated.
Been calling you that in my head since I met you.
"Oh," I muttered, dropping my gaze. "I'm okay," I added. "My headache is non-existent today." He nodded slowly and opened his mouth to speak, but then a loud shrill came from inside his truck, and he cursed. August backed me up and opened the back door, revealing a black and purple car seat. I didn't think he'd bring her, though I'd wanted him to. "You brought her," I whispered, more to myself than him, but he glanced at me as he removed the carrier from its base.
You cool with that?
He asked.
I can.
"No," I shouted louder than I'd meant. "I'm glad you did. I shook my head. "We should get inside." He pulled the seat out and I waited for him to move before grabbing my purse, keys from the ignition, and phone. I checked the time as we walked toward the entrance. "We made good time," I said, slipping past him as he held the door open. I went straight to the nurse's window and checked in. August and I were the only ones in the waiting area, and I was grateful for that. "Can I meet her?" I asked, squatting in front of them. He hadn't removed the blanket and reached down to peel it back for me. I spotted her little round face and chubby cheeks first. Her eyes were open. Of course, those large orbs were the perfect shade of brown, just like her father's. It had to be a Hanson staple, and I wondered if our child would inherit them, or my charcoal irises. January stared at me, one balled fist near her mouth and the other on the side of her body. She was dressed in a light pink long-sleeved shirt and cute little overalls that reminded me of the few pairs I owned for work. I sighed, a smile on my face. "August, she's beautiful," I said, glancing at him out of the corner of my eye. His gaze moved between January and me. I couldn't pinpoint where his mind was, but it was far away. "Hey," I used his knee to help myself up and sat in the chair beside him. "How are you feeling?" He slowly moved his attention to where I'd sat.
Overwhelmed.
He admitted.
Got no idea what the fuck I'm doing, Corey.
I smiled a little, despite his statement. His honesty made me feel special, like he trusted me with parts of himself I hadn't uncovered yet. I wanted him to feel as safe as he made me, because for this to work, we both needed that sense of security. "I feel that maybe you're being hard on yourself." He didn't respond to that, but said,
Kingston paid me a visit this week.
"Playing Big Brother?" I asked, rolling my eyes. He nodded, his lips curled at the corners.
I'm not mad at it. I like you being protected by people who have your back no matter what.
"I like you having that, too." I laid my head on his shoulder, and August draped an arm around me, then brought his hand up to cup my chin. He tipped my head back, and I stared up at him. This man always regarded me with the gentleness that fed my soft soul. I only ever wanted a man to look at me like he did. I had known it was possible, that another person could give me this kind of intimacy. "You say so much with your eyes," I whispered. They were silent words that my heart understood, even if occasionally I didn't.
Sometimes I have a lot on my heart,
He said, his voice just above a murmur.
even when I don't realize it.
And January released a tiny wail that sent August into a slight frenzy. He sat up and untangled us, focusing on the precious cargo he'd come with. I watched him unbuckle and scoop her from the car seat. She squirmed and then kicked her feet out in protest. Of what? I wasn't sure. But from my experience with Callie, I knew what was coming next. I felt August's frustration and concern as her cries grew louder and more frantic. "Can I?" I asked, sliding to the edge of my seat. He glanced over, and the disappointment staring back at me broke my heart. Did he think he was doing it wrong? I wondered. God, I hoped that wasn't it.
Only if you're comfortable with.
I cradled my arms so he could easily place her into them, and he turned to do it. "It's okay, Snowflake," I sang, rocking her against me while gently massaging her temples. It was an old trick my mother tried teaching Journey, who could never quite get the temple rub down. For me, it came with ease, and because I loved my sister, I used the method to calm Callie, who would spend night after night crying her little heart out. Slowly but surely, January calmed. Her little watery eyes opened, and she stared up at me.
You made that look easy.
August said.
Kingston said you were a baby whisperer.
I scoffed, hating they had put that on me. I'm no such thing. I lifted my gaze and met his. Babies and I just get one another,
You called her Snowflake.
he pointed out, changing the subject. Felt right for a girl named after one of the snowiest months in Michigan.
Snowflake it is.
He agreed, lips twitching. A nurse appeared from behind a door a few seconds after he'd said it, calling my name as if I wasn't the only person waiting to be seen. If my choice of doctor wasn't non-negotiable, the long waits wouldn't fly. "I got her," I told August when he tried reaching for January. She felt right in my arms, and I didn't want to lose that feeling yet. I stood and followed the nurse through the door, feeling August as he trailed closely behind. Is this what having a family of my own would feel like? "Focus, girl." "She's adorable," my usual nurse, Lena, complimented as she turned the corner and relieved her coworker. "Getting some practice in, huh?" "Mm-hmm," I hummed, finally handing her over so I could be weighed. "Just so happens her father popped this one inside of me." Lena laughed, used to my blunt nature already. "All right." She pulled her chart out and scribbled on it. "Is it okay to speak candidly?" I nodded and avoided eye contact with August. "You lost 2 pounds," she said. "It happens, especially if you're experiencing morning sickness, so don't be alarmed." "I'm suffering from it," she tisked. "I'll let the doctor know." I didn't want August to worry, but I couldn't lie about either. Not here, of all places. Lena led us to exam room 3, and after I changed into a gown, she took my blood pressure and temperature, noting the numbers on my chart. She left soon after with the promise that the doctor would be in soon. "Stop staring at me like that," I grumbled, looking everywhere but at the man to my left. "I'm fine."
You aren't, though.
His tone held no room for argument, but I was sure mine wouldn't either when I responded. If we were calling one another out, then so be it. "Well," I shrugged and glanced at him. "Neither are you." He looked down at January, who was spread out against his chest, sound asleep, his hand cupping her overall-covered butt.
Touché.
He agreed, unsurprisingly. Lena returned with the tray that had tubes and a syringe on it. I shook my head and frowned. "I know you hate needles, but Dr. Bowman requested a blood withdrawal. But she did that when I came to confirm that I was pregnant." Lena smiled, her eyes gentle as she said, That is correct, but we need to recheck your iron levels. It's important we regulate them during the gestation period. I sighed and curled my arm in.
Are you anemic?
August asked out of nowhere. Yes and no, I informed him, focusing on the needle in Lena's hand. Not enough that I need to be prescribed an iron supplement. It had never been that big of a deal to me, but now I was a little worried and made a mental note to research anemia in pregnant women. Lena cleared her throat and raised an eyebrow. Fine. I unbent my arm and gave it to her. But be gentle. I'm more sensitive than usual. I squeezed my eyes closed and squeaked when August unexpectedly took my hand while Lena poked me.
Learning a lot about you in this room right now.
He said, pressing his thumb into my wrist and stroking. The anxiety coursing through me at the thought of my blood being pumped into little test tubes evaporated as I opened my eyes and stared into his. You're so beautiful, August Hansen. All done, Lena announced as she cleaned and covered the prick, giving me a reason to break out of the trance August had quickly put me into. Dr. Bowman will be in soon. She took her leave, and I sighed in relief. I really hate needles. He flipped my hand and slipped his fingers through mine.
Your pulse was erratic.
Thank you for being here. August's thick brow rose, and I rolled my eyes. I know this is where you're supposed to be, I added, but I'm allowed to be thankful, right? Dr. Bowman entered, cutting our conversation short at the perfect time. August had been gearing up to ask me questions galore. Miss Mitchell, the doc greeted, her eyes on August and the baby. You must be Dad. I sighed. Auntie. She cut her cat-like eyes my way and squinted. My aunt was a young 52 with fierce eyes, a sleek bob she finally decided to let gray, and a stacked body. I'm talking wide hips, thick thighs, homegrown booty, and a little belly she said my uncle loved. Yuck. She and my dad looked a lot alike. I know you want to be professional, but please stop calling me Miss Mitchell. Renee Bowman was one of my father's 8 siblings, but the only one he liked. She held no qualms about not caring for the other Mitchells, as she and my dad called them growing up. The woman was no joke, and I loved her dearly. August, this is my Aunt Renee. I waved between them. Auntie, this is August, and yes, he's the dad. She gave a curt nod, and I applauded her for not blatantly asking about January. How are you feeling? She asked while washing and gloving her hands. Headaches still bothering you? I feel tired, I admitted, closing my eyes while she prodded at the glands in my neck. My headache went away sometime last night, but I don't know if it's gone forever, and I can't keep any food down. I heard August shift in his chair after I said it. Nurse Lena mentioned the morning sickness. I opened my eyes and groaned. All day sickness sometimes. When does it end? She smiled and brushed my cheek like when I was a kid. It had always soothed me on the spot, and even at my big age of 30, I melted. For most women, it ends after the first trimester, she told me, but sometimes it can last longer.
What can she do?
August asked, drawing her attention to him. Eat light, but as frequently as needed. Less on the grease intake. Go for more protein-packed snacks and meals. Sometimes more bland foods help. She cut her eyes at me. You need rest, Corey. I'm sleeping, I defended and huffed, embarrassed by her chastising tone in front of August. I have plenty of tea. That helps with the queasiness. My recipe? I nodded. It didn't matter that she'd learned it from her mother, and who learned it from hers, and so forth. Whoever possessed the ingredients called it theirs, even Journey. Your other niece and her mini-me hooked me up with a big supply this week. Good. She nodded, pulled her gloves off, and tossed them in the trash for a new pair. Ready for the ultrasound? I nodded and laid back, rolling my head to the side to see August, and now wide-awake January. Her eyes were on me like her father's, evaluating me like only a baby could. Ready? I asked. He rose a little and slid his chair closer. I lifted my feet into the stirrups and pulled my gown up a little, while watching my aunt cover the vaginal transducer with something condom-like. She slowly inserted it, on my cue, and a loud whooshing sound filled the exam room. "Oh, wow," I whispered, my heart racing with joy. "Mommy hears you, baby." "That would be the heartbeat," Aunt Renee said. "It's strong." She clicked around on the monitor and then turned it. "At 10.5 weeks, your baby is the size of a kumquat." I giggled and could hear August's soft chuckle follow. "Please don't say that again." "Their eyes are fully formed. Teeth are hardening," she went on, ignoring our snickers. "Here, you can make out the outline of the ears forming." The grainy black and white image was kind of freaky, yet somehow beautiful, too. "Would you like me to print off a few ultrasound pictures?" she asked. August pulled his phone out and started to record.
"Don't know about you, but I want to hear that heartbeat after we leave,"
he said, cutting his eyes at me.
"I'll send it to you."
I looked away and right into my aunt's questioning gaze. "We'll take them printed," I told her. She angled her head, too curious for her own good, and then looked back at the monitor. "Everything looks good," she said, wiping down the transducer and hanging it from the ultrasound machine. "If there's anything abnormal with your blood work, you'll hear from me personally next week."
"And if everything is good?"
August asked. I loved him opening his mouth and asking questions if he had them. Made my pussy wet. "Then I'll see the both of you at the next prenatal appointment," Aunt Renee stated. "The desk nurse will schedule that." The machine printed the ultrasound pictures and she handed them to August before helping me clean up. I tugged on my aunt's white coat until she leaned in close enough for me to whisper in her ear. "It's not what you think. He's one of the good ones." She pulled back and stared into my eyes like my dad did when he was still alive. "I'll take your word for it. My word is bond. This I know." She nodded with a smile. "Don't forget to stop by the nurse's station to schedule your next appointment before leaving." She left the room, and I got dressed while watching August as he secured January in her car seat. He stood after tugging on the straps to make sure they were snug against her, and then placed the seat in the chair.
"Are you hungry?"
he asked, picking up my jean jacket and opening it for me. I turned and pushed my arms through. As I twisted to face him, August wrapped his arms around me from behind and held me in place against him.
"I missed you."
He murmured, placing one hand against the tiny bulge in my stomach and rubbing it.
"I want to be part of this and all it entails, good and bad, with you."
He turned me and lifted my head with 2 fingers. I believed him because his actions spoke to that, but it felt good to hear. "I can try and eat." He caressed my cheek for a few seconds and then released me.
"It's still early enough to sit down at a brunch spot. Maybe you'll find something you can keep down."
He picked up the carrier and reached for the door handle. "August?" He glanced over his shoulder.
"Yeah."
2 weeks and 5 days had felt like a lifetime. The texts and phone calls, where he could fit them in, didn't ease the ache I had to see him. "I missed you too. So goddamn bad."
Chapter 14. August.
"Maybe potatoes?
Corey muttered to herself from across the table.
Or scrambled eggs?"
I studied her closely, wondering if she'd spend the rest of the day with me if I asked. "How about on 2 different plates?" I suggested. "You might like one more than the other, but if they're touching, you might not want either." Corey looked up from the menu and nodded.
"Toast, too."
"Whatever you want." I agreed, nodding to the server waiting for her order. Corey lifted the menu and hid her face behind it. I glanced at January, who was sucking down a bottle, her eyes shut tight and fingers curled around my right index. There was a tiny slither of hope that maybe I was doing this right whenever she held on to me that way. I pushed the menu from Corey's face and said, "Never took you as the shy type, Angel Face. Why now?"
Because now this is more serious than it started out as.
She confessed softly.
You got me pregnant.
To be fair, my lips curved on one side without my permission. We used protection each time. Corey sighed.
Don't remind me.
She groused.
I'm upset we've been careful when I could have had you.
She looked away with a tiny smile playing on her lips.
You know, Bear. Clearly, this was our destiny.
I lifted an eyebrow. There is time to rectify that, if you want.
I do.
She licked her lips and pulled her hands from the table.
I want that.
That means allowing me to be around you, even when there isn't a doctor's appointment. Going from seeing you every other day to whatever this was supposed to be is a crime. Corey snorted and then covered her mouth and nose. You're scared of needles, you snored, and suddenly you're shy. What else don't I know about you?
I have an oversized elephant portrait that I hide when you're at my place.
I slanted my head to the left and regarded her.
You don't have a coffee machine,
She blurted out of nowhere.
but you drink it with me.
Can't let you drink it alone. I shrugged, deciding to play along. I wanted to share a space with you and experience it how you did. That meant drinking coffee at an obscene time of the morning, so I did it.
Did you figure out why I love it so much?
You thrive in peace and quiet. The silence is most heavy at 4 in the morning in any time zone. Corey's chest heaved as she sighed. She'd been much easier to learn because I liked the quiet as much as she did. At 4 in the morning, Corey was her most transparent. She wore her emotions on her sleeve, making them easily exposed. I never took what I learned as a gotcha moment, only an opportunity to figure one thing out. Was she worth a lifetime of silent mornings with coffee? I hadn't figured it out yet, but something about how life tangled us tighter together without our permission felt like the answer I'd been searching for.
Why'd you believe me?
Believe you? How do you mean? She sat back and I did the same, wanting to give her the space it seemed she needed.
You know we've always used protection, so why did you believe this baby was yours without question?
I believed it because you told me.
You have that much faith in my character.
I know you, Corey Mitchell. Maybe not everything, but I know who you are at the core. There was no conversation or big revelations needed for me to figure you out. She leaned forward and I followed her lead, bringing myself back to the table. Can I ask you something? She nodded.
Anything.
How you really feeling? That includes the things you're hiding in an attempt to protect me. I took a moment to remove the mostly emptied bottle from January and saddle her up against the right side of my chest.
Every day is different.
Corey finally answered after I had baby girl settled.
I don't know how to describe it.
I think I understand. Not your grief per se, but not being able to describe how I feel on a daily.
Are you sharing this with me to get me to talk?
Nah, I shook my head. You shared what you felt you could, and I'm doing the same. January burped, and Corey giggled.
That was a big one.
She said, smiling.
You might think you aren't doing a good job, but August, fatherhood looks good on you.
I need more time to see what you do. I admitted, grateful for the server returning with our food. We were at my sister's favorite brunch spot in Sterling Heights, First Watch. I'd ordered a frittata rustica, an Italian-style omelet with kale, mushrooms, onions, and tomatoes, topped with mozzarella and Parmesan cheese. Corey gagged a little, and my gaze shot to her.
No to the eggs.
She groaned, sucking on a lemon to lose the taste of it.
Okay,
She nodded, slowly.
okay, I think that worked.
I looked at my plate and decided to get it boxed. What about the potatoes? I asked, pushing my food away.
Better. I think it's the salt.
She replied, forking another bite.
You were right about separate plates.
She pointed to my plate with her fork while chewing slowly.
I smell the Parmesan in that. Aren't you going to eat?
Don't want to move her.
You don't want to enjoy it in front of me, you mean?
That too, I confirmed. Shit feels wrong. Corey slid closer to the wall and pointed to the empty space she had created on her side of the booth.
Come sit next to me.
She beckoned, sliding my plate toward her with the fork in her hand. I obliged, sliding out my side and into hers with January still in my arms.
Do you want to know what I like about you, August?
She asked, cutting into the frittata and bringing a hefty portion to my lips.
Eat, please. I promise I'll finish my potatoes.
I opened for her, and she smiled.
I like that you're always a gentleman.
She continued, watching me chew.
Is it good?
Might like the part where you're feeding more, but it's good.
I appreciate the smell.
I appreciate it not making you sick.
See?
She brought the fork to my mouth again.
If I'd said the smell was bothering me, it wouldn't be on the table anymore, even though you like it.
She slid closer and angled her body to face me. I want you to be comfortable, I told her, trying to understand where she was going with this.
That is something I figured out already. But here's the thing.
She tugged on my chin a little, forcing me to tip my head down at her.
I want you to be comfortable too.
Ah,
I want you to eat what you like, even if I can't hold down my food.
yeah? She nodded. Do I get to say what else I want? I asked.
And like, I have to actually follow through?
I chuckled as she beamed up at me, that spark she'd been missing, returning to her dark hue. Yeah, I need you to follow through for me.
I can do that.
I haven't told you what it is.
But I know whatever it is, I'll try my best to give it to you.
Let it be, I said. Don't hide the bad from me. Just let it be. I want you to exist openly, without fear of putting too much on my shoulders. She looked away, but I was grateful she respected me enough to turn back and look me in the eyes.
August, it's not that I fear putting too much on your shoulders. I admittedly don't want you stressed, but I'm afraid that the more time I spend with you, letting you take care of me while you dote on that beautiful baby, might fill my head with unrealistic ideas.
It can only be unrealistic if we both agree on that. I knew what she was trying to convey, but it wouldn't change my plans. Taking care of Corey while she baked our kid was the right thing to do, and something I wanted to do.
I don't want you feeling stuck with me because of this baby.
And if I wanted to be stuck with you before all this, I asked, wrapping my fingers around her hand. Don't answer that. Let me show you, all right? She made a noise that sounded like a mix of a huff and laughter.
The last time you said that,
She leaned in closer, pulling my face down.
we ended up in bed more times than I planned.
I'm failing to understand the problem. She gently kissed my lips in response.
August Hanson, I don't know what to do with you.
I took that as my chance. Start with spending the rest of the day with me. I tipped my head at January. With us. I knew I wanted her, that she wanted me, but trying to grasp onto that when life made part of that decision for you wasn't easy. All I had were my thoughts from before now. wanting to know and be with her while contemplating how to ask for more. Or that nauseating feeling when I realized I had to pull back, and the relief after she told me she was pregnant.
I can do that.
Corey said, resting her head on my arm like at the doctor's office.
But I have to go home to grab something and then I'll come to you.
Eat a little more of the potatoes for me first. She sighed, and then grumbled something but picked up her fork to eat as requested. Thank you. I leaned over and kissed her temple before sliding out of the booth. Her eyes shot dead in my direction, wide with curiosity and something else I couldn't quite place. Gotta change the kid, I'll be back. She nodded, but the expression in her eyes gave me pause.
Do you promise?
She asked softly when I didn't move to leave. Will I be back? I asked, wanting to be sure that's what she meant. She looked away, and while I didn't know what was happening in her head, me leaving and never returning wasn't happening. I'll be back to walk you to your car, like always. Corey started to eat again and waved me off. Definitely need to get to the bottom of that, I thought.
Chapter 15. Corey.
Are you moving in?
August asked, taking recyclable bags from my hands as he ushered me inside. My gaze lingered on the amount of shit I'd accumulated for him in January since he'd told me about her. I'd possibly gone a little overboard, but I really loved babies and wanted to do this for August. Just a few things for the baby, I said, bypassing him. Where is she? I heard the bags dropping from behind me and turned. What are you... August kissed and tugged me against him, stealing words from my mouth. Following his lead was as natural as breathing, so I lifted myself up and deepened the kiss, needing more from him.
I guess my daughter is the star of our connection now.
He muttered into my mouth. I tried to kiss him again, and he gently pushed me away and picked up the bags instead. That isn't fair, I complained, poking my bottom lip out. He maneuvered past me with a smirk on his face.
Greet me like I mean something to you next time,
He said. I chewed on my lip and turned to face where he stood in his living room. There were already gift bags and unopened toys piled up near the edge of his sectional.
She's upstairs sleeping.
He went on, answering my question as he sat on the sofa.
I want you to come here, though.
Eager to be near him again, I went. Is that a motorized car? He nodded without looking and pulled me down. I positioned my ass in his lap and twisted my legs around to rest on the couch. He engulfed me in his arms as I wrapped mine around his neck and settled my head on his shoulder.
Don't know what the fuck she's gonna do with it, but it's appreciated nonetheless.
Well, I don't want the things I purchased left in the do not want pile. He chuckled into my skin and tightened his hold on me.
Anything you bring here, including yourself, is always in the want pile. I'll unpack them before you leave.
He said, angling his head to look at me.
It means a lot that you thought enough of her to do it.
I thought of you, too, I confessed, feeling the weight of his words. You're never too far from my mind these days.
Me? Or my situation?
I caressed the side of his face while he gazed at me. God, I love the way this man looks me in my eyes. Always you first. He kissed me like I knew he would. If August and I had anything I was certain about, it was our innate connection. He was the beat of my honey, buzzing around my mind and body like never before. August, Oh. I jerked away from him and almost fell, but August tugged me back by the collar of my jacket. June looked between the two of us and shrugged. Glad you didn't dump her, she said, turning to enter the kitchen with a large box in her hands. Thought I'd have to knock some sense into you. I tried to move so he could get up, but August sagged deeper into the sofa and held on to me. Not a care in the world.
I told you to stop bringing me shit from those people.
August replied, ignoring what she'd said. Those people are your family, August.
Barely.
He mumbled. I stifled the laughter bubbling inside when June turned with her eyes narrowed. The open floor plan was currently working in her favor. I know you said something smart, she surmised, sounding like the oldest of the two. It made me wonder where he fell within their ranks. Everyone says you're being mean and leaving them outside but taking their gifts. I snorted. It kinda sounded like something he'd do. He put them in a do not want pile, too. I chimed in, earning a sideways glance from August. Even threw mine over there.
I told you I would unpack the...
He squinted.
You're fucking with me.
June tisked, a smirk on her face. Serves you right. Our family is only being supportive. He shrugged.
No, they're being nosy, and my daughter isn't a fucking clown show for them to stare at.
Oh, I see. Every family had a few gossipers in the mix. The aunties or cousins that had nothing better to do but be in your business instead of worrying about their own. My family had a slew of those. Okay, June conceded. I know it's true for some of the Hanson crew, but what about Lola? With the straightest face, August said.
She brought a motorized car for my 3-week-old child, who at the time had only been home for a week.
June threw her hands into the air and spun her body away from us to ruffle through the cabinets. Lola really messed up my whole point with that. The fuck was she even thinking?
Why are you here, June?
Making you dinner. She nodded and pulled a wok pan from under the counter. Your other sisters are headed this way, too. She went on about her business, and August turned his attention to me. I can go and...
I'd rather you stay.
He cut in, pushing his fingers through the curls at the nape of my neck.
I want you here, but only if you want to be.
There was some doubt in his voice, like maybe he thought I didn't want to be here. Goodness, these babies really made us insecure in such a short time. I felt so not like myself, and it was the worst feeling, thinking you weren't enough anymore because life decided to blow in and mix up your world. Corey, do you eat meat? June asked, facing the stove. I'm making stir-fry, but I can do a separate helping for you with just the veggies. So, they were all considerate. It wasn't just an August thing, but a Hanson one. August watched me, waiting for my answer. I eat meat, I told her, my stomach flipping in disgust at the thought of doing it.
You don't have to.
August said, low enough for only me to hear.
Not if it'll make you sick. I'll make you a baked potato.
Can you turn it into home fries? Now that I knew potatoes were my friend, I wouldn't sway from them.
I can do whatever you need, Angel Face.
I ducked my head and he chuckled.
Kind of like this shy version of you. It's doing wonders for my ego, baby.
My heart staggered a little at his use of that term of endearment, but I didn't have time to think on it for too long because January's soft whines filtered through the monitor on the coffee table, and August tapped my thigh for me to rise. You can come talk to me, June offered as August disappeared up the stairwell. I don't bite. Are you the oldest? I asked, taking her up on the offer. I entered the kitchen and sat on a bar stool at the island. Do I give off that vibe? Very much so. Her pretty brows sparkled as she tossed her head back in laughter. Loving the honesty, she mused. I am the oldest. Our names give away the order of birth. I tapped my forehead. It didn't even register until you said it. It's so obvious that no one ever notices. After washing them, June started to slice red, orange, and yellow peppers. Every few slices, she'd look in my direction. You can say whatever you're thinking. Are you sure? She asked, slowing her hand movements and then stopping. Because I couldn't find shallots, so I got you the adult version, September announced as she entered the kitchen with July on her heels. I told her. July's eyes met mine before she finished and widened in curiosity. Oh, great, September said, dropping the grocery bags on the counter. He didn't break up with you. That's what she said. I pointed to June. But August and I aren't in a relationship. Kinda hard to break up. They glanced at each other, having a silent conversation that, for some reason, I could read. He's hard to stay away from, I admitted. Kid in tow now and all. All three of their heads snapped in my direction. It was kind of creepy how in sync they were. Were you eavesdropping on us? September accused. Her eyes narrowed. More importantly, how'd you do it? I laughed before I could stop myself. Sorry, I managed to get out. I honestly didn't mean to, but it was kinda easy. No one can do that, July said, eyes perceptive. Not even August? June smacked her lips. It's his fault we're like this, she revealed. He's never been a big talker, but he would always speak through his eyes. Still does, I murmured. It wasn't supposed to be heard, but I knew they caught it by the quick glances they shared. I missed the conversation this time and felt they'd done that on purpose. June pushed the bowl with the fresh-cut peppers aside and began to pat her cleaned chicken dry. The smell of the raw chicken became more potent after it left the vinegar, water, and lemon solution. I turned my head for a second to slow the bile rising in my throat. Breathe, Corey. Breathe. I could feel August's energy, and when our eyes finally met, he knew.
Come here.
He beckoned, his hand out. I went to him, and he led me upstairs to his bedroom. I'm okay, I said, stopping our pursuit to his bathroom. Just got nauseous for a second. He turned to me and tipped my head back with his index finger.
I can send them away.
He offered. I shook my head. No, I like them. His lips twitched and then spread into a smile. You like that, I surmised.
Yeah, I do.
My stomach settled and I dropped my head against his chest. Can I stay with you tonight? The question slipped before I could stop it. I tried to pull away, but he trapped me in a bear hug and slung us both onto the bed. August, I screeched, bursting into laughter as he kissed all over my face. You're a madman. At some point in our tussle, August ended up between my legs with his hands on either side of my face. His head hovered over mine, our eyes lingering on one another before he lowered himself to my stomach and kissed it several times. The desire to have him inside me grew and spread like wildfire. It was a feeling I'd become all too familiar with while dealing with this man.
What are you afraid of?
He asked. Everything. I'm not sure I know what you mean.
At brunch, you asked me to promise you I'd return. Why?
His question put a cap on that fire inside of me. I didn't want to talk about this. It didn't mean anything. August shook his head, his eyes knowing. I couldn't even lie in peace around him.
We don't have to talk about it right now. But if I'm doing something to make you feel like I'm about to disappear, tell me, and I'll fix it.
I wanted to scream for him to shut up, but I wiggled instead, hoping he'd understand. He lifted up and I scurried away to the other side of the bed. It's not you, I admitted, needing him to know that. I sat at the edge and stared at my socked feet, kicking them back and forth to calm my nerves.
Are you sure about that?
He asked from behind me. It's me. Everyone always leaves when I need them the most, I whispered, letting my tears fall. First, it was my dad. His death had been unexpected. The man was as healthy as an ox. At least, he had been in my eyes. One moment I was getting my heart broken by the man I thought I'd be with for the rest of my life, and the next I was told that my father suffered a massive heartache. None of us saw it coming. A part of me broke that day. But after losing my mother, I feel completely shattered inside. How am I supposed to be a mother without mine?
I can't promise you that something won't happen to me.
August said as he stopped and kneeled before me.
It would be selfish to do so. But as long as I have breath in my body, I'll be here, Corey.
You asked me how I was feeling earlier, and it was hard for me to say it out loud. The words felt like sandpaper on my tongue. I didn't want him or anyone else to worry, but I was slightly worried for myself. I'm really sad, I told him, twisting my fingers. I don't know how not to be, and I'm scared it won't ever stop hurting. My chest tightened at the thought of my mother.
Just be.
He said, standing and pulling me with him.
Stop pressuring yourself to be happy when you aren't. You don't need to pretend to smile or put on a front for the world.
He hugged me so tight, I almost thought he was breathing for me. Our bodies were in perfect sync as he inhaled and exhaled, slow and deep while stroking my back.
I can see it in your eyes, how sad you are.
He muttered, gently gripping my neck.
I got this urge to make it all go away.
August brushed his thumb across my bottom lip, his eyes dancing with mine as he held on to me like my mental health depended on it.
I wish I could make it all go away, but we both know grief doesn't work like that. You can lean on me, though, Corey. Doesn't matter what I have going on. I'll always make time for you.
Would you have said that if I wasn't pregnant?
There's no doubt in my heart about it.
He replied without pause. Can I stay with you? I decided to ask again, this time without hiding behind my words.
January is a crying night owl.
I shrugged and he kissed me.
You can stay, but I won't feel away if you decide in the middle of the night you need peace and quiet.
I nodded, though I knew I wouldn't leave him. Crying babies were my forte. I brought a bag just in case. He smirked.
I'll get it after my sisters leave.
He pulled me into another long and beautifully suffocating embrace.
Come on, and I'll start your potatoes.
He led me out of the bedroom, and this time as we passed the second bedroom on this floor, I peeked inside. The room had been completely changed from the halfway bare guest bedroom it had been before. The floor was covered in a large light purple fluffy rug that softened the stark white crib. Drawer and changing table set. A bookcase filled with old and new books was in the corner near a microfiber reclining chair. Are some of these handed down through your family? I asked, walking further into the room after he released my hand.
A lot of them are from when I was a kid, yeah.
August confirmed.
July kept them all and then gifted some to January for herself.
I hummed and ran the tips of my fingers down the thin spines of a collection of slightly tattered Dr. Seuss books. I turned and peered into the crib, finding January with her eyes wide open. She's awake, I said. Can I pick her up?
You don't have to ask.
I gathered her up, not needing to be told twice. January was now dressed in a white long-sleeved footed onesie. Her eyes stayed pinned on me as I cradled her in my arms. You, my sweet little snowflake, are precious, I cooed, stroking her cheek. Your dad got lucky, but so did you. I reached for one of the folded receiving blankets on the changing table, laid it on my shoulder, and then resting her over it. Okay, I turned to August, who had propped himself against the doorframe. Let's go. He didn't move right away, his eyes bouncing from me to January like they had at the hospital. What? He shook his head and left my question open for interpretation. I had no idea what the look meant and wanted to know, but his sister yelling that dinner was ready and a burst of cries from January shifted my focus. August hesitated when I waved him away, but let me keep her after she started to settle. Aw, look, one big happy family, July cooed from her spot on the sofa as we came into view. August looked at me again, his eyes offering me an escape I didn't need or want to take. When I turned away from him and dashed into the living room, he went into the kitchen. Are you really okay with this? July asked softly as I sat on the other end of the sectional. My brother is a good man, but a newborn baby is a lot for two people who weren't in a relationship. It sounded like she didn't know about my pregnancy, which likely meant no one knew. He's hard. Yeah, I got that the first time you said it. She cut in, eyes meeting mine. But, and I mean this in the most respectful way, I'm calling bullshit. Maybe it's partly true, but something else has got you here. What was I supposed to say to that? Why are you cutting potatoes? September asked, loud enough for me and July to hear. It doesn't even go, June chimed in. I kept my eyes on January, hopeful this conversation wouldn't become a pregnancy announcement.
For Corey,
August responded nonchalantly.
preheat a clean pan with butter for me.
I could hear him chopping as he spoke. "What's wrong with your arms?" June asked.
Nothing.
He said.
But the request stands.
"You're being weird," I heard June mumble as what could only be a pan hit the stove.
You're being weird.
He threw back, sounding exactly like a younger brother would. Seeing him like this with his sisters made me smile, even if they were picking up on something that was definitely there. July hadn't taken her eyes off the side of my face, and if it were possible, there'd be a hole there. "I'll take her," September said, walking into the living room. "Time for some auntie love before the other two hog her." I handed January off, but now that my hands were empty, I couldn't pretend I was focused on them. I got up and went into the kitchen, capturing August's attention. He tipped his head for me to come to him, and I did, though reluctantly. "I can eat the stir-fry," I said softly as I stopped beside him. "Then, why is he making you potatoes?" June asked, one hand on her hip while the other clutched a spatula. She reminded me so much of Journey. There was just something about big sisters and their need to know everything. But it wasn't my place to tell her, so I looked to August for help. Did he want them to know? Was it something he'd rather keep secret for now? I wasn't sure how I'd feel if that were true. But it was his family. He'd earned that right to tell them when he was ready, as I did with mine.
She needs to eat, and it's the only thing she's able to hold down right now.
He finally said after a long while of us staring at one another.
That cool with you?
He glanced over his shoulder at June, who looked more confused than before. "Are you sick?" she asked, looking me over. "I know a good soup recipe that'll knock a stomach bug right out." "Technically, it's Ma's recipe, but whatever." July tossed in as she entered the kitchen and leaned against the other side of the counter. "She's right. It'll fix you right up." They went from questioning me to wanting to take care of me. August and his sisters were something else. Kind of all over the place, but organized at the same time. I don't exactly have a stomach bug, but maybe it'll help my situation.
Without the spices.
August said, his lips pulled into a small smile. "No, August Hansen," June exclaimed. "That's what gives the soup its purpose. If I can't put the spices, I refuse to make it." "I'll take the spices." August cut his eyes at me with a raised eyebrow. "That look doesn't work on me." His sisters oohed in unison, making me want to duck my head. August chuckled and dropped the perfectly diced potatoes into the buttered pan June had prepared. The sizzle was loud and satisfying to my ears.
Can I tell them?
He asked, his eyes pinned solely on me. He didn't need my permission, yet he asked anyway. And here, I thought he wanted to keep it a secret. "If that's what you want to do." "Tell us what?" June asked, her brows lifted. August and I stared at one another for a moment longer, and then he said,
Corey is pregnant.
"With your baby?" August shot a glare July's way, and she threw her free hand up. "I'm only getting the facts," she said. "I didn't mean it like that." Her eyes were on me as she said it, and I appreciated her not wanting to offend me, because I'd had the same question just a few hours ago. I didn't take it any kind of way. I told July, "Yes, he's the father." September whistled as she joined us in the kitchen. "I knew something was up," she said. "Same." June and July agreed at once. "I'll make you a batch of my soup and go light on the spices," June added with a nod. "Don't be such a mom, June," September grumbled, rolling her eyes. "I'm sure she has her own mom to do that stuff for her." I didn't, I thought. Everything I'd been trying to keep in came out in a strangled sob. I turned away from them and covered my mouth, but couldn't stop the noises coming from me. "What did I say?" I heard September ask as August lifted and carried me up the stairs. It wasn't fair that I had to do this without her wisdom. Or those unique recipes that Journey and I hadn't been able to perfect before she passed. All I had were memories, and those didn't feel like enough. I needed more time with her, more pictures so I didn't forget her face, and videos to store the sound of her voice.
I know it hurts.
August murmured as he laid me gently on the bed and spooned me.
Let it out for as long as you need.
Forever. I needed forever to get over it.
Chapter 16. August. It took Corey a while to settle, but eventually she fell asleep, and I laid with her for a while, not wanting to leave her alone. Losing her mother was fresh, but how she'd sobbed made me wonder if she had cried since finding out. It pained me to see her that way, because I had deep feelings for this woman. On the other hand, my sister didn't know her from Adam, but I could feel them chomping at the bit while they waited for one or both of us to emerge. I slipped out of bed and covered Corey with a throw blanket I kept lying around. When I got downstairs, July had January strapped into her baby sofa bed while she sucked on a bottle. September came and stood in front of me, her eyes filled with concern.
What did I say?
I shook my head. It ain't your fault, I reassured her. I glanced at June, who had found all of our mother's soup ingredients and was focused on chopping the vegetables.
She'll need to eat,
She said, dicing faster than I'd ever seen. It's appreciated. Corey has a lot going on right now. Her mother passed a couple weeks back, and she's still processing it. June's knife clattered, and September gasped, her eyes wide.
It is my fault. I should have never assumed.
She shook her head.
That was so careless of me. I'm sorry, August.
She wouldn't want you to apologize, and neither do I. Honestly, she needed that moment. I'm kind of worried about her.
Do you think she's depressed?
July asked. I don't know. I think she's grieving and confused and pregnant.
Whole lot of hormones.
July muttered, shaking her head.
I shouldn't have pushed about the potatoes.
June blurted. Her chopping resumed.
You weren't ready to tell us, and it should have stayed that way until you were.
I need all y'all to chill out with the self-blame game. None of you are at fault, all right?
I never said I was.
July pointed out with a shrug. I'm trying to create a stress-free environment for her, I continued, ignoring my sister's witty remark. Keep Mom and Dad out of the loop for now. They nodded.
You've got a lot on your plate.
June said. I know, but it is what it is.
Maybe you should take more time off work.
September suggested.
We know you weren't going to take the full 12 weeks of paternity leave, but maybe you should.
I shook my head. Nah, I need work. It's the only thing in my life that hasn't changed unless I wanted it to. It would keep me afloat while I figured out how to get all the moving pieces of my life back in order.
Okay, but if you get overwhelmed or need a break to think by yourself for anything, it doesn't matter, August. We're here.
July said. I know, which is why I need one of you to stay tonight with.
I'll do it.
September offered before I could finish.
It's my day off tomorrow. I've got time.
Just until morning.
However long you need.
She cut in, eager to help because she still felt bad. Until morning, I reiterated. I reached down and unbuckled January. As I lifted her, I noticed the tiny grin on her face. Are you smiling at me, Snowflake?
Probably gassy.
July muttered.
Snowflake.
June questioned as she stepped up beside me with a bowl of stir-fry. Corey gave her the nickname. I kissed her cheek a few times. I think it's fitting.
You're smitten.
June mused. I'm more than smitten, I declared. I love this little girl.
Wasn't talking about January.
I cut my eyes at June. Is that for me? I nodded toward the bowl in her hand.
Yes, you need to eat.
I put baby girl back and took the bowl.
I saved those potatoes for Corey in case the soup doesn't work out. I'll finish it before I leave for the night.
Appreciate you, Jew. She smiled.
You haven't called me that in a long time.
You miss it? I asked, as I speared some of everything in the bowl to maximize the first bite. June shrugged, but that only meant she did. I kissed her forehead before stuffing my mouth. My sister could cook her ass off, and she knew it. In a matter of minutes, I scarfed down the whole bowl.
Clearly, you aren't eating.
She fussed, taking the bowl and fork.
Do better, August. And she's back.
July murmured under her breath. I angled my head. Chill for me. She rolled her eyes, but nodded.
Fine, but only because I get to love on this munchkin for a little while longer.
She turned the little bed chair to her and started making faces.
Can't believe she smiled for your ugly mug.
You share a similar looking face with this ugly mug, I reminded her.
Mine is more feminine, thank you.
Before you two leave, I backed away. Send me a text and I'll walk you out.
We don't need you escorting us.
June fussed as I walked up the steps. Yeah, all right. Do as I said. I jogged the rest of the way up and slipped back into my room. Corey had her back against the headboard, her knees pulled up with her cheek against her arm.
I'm sorry I ruined dinner with your sisters.
She whispered, eyes on me as I approached. You didn't ruin shit, Corey. She sat up a little, and I realized my tone had been harsher than I'd meant. Oh, I'm sorry, Angel Face, my sisters are remorseful. She shook her head.
They shouldn't be.
I told them the same. I got into bed and backed myself into the headboard next to her. They'd tell you that dinner wasn't ruined.
Are you using reverse psychology on me?
She asked. Is it working?
Sort of, yeah.
She turned her body toward me, and I reached for her, dragging her over my legs until she settled in a straddle position in my lap. First time really crying, I asked, gathering her hair. She handed me the ponytail holder from around her wrist, and I did my best imitation of what she called a messy bun.
That intense? Yes.
Her eyes were puffy and red-rimmed still. I cupped her face and brushed the pads of my thumbs over the slightly raised skin. You're beautiful, I told her as our eyes met.
I know I look crazy. Don't lie to me.
I've never lied to you. Why would I start now? She shrugged.
Do you have doubts about me?
She asked. I didn't understand what she meant by doubts. And my face more than likely revealed that, because she started to talk again before I could respond.
Do you doubt I would be here if I wasn't pregnant?
We fucked around for 8 months, no kids or serious responsibilities. I wouldn't fault you for wanting to keep that going with someone else.
Someone else isn't you.
She murmured, dropping her gaze. Repeat that for me.
You heard me just fine.
She looked up, exasperated. I waited for her to give me what I wanted.
Someone isn't you, August.
She repeated more forcefully.
I want you.
I come with a small package now.
She's the prettiest little package ever.
Corey said, doubling down.
This is what I mean.
She untangled herself from me and went into the bathroom. I followed behind her like a fucking puppy, trying to understand. I'm not understanding. The fucking harlot started to remove her bodysuit, peeling it from her frame without regard for where my mind would go.
It doesn't matter.
She mumbled, turning toward the shower. Her ass was eating up the thong she wore. I couldn't help but to reach out and smack the firm flesh.
August!
She yelped, pushing my hand away. I turned the shower on for her and waited until she was fully undressed and inside to speak again. It matters to me, I said, addressing her previous comment. I leaned against the sink and watched her through the glass door.
You question whether I want to be here even after I've said I do. I've confided in you, cried myself to sleep in your arms, and I'm certain it won't be the last time. I just told you I want you, and twice at your request, but there's still doubt in your tone.
Not on purpose.
Maybe not. This is new for you, just like it is for me. I guess, never mind.
She started lathering up with the soap she'd left, which reminded me of her bag. I'll go grab your bag, I told her, needing a second to process what she said.
August?
She called before I could exit. Yeah.
Can you bring me something to eat?
She cut her eyes at me while rubbing the washcloth across her chest and shoulders.
Maybe June soup if it's done, but the potatoes just in case.
I nodded, more confused than before about what she wanted from me. After grabbing her bag, I stayed downstairs to help June and July load the gifts people bought into their cars to donate. I appreciated everything, but another kid could use it more than mine. January was set and always would be.
Why are you dragging your feet?
September asked as she changed January on the sofa. Don't give her a bath. I'll do it in the morning. She rolled her eyes.
I know the routine you've set for her. Why are you still down here, August?
Giving Corey time to herself.
Did she ask for time?
I shook my head and went into the kitchen.
Then stop assuming you know what she needs. It'll never work out if you do.
I grabbed a glass container with a top and scooped some of the potatoes into it, since the soup was still simmering. If you were in her shoes, would you stick it out?
With a man that wasn't mine to start?
She asked, eyebrow raised.
I don't know how I would handle a situation like this one. But I'm not her. She seems to be really into you in January.
Corey's action said she wanted us to figure it out together. Maybe even be a family if it shaped out that way. For some reason, I couldn't wrap my head around what was in front of me.
You suddenly think you aren't worthy of the love she's probably been offering from the moment y'all met. I don't know what to tell you other than to figure it out before it's too late.
She's carrying my child.
What does that have to do with her finding someone who won't make her feel like her decision to be with them isn't the right one?
It had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. I'd been grasping for straws when I needed to go tell the mother of my unborn child that I wanted her too. Thanks, Tim. She smiled and nodded.
June was right.
She said, as I gathered all the shit that had to go up the stairs with me.
It's been a while since we heard our childhood nicknames from you.
We grew up, I pointed out.
Doesn't change that we're all kids at heart.
I thought about what she said on my way back to Corey. We were all kids at heart, looking for that sense of family we either had or didn't have growing up. I wanted a family of my own. I wanted my daughter to have a mother figure that didn't consist of only my sisters. I wanted the baby I'd created with Corey to have that family dynamic we had growing up. More importantly, I wanted Corey. She was a star of this show, and I needed her to know before I lost her and the family I've always wanted for myself. You okay? I asked, entering the bedroom. Corey sat on the edge of the bed in one of my shirts with her phone in her hand.
Callie is checking on me,
She said, fingers gliding across the keyboard. I'm checking on you right now. She sighed and looked at me as I emptied my hands of the shit I'd been carrying. I handed her the bottle of ginger ale and bowl of potatoes.
How are you, August? You keep asking about me, but won't tell me what's happening in your head.
She popped the top of the container and sniffed.
Smells good.
She said softly, almost in relief.
I was afraid being able to eat these was a one-off thing. I'm so hungry.
Her stomach growled right after, and she laughed a little. I want to be with you, Corey. I confessed, deciding to do it right then. I sat beside her on the bed and watched as she filled her fork and stuffed it in her mouth.
Then be with me, August.
She groaned.
I feel dramatic saying this, but I can almost taste a juicy steak.
I'm just glad you're holding something down,
Are you afraid?
she asked, taking our conversation back. I'm terrified I'll fuck up what's in front of me, I admitted. My daughter needs me. You need me. Our child will need us. More people were depending on me today than 3 weeks ago.
But what do you need?
You. She set the bowl down and adjusted her body to face me.
Do you need me or do you only want me?
I need and want you. Corey's eyes danced with mine, and I only hoped she saw the truth in them. You're already embedded in my heart. I want to explore that with you. She moved to stand in front of me.
I'm only going to tell you this one more time.
She said, cupping my face with both hands while gazing at me with nothing but adoration.
I want to be here with you because it's you, not because I'm pregnant and feel obligated to do so. I couldn't have asked for a better person to go through this with. Maybe we'll end up a family, or maybe we'll decide that co-parenting is best. But right now, August Hansen, it's you for me.
The weight of her words did me in, and I closed my eyes, but nothing stopped them from leaking. Fuck,
Oh, August.
she whispered, brushing my tears away.
I know it's been a lot and you're holding it all in for everyone else. But you don't have to do that with me. Let it be. Whatever you're feeling, just let it be.
I wrapped my arms around her and buried my face in my neck. I'm angry, I said, all of what I'd been feeling consuming me, and sad as fuck. I have a daughter who won't ever know her mother. She's gonna have so many questions that I won't know how to answer. All I have is a letter Chandra left, and I can't ever let January see it. How could I give my baby a letter where her mother, in so many words, said she wouldn't have been in her life had she lived, that she'd planned to give her to me and move on like nothing happened?
You have time to plan for that. I'll help you. And so will your sisters and parents. What about Chandra's parents?
Her mom will be around. She's still grieving, and I think it's hard for her to process that January is all she has left of her daughter.
A bad hand was dealt, but you have such an amazing support system. It's going to work out.
I pulled back and looked her in those sweet, dark eyes. Thank you for listening and understanding, I murmured.
Thank you for trusting me enough to share.
Something shifted between us in that moment. I could never deny wanting Corey on a physical level. She was intoxicating in the best kind of way.
Are your sisters still here?
She asked, pushing her hands into my shirt. Only one.
Does that mean you're free to scratch this itch I've been struggling with?
Mm-hmm. I hummed, standing and laying her against the bed. Free till morning.
There's a lot we can do.
She spread her legs, revealing what I knew was beneath the shirt. Nothing but bare ass and pussy. I need you to do me a favor first. She sat up on her elbows.
What's that?
Finish that food while I shower.
But
I shook my head and backed away. You want to get fucked? She nodded, her eyes on fire with need. Feed my baby, and I'll give you what you want. Corey let out this obnoxious-ass laughter that made me smile. She crawled to the edge of the bed where she'd started and picked up her bowl.
You better make me come a few times.
Is that a challenge? She smirked and then shoveled potatoes in her mouth. Challenge accepted, angel face. I moved toward the bathroom but stopped and turned to face Corey again. Talking about Chandra left me with a lot of questions I needed answered. Hey, I need to know something. Corey turned, her eyebrows lifted as she devoured what was left in her bowl.
What's up?
She asked, setting it aside.
You look worried suddenly.
She stood and moved around the bed to get to me. What if something happens to you? It made me sick to my stomach and fearful of the future. Losing Corey, having to choose, or worse, raising another kid alone.
Hey.
She walked into my arms and secured hers tightly around my waist.
I'm so sorry you have to deal with that kind of fear, and I know it won't just go away. But we can't predict the future. All we have are these moments right here.
But we can be prepared. She leaned back and looked up at me, her gaze thoughtful.
How so?
I just need to know one thing right now.
Whatever I can do to ease your mind. Talk to me.
Corey had no idea how badly I needed her to do just that. If something happens, God forbid, do I choose you or the baby? Her grip on me loosened, and I regretted asking immediately. She took a small step back, pushing her fingers through her hair.
That's a lot to think about. It's not a question I can answer right now.
We needed to talk about it, but not exactly at this moment. You're right, I agreed, taking a step back. Another day.
I realize I've done nothing to ease your mind, and I'm sorry, August.
Don't be sorry for needing time to process. We're good. I'm good. She didn't believe me. It was written all over her face. Truthfully, I didn't believe my fucking self. I wasn't okay, and it was eating me up inside. Putting my shit on her wasn't cool, and when I got my head together, I would apologize properly.
August.
I still need to shower. I cut in, turning toward the bathroom. Eat. There's more downstairs if you want it. My fear was clouding my judgment. Nothing good could ever come from that.
Chapter 17. Corey. I was tucked deep under his thick duvet when August emerged from the bathroom. I felt sick about our conversation because I couldn't give him the answer he needed, at least not as quickly as he'd needed it. The idea of making him choose felt so unfair after what he'd been through, and part of me wanted to pretend tragedy couldn't strike again. But life had hit too hard lately, and I couldn't push away his concern. I'd known my answer the minute he asked. August moved around the room briefly, before the blanket flipped back. I watched him drop his cell on the dresser, ogling his tatted chest until he cut the bedside lamp off and slipped under the blanket with me, covering our heads just as I'd had it before. I'm sorry, I whispered as he slid over, and our noses touched. All of this is unfair. He was so close I could taste that he'd brushed his teeth.
To the both of us.
He murmured, resting his hand on my face.
It's unfair to both of us.
It breaks my heart thinking of you having to choose. Though darkness surrounded us, I felt his gaze staring through my soul as he caressed my cheek slowly. It had been so long since we shared a bed like this, and I pressed my body closer, wanting to be in his skin if possible.
No matter how I feel, the decision you want will be the one I make. I respect that it's your body and life, and I hope you know that, Corey.
I kissed him with urgency, my fingers finding their way to the back of his neck. Choose me, I blurted, pulling my lips from his in a hurry. You have to choose me, August. He flipped the comforter off our bodies and lifted up, pulling me into his lap simultaneously. After tapping the base of the bedside lamp, which illuminated the bedroom, August turned his attention to me.
You said you needed to think about it.
It was so sudden, you asking that, and I couldn't wrap my head around it fast enough to give you a response. I pray it never comes to it. I cupped his face and gazed into those whiskey browns I was falling in love with. I pray you and I never have to endure that kind of trauma. With all my heart, I believe we'll be okay. He touched his forehead to mine and took a deep breath.
There's a scripture I would hear my mother say in times like this, when all you're searching for is peace of mind.
He spoke softly, stealing a piece of my heart.
Can I recite it to you?
I nodded and dropped my fingers to his shoulders, closing my eyes but never removing my forehead from his. My heart raced, thumping wildly in my chest as he gathered himself. I recognized him as the man meant to be my husband, and that realization gave me butterflies. Did he know this was fate? God's plan?
Peace I leave with you. My peace I give to you.
John 14:27. I finished for him, understanding the power of that scripture more than he'd know. August pulled me flush against him and wrapped his arms around me as our gazes met. We stayed like that for a while, our hearts eventually finding themselves in sync.
I'm glad you stayed.
He told me.
I needed you and wasn't sure how much until now.
I pulled my body from his to get a better look at him. You need me? He nodded slowly and tucked his fingers beneath my chin.
You calm the chaos.
He murmured, sliding his thumb over my bottom lip.
And right now, everything is in shambles. But when I'm near you, I don't feel the weight of it as much.
The vulnerability it took to speak that aloud had the floodgates opening between my thighs. I think you're doing a beautiful job figuring some heavy shit out. Slowly, and I felt every second of it, August hardened beneath me. I pulled the shirt I'd stolen from him over my head and revealed my naked body. Every part of me craved this moment with him. August attacked my mouth with vigor, his fingers digging into the curve of my back unlike any other time before. He bit my lip, and I hissed, but refused to let it break our stride. I lifted up and tugged at his basketball shorts, sliding them halfway down his legs. Just enough room for me to sit on that beautiful piece he was blessed with. Need you, I breathed, pulling my lips from his in haste. So bad, August. With my fingers wrapped around the base of his dick, I slid down on it.
God damn.
August groaned, gripping my hips as I began to ride him.
I missed you.
He dropped his head back.
So fucking much.
I missed you. I rolled my hips, using his shoulders to balance myself. I missed this dick, too. He chuckled, but it was mixed with a soft moan that drove me wild.
Fucking love the way you ride my dick.
His eyes flashed as he watched me lift to the tip and drop slowly. It felt amazing, the way he filled me, fit me. My body hummed from the connection. I'm pregnant, I whispered, really feeling it suddenly. Can't believe. August flipped us, his dick still buried deep inside of me.
With my baby.
His voice was thick with emotion as he worked his hips in deep thrusts.
I'm glad it's you.
I dug the heel of my foot into his calves, taking his strokes like a champ. They were swift and hard, filled with whatever was going on in his head. Forehead to forehead, his fingers through mine and pinned to the bed. He made love to me. It was invigorating and exactly what we needed. Yes, I cried softly against his collarbone. Just like that. Tears pricked my eyes, and I let them fall, allowing my mind and body to drown in August. It was all about him and how he made me feel inside. Beautiful, Understood. Safe. I was safe with him. My heart, mind, and body.
Shit, Corey.
My core tightened, and I let out a small whimper, grasping for the orgasm I was on the brink of. I tightened my fingers in his, needing more of him. I need you too, I murmured as I began to tip over the edge.
I feel that shit.
August growled, releasing a hand to slip his under my body, lifting it slightly.
Give it to me.
His command had been all I needed to let go. I sniffed as August came inside me, everything hitting me all at once. Before I knew it, I was in a full-blown breakdown that caught us both off guard. Even so, August didn't miss a beat. He rolled off me and tugged my body into his voice just above a whisper as he consoled me.
You aren't alone.
He murmured softly, his fingers caressing the length of my arm.
I'm here. I got you.
I burrowed deeper into him and allowed the grief racking my system to consume me. The fear of what that could do to me had been so intense that I kept my tears under lock and key for too long. August had brought it out of me. His gentleness had given me the space to let it go without judgment, only support. I hate crying, I grumbled, wiping my tears from his chest. He chuckled and kissed the top of my head, tangling his fingers in my hair.
You need to do it more often. Stop holding it all in.
I want to be strong,
But you don't need to be.
he countered in a no-nonsense tone.
It's okay not to be okay. Remember that the next time you feel the urge to hold back how you're feeling in the name of being strong.
It was the last thing I'd heard him say before falling asleep, and the words stuck. Fuck being strong. I woke later to the screams of January as August untangled us to get out of bed. Slowly, I lifted while rubbing my eyes.
Go back to sleep, baby.
He said, his voice tinged with the rasp I could get used to. I ignored him and got out of bed, stretching my naked body until parts of me popped. When I straightened, August had his gaze pinned on my breasts. Stop being a creep, I mumbled, lips curling into a smile.
Can't help how attracted I am to you.
He rounded the bed and kissed my lips.
Rest, okay? I'll be back after I check on Tim and baby girl.
I could help, I said, picking up the shirt I'd been wearing of his, then grabbing a pair of leggings from my bag. He turned, his eyebrows raised. Only if you want. When he opened the bedroom door without responding, I took that as a no. But then he glanced over his shoulder and summoned me with a simple head tilt. Before he changed his mind, I followed him down the stairwell to find September walking back and forth with a fussy January. No, September shook her head and backed away before August could lift his hands. I'm here to be of assistance. Why are you two down here? Her whiskey browns were wide.
Because we can't sleep while she screams like someone is hurting her.
August explained, taking another step forward as she took one back, ready to bolt.
My heart can't take that shit, Tim. I know you're here to help, and I love you for it. But let me have my baby.
September's gaze softened, her shoulders dropping slightly as she handed January over.
I know.
He whispered, placing her little frame against his chest.
Daddy's got you.
He moved toward the kitchen, and his sister's eyes met mine. He doesn't know it yet, but he's such a good dad, she murmured, closing the distance between us. I hope you aren't worried about that because August was meant to be a father. I shook my head, my heart swelling at her words. I'm not worried. She smiled, and it broadened after silence filled the space around us. Hear that? She asked. No more crying. We migrated into the kitchen, and the sight before me tugged at my heartstrings again. August had managed to get January into one of those body wraps and was standing at the baby Keurig making a bottle. Her little body was tucked inside, silent as ever. I patted toward them, and he looked up, his eyes filled with pride. I guess you hadn't needed me after all. He turned and gently tugged me against him, and even with the baby between us, I'd never felt closer to someone.
I need you,
He said softly.
and I'll keep telling you until you believe me.
That was the thing. I believed him the first time he'd said it, but it felt good to hear it again. Can I have my niece back now? September asked. I was doing just fine on my own. August made a noise before kissing my forehead and turning back to finish the bottle he'd been making.
Go home, Tim.
He said, no real bass in his voice.
We have an appointment with Leslie at 7, so I got it from here.
I glanced at the clock on the stove, noting it was 5 in the morning. We'd slept longer than I thought, and suddenly, I was wide awake. His sister huffed a little, but I caught the slight smile on her face as she gathered her things. Fine, but text the group chat and tell us how little mama is doing, okay? He nodded and followed her to the door, something she complained about the whole way. August was very protective of the women in his life, reminding me of our first night together.
You can stay as long as you want.
He said, returning to the kitchen.
Or
I lifted my gaze to meet his. Or what?
you could come to the appointment.
His eyes searched mine.
Only if you want.
I walked toward him, a sense of urgency in my steps that carried my short legs faster than usual, and as if he'd known what I wanted, August leaned forward and pressed his mouth to mine.
I'll take that as a yes.
I nodded, and he smiled into my lips. Absolutely yes.
Chapter 18. August. A little after 6, a hard knock at the front door, followed by an attempt to ring the doorbell, stopped me in my tracks. I saw January, who was secured in her car seat, on the counter and headed for the door. Corey hadn't come down yet, but we were making good time. Hold up, I called, when the visitor knocked again. Annoyed with their impatience, I snatched the door open with a little more force than I'd meant. On the other side, Chandra's mother jerked back. Mrs. Thomas, I greeted, brow raised. I wasn't expecting you. She hadn't shown up the day I brought January home as planned, and my messages had gone unanswered. After the third phone call to ensure she was okay wasn't returned, I chalked it up to her needing time to grieve.
Sorry.
She rushed out, taking a step forward. I wasn't sure if she'd expected me to invite her in, or if she was inviting herself inside. But suddenly, my mood had shifted. Something about her unannounced visit rubbed me the wrong way. Our gazes met, and she sighed, her disheveled appearance standing out.
I was hoping to see January.
She said, adjusting her purse.
If that's okay with you?
It took me a moment, but I stepped back to allow her inside. We were about to head out. I let her know. Today is her first pediatrician appointment.
I won't be long.
She followed as I led us into the kitchen. I thought she might bolt for a second after I removed the blanket from January's carrier and revealed her sleeping frame. She stepped forward and peered inside, her eyes filling with tears.
Goodness.
She whispered.
She's already getting big.
I nodded and busied myself rechecking the diaper bag, but the more I tried to ignore my annoyance, the harder it became to hold my tongue. Can I ask why you've been ignoring me? I thought you wanted to be in her life. I needed to know if she didn't, before my child could feel her absence. I understand that you're grieving, I went on, but coming in and out of her life won't fly. We need to establish that early.
I'm glad you feel that way.
She stood tall and slowly turned her attention to me, reaching into her purse simultaneously.
I think it's best we get this out of the way.
She set a large manila envelope on the counter and pushed it toward me. What's that? I refused to pick it up.
I thought it'd be best if I delivered those before you were officially served.
She glanced at January again, reaching in to caress her cheek.
I'll leave and give you time to go over it.
She sauntered off, and as the front door shut, I picked up the envelope and pulled the documents out. The fuck? I dropped the petition for custody of my fucking child and jogged to the door, damn near snatching it off the hinges to get it open. Mrs. Thomas was already backing out of the driveway when I stepped outside. She'd known exactly what the fuck she was doing, showing up here in that way. I watched until her car disappeared up the street and stormed into the house, searching for my phone with shaky fingers.
I'm ready.
Corey announced halfway down the steps.
Sorry it took so long. My hair is... Hey, what's that face? What's wrong?
She approached as I scrolled through my phone, looking for a specific contact.
August.
I lifted my phone to my ear after finding the one I'd been looking for.
Hey, cousin, what's up?
Lola. I covered my face and took a breath. I think I need a lawyer.
Okay.
She drawled.
Well, we can discuss why after I check my calendar. 1 second.
I moved toward the kitchen, Corey hot on my heels.
I have an opening this afternoon at 3, but I can always stop by after I'm done in the office.
Can you stop by afterward? I stared into January's car seat, watching her sleep.
Of course. Are you okay?
I will be. Thanks, Lo. I ended the call and dropped my phone on the counter.
What did I miss?
Corey asked, her tone soft. I took a deep breath and handed her the papers from Mrs. Thomas. She gasped, and our gazes met. She's trying to take my baby from me. My eyes burned, and I looked away. I'll go to jail before allowing it.
No court in Michigan would go for this, August.
Corey took a step toward me and rested her forehead against my chest.
You aren't the kind of parent they take a child away from. I think she knows this. Grief can make you do stupid things, like hurt people who don't deserve it.
I wasn't trying to hear any of that, but kept my thoughts to myself. Corey didn't deserve the anger I was feeling.
But just so you know...
She lifted her head and stared deeply into my eyes.
I'll beat her ass for you, on sight.
I chuckled, the tension in my shoulders rolling off just a tad. I appreciate that, but no fighting. I glanced at the papers again. I don't understand. Custody? It didn't make sense, but maybe Corey was right. Grief had convinced Chandra's mother that this was what she needed to do.
Is she under the impression you don't want her around?
I shook my head. Nah, I clarified where I stood on her being in January's life. As long as she wanted that, then the door was open. Guess this is what she'd been doing while I was reaching out. Plotting against me, like I was a fucking bum or something. Has she forgotten her daughter planned to drop our kid off and never look back?
We have to go or we'll miss the appointment.
Corey reminded me, placing her fingers under my chin.
Keep this lifted. You're doing a great job, especially given the circumstances.
She was right, wasn't she? I shook away the direction my mind was headed in and picked up the car seat after covering it again. Yeah, I nodded. Let's go. We made it to Leslie's practice in record time, signing in and being called back almost immediately. We were her first appointment of the day. The nurse had undressed January and laid her on the table that doubled as a scale.
We've gained a pound,
she said, her lips curving into a genuine smile.
Don't be alarmed. Most babies lose a little weight right after leaving the hospital. Little Miss January is eating well.
Corey leaned into me, and I glanced down to find her staring up at me. Her gentle gaze was the reassurance I needed. I craved it. I love you, I thought. Shit. I looked away and watched the nurse do a few more checks. She nodded and wrote things down as she moved through her checklist.
All right.
she announced, flipping the chart shut.
The doctor will be in soon to discuss any concerns, go over my notes, and do her own checks.
The door closed behind her, and I tugged Corey from her seat, guiding her to stand between my legs.
What are you doing?
She asked, placing her hands on my shoulders. Looking at you, I told her, never breaking eye contact. Thank you for being part of my support system. She dropped her gaze, but I sensed the smile she forced herself to keep at bay.
Thank you for allowing it.
I enclosed my arms around her waist and dropped my forehead against her stomach, pressing light kisses against it. Part of me was still wrapping my mind around becoming a father of 2 in less than a year. But deep down, I was fucking happy. Being a dad had been a life goal of mine, and I was being rewarded 2 times over, just not in the way I'd expected. January made a little whining noise, and Corey turned, pulling away to tend to her. I observed how she stroked her exposed belly, and then lifted her carefully from the table, cradling January in the crook of her arm. It was a sight to behold, Corey accepting my daughter without qualms. Would she be here if we weren't expecting? Though I wasn't sure I'd ever get the answer to that question, it didn't matter. A knock at the door drew my attention in that direction. Leslie Hansen entered, her white coat brightening the room.
Hey.
She spoke, smiling.
Let's...
She halted her steps after spotting Corey, her eyes widening slightly.
Dr. Hansen.
I greeted, smirking as she narrowed her eyes at me. This is Corey and January. Corey, this is Leslie. Unfortunately, we're related.
If I didn't have to be professional, I'd beat you with this clipboard.
She turned her attention back to Corey and smiled.
It's nice to meet you, Corey. I'm the smart one in the family.
Don't let your sister hear that. Leslie and Lola were sisters and part of the harem of Hansen kids my father and his siblings produced. They'd both opted out of working for the family business, Leslie becoming a doctor while Lola went into family law. Landon, their older brother, had chosen a career in STEM, working for one of the top engineering firms in Michigan.
She won't hear it because you won't tell her.
She stepped over to the sink and started to wash her hands.
How's our girl doing?
Still fussy most nights. It's breaking my heart. Leslie turned and our gazes met, hers softened after staring into mine briefly.
Let me look at her. We'll figure out a course of action, okay?
I nodded, and she stepped toward Corey, who hadn't let January go yet, but did so when Leslie reached for her.
So, Corey, how did that guy get you here?
She asked, as she laid January down and started probing around.
I guess he's kinda handsome.
She gagged, and I chuckled.
Kind of nice.
I knew what she was getting at. How did I get her here, of all places, with a newborn baby at her first appointment? Corey cut her eyes at me, and I nodded.
He basically tricked me.
She said, going a route I hadn't expected.
Promised me free bourbon for life, and I couldn't pass that up.
Leslie tossed her head back and cackled, startling January awake.
So sorry, cutie pie.
She cooed, gently brushing her thumbs over her eyebrows. To my surprise, baby girl settled right away. Do you think it's me? I asked, changing topics. The reason she's damn near inconsolable at times.
Except for this morning.
Corey pointed out. Leslie's gaze drifted between us before she said,
Elaborate.
September had her last night, but the crying woke us, and when I went for her, she calmed almost instantly, I explained.
You're stressed, and considering how all of this came about, if you weren't, I'd be concerned. But what I'm not concerned about is little Miss January here. She's healthy and clearly loved.
She looked to Corey briefly.
Don't be so hard on yourself, August. If anyone in this family was made to be a dad, it's you.
Everyone keeps saying that, I grumbled.
Because it's true.
Leslie smiled and removed her gloves.
He was the best babysitter growing up. The babies loved him, and the toddlers only ever listened to his commands.
So I'm not doing anything wrong.
You are a new parent. It's okay to feel like you aren't getting it right. But from what I see, you're doing just fine. Keep a record of her crying spells if they continue. Pair it up with feeding and diaper changes. If you need a house visit, I'm at your disposal. But something tells me you won't.
Her certainty in my ability to be a good parent gave me a confidence boost.
I'm going to recommend a therapist for you.
She said, eyeing me closely.
It's not uncommon for fathers to also develop postpartum depression. And with the circumstances, I think you may feel a little guilty and angry, and it could be what she's feeling.
My chest tightened, but I nodded.
Just remember that you have a family who will help guide you as best we can. But you can't properly take care of her if you don't take care of yourself first. Come on.
Leslie took a step forward and held her arms open.
Like old times.
I stood, and she closed the distance, wrapping her arms around me the minute she could. As she squeezed, I felt myself getting a little emotional. When we were kids, she would dish out hugs, somehow knowing the other person needed it. They were tight, full of understanding, and most importantly, love. So, like old times, I hugged my cousin, the empath, and allowed it to heal a tiny part of me. I really couldn't do this without my family.
Chapter 19. Corey.
You sure you can't stay a little longer?
August asked as he walked me to my truck, my overnight bag in hand.
I sound like I'm whining, but I like you being here.
I couldn't help the smile that spread across my face. The look in his eyes tugged at my heartstrings. I wanted to stay, but seeing him with his family made me miss mine, and I needed a good dose of their love. I like being here. I watched him toss my bag in the back seat and open the driver's door. My place is a mess, and Callie sent a text requesting my presence. He nodded and guided me into the front seat, leaning his body in as I settled.
Promise me you'll be safe.
I promise I'll be safe.
And that you'll eat something.
He went on, eyes following my movements.
I should have fed you.
It's okay. I smiled and brushed my fingers over his shirt to smooth the wrinkles. You had a hectic morning, and my stomach is finally settled for once. I don't want to jinx it by stuffing my face. He frowned.
You need to eat, baby.
I really like it when you call me baby. That flipped his frown right side up, and I preferred him this way, smiling.
Before you go,
He knelt down, and I turned my body as he took my hands.
I told you this, but I've been thinking about us a lot, even before January.
He looked up.
We talked about giving this a chance, but I don't want to leave room for your mind to wander, especially after our conversation last night. My intentions are for us to be together. I want to be with you, in a relationship, a real one.
I wasn't sure if it was his heart I heard racing or my own. You have to be 100% sure, I said, lacing my fingers with his. Because, for the first time in my life, I see my future clear as day. It includes a family of 4 to start. So I really need you to be sure, August. If you can say that without...
I'm sure.
He cut in.
No doubt in my mind that I want to be the face you see while picturing that family and January, too.
I think I loved his daughter already, but I was indubitably in love with her father. It won't be easy.
Nothing leading up to this has been easy except meeting and befriending you.
I pulled my hands from his and cupped his face. Okay, but ask me right. August's lips spread.
Will you be my girlfriend, Corey Lee Mitchell?
Aww, I whined teasingly. And here I thought you were asking me to be your wife. It was supposed to be a joke, but August's eyes took on an expression I didn't understand. Why would I even joke that way? Wife? Marriage? I knew in my heart he'd been explicitly crafted for me. But what the fuck had I been thinking? I didn't mean,
We could do that.
he said, standing and pulling me from the truck.
Make you a wife. My wife.
I shook my head and took a step back. It was a stupid joke. I don't even know why I said it. He smiled and took a step forward.
Because deep down, that's what you want. To be married.
I blinked and stared up at him. To you? August chuckled and dropped his hands against the hood of my truck, angling his body forward to block me in.
I fucking hope so.
He hissed, though he wasn't angry.
You're mine, Corey. Mine.
I loved how he said my name, and how his voice dropped an octave or two as he emphasized me being his. We should think about it. I rested my palms against his chest and bunched his shirt between my fingers. I really hadn't meant. He pressed his lips to mine, silencing me in one way but awakening me in others. God damn this man.
Don't tell me what you didn't mean to say. Just remember my response after you said it. And we'll talk when the time is right.
I took a deep breath and released him as he began to step backward. How will we know when the time's right? He glanced up at the clear sky and, after a few seconds, returned his gaze to mine with a smile plastered on his handsome face.
The way you felt when we first met. That gut feeling telling you to come home with me.
He smirked, and I knew he was thinking about that first meeting.
When you feel like that again, no matter where we are or what we're doing, tell me yes, and I'll know to buy a ring.
It was crazy, but I nodded without much thought. Okay.
Get in your truck and go be with your family, Angel Face.
He helped me inside again.
Be safe like promised, and eat something. I don't care what it is.
Will you call me once you and Snowflake settle in tonight? I want to know what your cousin says about the petition for custody. His shoulders dropped a little, and I hated that I'd ruined his mood.
Hate this shit.
He mumbled.
It's fucked up what she's trying to do to me, but I'll handle it accordingly. I'll call you tonight.
He kissed my forehead and closed me inside before I could respond. I leveled my foot with the brake and hit the push to start while watching August walk to the front door. He turned and waited for me to back out before going inside. For some silly reason, it almost felt like he'd shut me out, not wanting me involved with that part of his life. The logical part of me knew better, and I chose to follow that feeling instead of the other one working hard to cloud my judgment. August was under an immense amount of stress, and I wanted so badly to make it all go away. To keep my mind from stupidly wandering when I got home, I cleaned my entire place from top to bottom, took a long hot shower, and then dressed in baggy sweats with a hoodie to match. After I finished braiding my hair into 2 large plaits, Journey called. I was just about to start heading that way. I said upon picking up, "Did you cook?" My stomach grumbled, and a deep sense of shame hit me. I had to care for myself better than starving my baby to keep from throwing it all up. Ugh. I made you a fresh batch of tea, Journey said, and we have an assortment of bread for your choosing. Plus, Kingston just mentioned something about potatoes before stepping out with Primo. I smiled. He must have talked to August. We figured out that I can keep them down. Figured it out together, huh? She questioned, a knowing lilt in her tone. I grabbed my keys and purse and headed for the front door. I'll tell you all about it when I get there. Can't wait, she sang while ending the call. When I arrived, Callie was standing on the porch with her phone clutched tight in her hands. T, I have to show you something, she exclaimed, rushing over to slide in the front seat before I got out. Look. She shoved her phone in my direction, and I took in the screen, a squeal leaving my lips after registering what she was showing me. You uploaded your first video, Buttercup? I glanced over, thinking she'd be smiling, only to find a look of horror stretched across her face. What's the matter? You nervous? It's only been up for 18 hours. she said shakily, pointing at the screen. So many views. Frowning, I searched for what she meant, and the moment I saw it, I knew. Whoa, I murmured. That is a lot of views. 500,000 to be exact. Did you look at the comments? She shook her head, eyes still stretched wide. Too nervous. I didn't expect my video to do that. I hadn't either, but Callie was talented. She had the voice of an angel and played 3 instruments fluently while taking on the task of learning another. 11-year-old Corey could never. To relieve some of the stress, I scrolled through the comments, my smile widening with each compliment my gaze roved over. Such a talent. We want more. Wow, what a cover. There were hundreds of them, and she needed to see them. Take a look, Buttercup. I handed the phone over after pressing play on the video. You're an overnight sensation. We'd written 3 original songs thus far, but she'd chosen to cover her grandmother's favorite as tribute. Tears pricked the corners of my eyes as I listened to Callie belt the lyrics of Unforgettable by Nat King Cole in a smooth, throaty cadence while playing it on her keyboard. Goodness. I could feel my mother hovering, her spirit filling the space as she enjoyed this moment with us. My chest tightened, but I didn't force the sadness away. I needed to feel it, or I'd drive myself crazy again. I miss her, Callie whispered, drawing my attention to her. Mom cries in the bathroom at night. Dad always pulls her out, but he's sad too. I sighed and took her hand. We are all trying our best to be okay, but it'll take time. I know. She flashed those big brown eyes at me, and my heart broke. Do you think Nana is proud of me? Nana is smiling down on you, beaming as we speak. I think those 500,000 views in less than 24 hours is a sign that she's watching over you. Callie threw herself over the center console and wrapped her arms around my neck. I love you, she whispered. Please don't ever leave me. Fuck. It was a promise I couldn't make, but Callie was smart enough to know that. So I gave her the best possible answer. I adore you, and as long as God sees fit, I'll be here in the physical form. Just trust that whenever I have to leave, I'll be in your heart, always. She sniffled, and I held on to her until she was ready to let go. Okay. Callie pulled away and wiped her eyes. I feel better. And whenever that sadness hits again, you know where to find me. She smiled and slid out of my truck, bouncing off into the house like nothing had happened. I could only hope she kept that innocence for a bit longer. After gathering myself, I made my grand entrance and immediately spotted one of my favorite people in the world. Oh, Shiloh! I screeched in excitement as we rushed one another. I feel like I haven't seen you in ages. Shiloh recently married Kingston's brother Primo, but had been around for years before they finally decided to tie the knot. Work has been so hectic, but when Primo said he was coming over to take Kingston somewhere, I tagged along for some much-needed girl time. Now that you're here, we can finally crack open this big-ass bottle of wine I brought along. Journey and I glanced at one another, and Shiloh caught the exchange. Okay, spill. What have I missed? Well, I dropped down in the reclining chair across from them, pulling the latch on the side to release the footrest. I'm pregnant as fuck to start. Her eyes widened. Tell her by who? Journey mused, her lips curling mischievously as Shiloh opened the wine bottle. Hold on. Let me get a hefty amount of this first. She filled 2 glasses, handing one off to Journey before taking her seat. All right, I'm ready now. August Hansen, I revealed, knowing she'd recognize the name. Shiloh gulped half her glass and said, Start from the beginning, and don't leave out any details. I told them everything, except the part about marriage being on the table now. Just say yes, and I'll know when to buy a ring. Life had a way of coming at you fast and hard. Had August and I always been destined to end up here? It sure as hell felt like it. So then why was I so afraid to say yes? How are you two really doing? Shiloh asked, looking between Journey and me. Ah, you know. Journey stood and went into the kitchen. Doing the best I can, I guess. I shrugged and closed my eyes, not wanting to be sad. It only made me sick to my stomach, and I couldn't keep doing that to myself. Okay, I'm picking up vibes here, and because I'm smart, let's talk about something else. I'm glad Primo chose you, I told her, popping one eye to see her face.
I'm glad I chose her too.
Primo chimed in, scaring the hell out of me. I knelt in my chair and peered at him over the genuine leather. Why are you always so light on your feet? He smirked but didn't respond. Instead, he moved his solidly built frame to where Shiloh sat. I watched him relax and beckon her to him with a little chin lift I might have missed had I not been all in their business. Primo and Kingston looked a lot alike, but were two completely different people. I guess they'd inherited the physical features from the father they shared, though neither ever met him. Kingston was the definition of cool, calm, and collected. He carried a gun and had a no-nonsense demeanor. But Primo had a different type of edge to him, and sometimes I wondered if he used to be into some illegal shit. When they found one another about 10 years ago and started piecing together the truth about their past, it bonded them. Those two were best friends, and because they both loved designing, drawing, and building shit, going into business felt like the best move. It worked out.
You good, Corey?
Primo asked, those syrupy brown eyes pinned to me. Yeah. I cleared my throat, just thinking about how you and Kingston came about. He nodded but narrowed his eyes to let me know he knew there was more. I just enjoy the underdogs coming out on top, that's all.
Sounds like someone feels like an underdog right now.
Kingston chimed in, entering the house with 2 reusable grocery bags in hand.
Your man requested I stop by and bring this to you.
I frowned, confused by why everyone was looking at me. Whose man? Journey smacked her lips. Girl, our men are right here, so who else's? I pushed up into a standing position to see what Kingston was talking about. He pulled 2 large food containers from the bags and popped the top on one. Oh, I whispered as I approached the island with a smile. You were talking about August. He made you soup? Shiloh asked, stopping to stand beside me. That smells good. His sister made it for me, actually, but I never got around to trying it. Damn. In the middle of everything he had going on, the man still found time to show he was taking care of me. I really meant something to him, huh?
Chapter 20. August. When Lola arrived, she came with an entourage that I'd expected.
Hey, cousin.
She greeted, bumping my chest with her forehead as she passed. I greeted Leslie next, who went in for another hug, like this morning, sensing I might have needed it. Landon came hobbling in on a crutch, and I shook my head. What kind of life-threatening stunt did you pull to end up with a crutch? He opened his mouth to respond, but his sisters beat him to it, yelling from the kitchen.
He fell down a flight of stairs at work.
I lifted an eyebrow and Landon smirked. Technically, he murmured, only for us to hear. The love of my life bumped me on purpose after I said something not so nice in a work meeting, and I stumbled down a stair or 2. She's very sorry, and I might be pretending like it's more serious than it is to keep her attention. I think she hates me. Yet she's the love of your life. She doesn't know it yet. He adjusted his crutch. But yes. It didn't sound like a joke, but you never knew with Landon. And you decided to keep the charade going around family, too? He smiled, and I turned away from him. Landon enjoyed anything that gave him an adrenaline rush. A woman hating him? Yeah, that was right up his alley. Hey. Landon caught up to me, no longer pretending to be hurt. Lola didn't say what was going on, but I'm here for moral support. Whatever you need. Appreciate that. He stepped in front of me to stop my strides, dipping his head to force me to look at him. We were the same height and shared the same brown eyes Corey said reminded her of whiskey, but that's where the similarities ended. Leslie, Lola, and Landon had their mother's reddish-brown skin and the smattering of freckles on her nose, too. Don't start shutting us out. I know you. The Hanson cousins were raised like siblings. We got one another and confided in each other. But sometimes, like our parents, we pulled away when shit was too much. I'm not, I told him, truthfully. I'm adjusting, not shutting anybody out. He regarded me closely and then went in for a hug. Love you, Og. I enclosed my arms around him. Love you back, Lan.
When you two are done with your little bromance moment, August, I need to see you in the kitchen.
Lola interrupted. It was enough to catch my attention. I don't like the tone of your voice. She was focused on the petition, flipping pages slowly, while the frown on her face deepened by the second.
I figured this is why I'm here. Have you read through it completely?
I shook my head. I wasn't in the right headspace after seeing what it was. Lola sighed, her brows furrowed.
Michigan is one of those states that believe in grandparents having rights.
She explained.
But not to the extent that they'd take custody from a parent who isn't a danger to the child, especially not one with a stable career and supportive family.
I toyed with the baby monitor on the counter, my heart upstairs with January, who was sound asleep.
Have you ever considered that January might not be yours?
She asked, stabbing me in the chest with her question.
And before you start glowering at me, I'm your attorney and not your cousin right now.
I took a deep breath, reminding myself that she was right. It hasn't crossed my mind. She flipped back 2 pages and tapped a section.
Helen Thomas is requesting a paternity test. Here it states that you may not be the biological father, and on those grounds, the custody of the child should be awarded to the maternal grandmother.
The fuck? Before I knew it, laughter had sputtered from my lips. I was a respectful man. My mother would have my head if I even thought of disrespecting a woman, young or old. But Helen had me on edge, ready to spaz the fuck out on her and anybody else who threatened the livelihood of my child. She had called me. I hadn't come looking for a child I didn't know I was having. And as pissed as I am with how Chandra handled her pregnancy, she wouldn't put a kid off on me just for the hell of it. Not after that letter she'd written. She was a lot of things, but a liar wasn't one of them.
Okay, are we laughing because we aren't worried, or are we about to have a mental breakdown? I'm not good with those. I'll call your sisters. They'll know what to do.
I didn't have a chance to stop her, but it was probably best I had them here. My sisters were my lifelines. I would always need them.
So, listen.
Lola started again after ending her call with June.
I know you believe you're sure, but the court is ordering you to take a DNA test.
I nodded. Whatever I have to do.
We'll start there, and then I'm gonna do my job. If you want, she'll never see our girl again.
She looked around.
Speaking of, can we meet her now?
Landon's head shot up from his phone. That's the other reason why I'm here, he said. I want to meet the new member of our family. You've been holding out for weeks. I felt a tinge of remorse for being so anal about visitors, but the feeling dissipated quickly.
I was waiting until after he was done with that diabolical laughter to ask for another peek.
Leslie chimed from in front of the coffee maker.
I didn't get to really take her in this morning.
I waved them off and started toward the stairwell. When no one followed, I turned. Are y'all coming or not? The 3 of them jumped up in tandem, and I chuckled, though deep down inside, I was losing my fucking mind. First custody, and now I'm being led to believe that I took in a baby that isn't even mine. I knew in my heart that January belonged to me. The feeling I'd gotten after seeing her for the first time was that of a father, the need to protect and provide. to guide through life. Helen wasn't taking that from me to quell her grief. Fuck that shit.
Such a beauty.
Leslie cooed, leaning into the crib.
Look at that snout.
I couldn't help the smile that spread across my face. Everyone noticed that nose.
Wow.
Lola mumbled.
This is a handsome baby. I know her with all my heart.
It was as if she'd read my mind. When we Hansons believed something with our hearts, it was always true.
So,
Leslie turned to face me.
the girl you brought with you to the appointment this morning. Corey, right?
I sighed when suddenly all eyes were on me.
A girl?
Lola asked, gaze bright. Landon was too busy staring into the crib in awe, but I knew he was half listening. Yeah, I nodded. Corey is her name. My girlfriend. Or soon-to-be wife, if she'll have me.
So you have a baby and a girlfriend who isn't freaked out by it.
Lola mused softly.
I'd like to know when you got a girlfriend and why we haven't officially met her yet.
Leslie asked. You met her today. She rolled her eyes and I shrugged, taking a step forward after January started to fuss, but Landon beat me to it. He lifted and cradled the back of her head, gently. That's right, little mama. Come to cuz uncle. Lola rolled her eyes, but that smile was apparent. Corey and I aren't new, but our relationship is, I told them, deciding to be honest. We get one another.
She's pretty.
Leslie said, looking at Lola.
Like drop-dead gorgeous. And she's with him.
Lola teased.
Mm.
I think I'm in love, Landon sang, staring down at January like he'd caught a case of baby fever. Me too, I murmured, glancing at Lola.
Which is why I need you to make sure no one can ever take her from me.
She nodded.
I got your back. But to ease your mind, no court will take this petition seriously.
Us Hansons stick together, Landon added. I'll help you smuggle her out the country before that old hag gets her way. From the look in his eyes, he was dead serious. I wondered if Corey would come with us, and then shook the thought away. January and I weren't leaving the country. It wouldn't come to that. Oh, I turned and walked up the hall to my bedroom and into the closet where I'd hidden Chandra's letter. You might need this, I told Lola, handing it to her after I returned. She pulled the piece of paper from the envelope and read over it, her eyes widening before a frown marred her face.
The fuck?
She mumbled, meeting my gaze.
She wrote this?
I nodded. And her mother made sure I received it.
That dumb bitch.
She nodded slowly.
She better hope the judge throws this shit out because I plan to eat her alive.
I smiled. There she was. Lola was a beast of an advocate for her clients, and I trusted her with my life and that of my kid. Knowing that, I had this urge to tell them about the baby with Corey. It was time everyone knew what was coming. I leaned my shoulder against the door frame and crossed my arms, watching them fuss over who got to hold January next. Before I announced this to my parents, I wanted y'all to know that Corey is pregnant. 3 sets of eyes darted in my direction at my confession. It wasn't planned, but we're happy about it. Well, shit, Landon shook his head. Let the rest of us catch up, why don't you?
Not me.
Lola blurted, sounding disgusted by the idea of having her own kids.
I'm still in my prime. You're 31.
Leslie pointed out, earning a glare from her younger sister.
Exactly.
Lola shoved her.
My prime.
I watched them bicker, and all I could think about was January having a slew of cousins and siblings to do this with later in life. There was nothing like family, especially ours. Later that night, after my sisters came to crash the party and then made their exit with everyone else a few hours later, I called Corey. She answered right away, and I immediately noticed the head on her chest, sleeping soundly. "Hey, angel face," I greeted, earning a megawatt smile from her. Sleeping Beauty wouldn't let you leave her presence, huh? Corey brushed her fingers through Callie's hair.
Practically threw herself at me when I announced I was heading home. I couldn't leave after that.
I nodded, understanding that her family was still grieving and probably would continue to for a while.
You should know that June's soup was a hit. Thank you.
Don't thank me. I know I got shit going on, but you're always on my mind. I closed my eyes briefly. I miss you. Our gazes met, and I knew she missed me too, without ever having to hear the words.
I miss you back.
She dropped her gaze.
How'd everything go with Lola?
I sighed. The court is ordering I take a paternity test, I told her. Helen is basically saying that January isn't mine, but I know she is. Corey dropped her head back, bottom lip tucked between her teeth.
You know what I hope for?
She asked, still looking away from the camera. What's that?
I hope that a year from now, the dark clouds hovering over us are long gone. I hope we get to be happy and in love with ourselves, each other, and the family we're building. I want to wake up and smile first thing in the morning because I'm grateful for the life God has afforded me.
She pulled the phone to her face, revealing teary eyes.
I'm not there yet, but I figured speaking it aloud wouldn't hurt.
Fuck. She was breaking my heart, but giving me a sense of hope all at once. I rolled over in bed and turned the camera so she could see who was sharing the space with me.
Oh, hey, Snowflake.
She cooed softly.
Seems like she's settling in much better.
Yeah. I rested my finger in her little palm, and she squeezed it. Seems so. I flipped the camera back and stared at Corey, missing her even more now that we were on the phone. Do you want to know what I hope for? I asked, finally finding the words I'd been searching for.
Sharing is caring.
A year from now, I hope to be married to my soulmate. I hope she sees every day how much I adore her through my actions and that our children see it too. I want to wake up looking forward to her smiling face because it'll be the highlight of my day. I want peace and calm, but with the chaos 2 kids will bring, maybe more if it's in the cards, I hope to have that with you. I want that with you, no one else. We stared at one another. No words needed to express how in sync we were with our wants. She was it for me, and I had proof. Her actions since the day I told her about January were all I'd needed to figure it out.
I love you, August.
She whispered.
I wish I had the patience to tell you that to your face, but I can't hold it in anymore. I'm in love with you.
Nothing could have prepared me for those 3 words. This had been a long time coming. Our feelings were new, but our circumstances sped up the process. I knew what being in love felt like. At least I'd thought so, until she came along and showed me what I'd been missing out on all these years. This was a different kind of love, the all-consuming kind. I wasn't pouring from an empty cup anymore. She filled me up without having to take from herself. I love you, Corey. I murmured back, admiring the smile lifting the corners of her mouth. You have no idea how much I love your smile, especially when it reaches your eyes. We sat in our feelings for a moment, and I realized I'd gotten my answer. Corey Mitchell was absolutely worth standing in the silence at 4 a.m. while sharing a cup of coffee. Even the mornings, I couldn't help but make her whimper my name. She was worth 1,000 of those. More if I have my way.
Chapter 21. Corey. You're here! I couldn't believe who was sitting on my doorstep when I arrived, but it made me unabashedly happy.
We missed you.
August pointed to January, who was wide awake in her carrier, eyes moving rapidly as she took in her surroundings.
I'm actually off to see my parents, but when you said you were on your way home, I decided to stop by and wait for you.
I walked up to him with my arms out, and he stood, allowing me to bury myself in his warmth. I was full with him around. He filled me up in ways no man ever had. I'm so happy to see you. I looked up, my fingers digging into his back. Last night,
You told me you were in love with me.
our eyes danced. I'm so in love with you, August Hansen. You have no idea. My heart raced in anticipation. He'd reciprocated his love last night, but something about hearing it with his arms wrapped around me was different. It made me giddy inside.
I have an idea. I feel what you feel.
He guided my head to his chest and squeezed me tight.
I'm head over heels in love with you, Corey Mitchell.
He dropped his hand from the back of my head and slipped it between us, placing it against my heart and stomach.
We created something beautiful together, and whether planned or not, I'm grateful.
Little gurgling noises from January startled me before I could respond, and August laughed.
Yo, she started doing that shit this morning, and I almost had a heart attack. Leslie won't let me live that frantic call down. She had to remind me that it wasn't the first time I dealt with a baby and should know the sound by heart.
I pulled away and smiled up at him. She's happy, content. He nodded.
Yeah, apparently so.
August leaned in, and I met him halfway, eager to feel his lips on mine. His confidence had skyrocketed, and I loved that for him. August had no reason to be insecure about his parenting skills because no new parent miraculously got it right the first time. He was doing an amazing job. Come inside for a minute, I suggested after pulling away to catch my breath, but not wanting them to leave yet. It's getting a little cold out. I want to warm you two up before you go. Michigan hadn't gotten the memo that spring had sprung. The winds were stronger than ever, with some of that winter chill lingering.
We have a little time to spare.
He said, picking up the car seat as I started toward the front door.
Even if we didn't, I still wouldn't have said no.
I chuckled and stepped into my place after unlocking the door. As I silenced the alarm, August maneuvered himself past me, grazing my ass with the tips of his fingers along the way. You did that on purpose, I accused, smirking in his direction. August kept moving down the hall into the living room, ignoring my accusation. He set the carrier on the coffee table, unbuckled January, and placed her against his chest.
Kinda hard to keep my hands off you when you're wearing those leggings,
He said, slowly dropping his gaze.
I want to take you on a date.
Our eyes met, and I tipped my head. You went from talking about my leggings to asking me on a date. He smiled.
Only spoke what came to mind.
I see. I walked toward him and balanced myself on the tips of my toes. What do you have in mind? I kissed January's cheek and then played the staring game while she got acclimated to my face. I'd read a long time ago that babies like to make eye contact with people more than random objects at a month old.
I want you for an entire day.
A whole day of adventures, I asked, glancing up at him.
A whole day.
He confirmed. I nodded and met January's wandering eyes again. Her face was filling out, cheeks protruding in the cutest way as she grew into her chubbiness. I'd love to spend a day with you.
Next Saturday. We'll start with breakfast and work our way to dinner.
I brushed my nose against January's and then adjusted her cotton zip-up jacket with the unicorn on the front. She had a pair of matching bottoms with a horn stitched into the bud. I won't keep you any longer. I took a step back and leveled my feet to the floor. I'm sure your parents are excited to see her, and I'm having dinner with my friend Bia here in a few hours. Lately, I've been distant, so we have to talk. It was time for me to open up to someone other than family. Plus, I trusted Bia.
I guess we're both making announcements today.
He fastened January in her seat and pulled me into him.
I'm telling my parents about us and the baby. I told Leslie and her siblings, Lola and Landon, last night.
I pressed my forehead against his chest as he stroked my back. We're making it more real now, I whispered. I'm scared. He tightened his hold on me.
I don't know if it'll make you feel better, but I'm scared too.
It felt nice to hear him express it to me openly. Okay. I backed away and swiped my clammy hands down my leggings. You have to go, or I'll beg you to stay. He chuckled a little and shook his head.
I'm not opposed to hearing you beg, but we'll discuss that later.
I crossed my legs to stop the insistent thumping coming from my pussy. He turned me on without doing much.
I'll go, but we'll talk later, okay?
I nodded and followed him to the door, watching from the top step as he neared his truck parked on the street and then strapped January's seat in. FaceTime like always, I called, earning a wink and head nod. He walked to the driver's side door but stood there, eyeing me over the hood.
I love you.
August said, his voice carrying. And I love you. We stared at one another for a while before he slipped into the driver's seat and drove away. I missed him already, and he likely hadn't hit the stop sign at the end of the block yet. He was part of me now. I touched my stomach and smiled. In so many ways. So, Bia eyed me from across the counter, a glass of wine in hand. You aren't drinking. I removed the fresh salmon fillets from the pan, grateful the smell hadn't sent me under. As I laid them atop the kale salad Bia made, my mouth watered. August would be happy to hear that I'd eaten something of substance. Shaking thoughts of him away, I glanced at my friend. Not for another 7-ish months, I confessed. Or more if I decide to breastfeed. Her eyes widened while my mind started on a journey of reminding me the benefits of breastfeeding. But did I really want my nipples raw? Or the pain that could come from clogged ducts? Nope. Are you saying you're pregnant? I nodded and turned toward the stove. Very much so. I spun back with my homemade garlic butter and smiled. I'm happy, but nervous and scared and so fucking unprepared. I picked up our plates and moved toward the nook in my kitchen. Well, first, congratulations, she said, eyes still bright with surprise. You've been through a lot recently, so I'm happy to hear you're happy about something. Bia slid into a chair, and I set a plate in front of her before doing the same for myself. I'm starving, I mumbled, closing my eyes to say a prayer and forking a good amount of salmon and kale. I nodded. So damn good. As silence loomed around us, I looked up with a mouthful to find Bia watching me curiously. What? I set my fork down and touched my mouth. Is there something on my face? Bia shook her head. Sorry. No, that isn't it. I watched the expression on her face go from stoic to shock, and then sadness right before my eyes. She blinked rapidly, but nothing stopped the tears she'd been trying to keep inside from falling. Bia covered her mouth and looked away. Bia, honey. I slid my chair back to get to her. What's going on? What happened? I turned her chair toward me and kneeled, my eyes burning with tears as Bia's sobs grew louder. She leaned into me, and I held her as tight as possible while softly praying for her peace of mind. Had I been so wrapped up in my own shit that I missed being there for my friend when she needed someone? The thought of that broke my heart because she'd been there for me when my mother passed, offering more than just her condolences. Slowly, her shoulders ceased their shaking, and the sobs stopped. I waited until she was ready to speak, and eventually, she found her voice. I'm so sorry, she apologized, pulling away to wipe her face. This isn't about me. Let's eat and forget this happened. I stood and entered the living room to grab the new box of Kleenex I'd placed there right before she arrived. Once Bea had the box, I slid into the seat beside her. There's no way I can forget that, I told her gently. You can talk to me, you know. I'm so sorry I missed the signs that you were struggling. I'm really good at hiding how I'm feeling, she said, red-rimmed eyes meeting mine. Don't apologize. I chose to suffer alone. You had so much going on already, and I needed time to process what happened to me. She looked away and sighed. Your news brought the tears out of me. I hadn't cried until now. This is so fucked up because I'm happy. Her eyes found mine again. I'm happy for you genuinely. I nodded because it never crossed my mind that she wasn't. My chest tightened a little after a few seconds of silence, something deep inside me understanding where this was going. Do you remember the car accident from high school? It wasn't an event I could forget. Bea and her parents were on their way from visiting her maternal grandparents in Ohio in the middle of winter. Though her father had been driving as carefully as possible, their car hit a patch of black ice and flipped 4 times. You had emergency surgery to stop internal bleeding in your pelvis. She gave me a watery smile. Your memory has always been on point. That surgery changed my life, and because of it, keeping a pregnancy to term has been non-existent. Brian and I broke up after the 3rd miscarriage recently. He doesn't want someone. Her shoulders shook, but she recovered quickly. Someone broken. Oh, Bea. I reached for her hands. You aren't broken. And fuck Brian Sylvester. I'll chop him in the throat the next time I see him for putting that on you. There's always a method to the madness, and I know saying that doesn't help what you're feeling right now. But God has a plan. I stroked her fingers with my thumbs. Jesus, Bea. Don't deal with this alone anymore. I'm here. She wrapped her fingers around mine and squeezed. I really need a friend, so thank you for that. I stood and pulled her into my arms. You're special, Bea Richardson, and I'm grateful to have you as my friend. So grateful to have you, she muttered back. We found an easy rhythm again after that emotional moment, filling one another in on the happenings of our lives recently. I scraped my plate clean, then went for more kale salad. You're definitely pregnant. I've never seen you eat so fast before. I chuckled and then stuffed my mouth, chewing slowly to savor the taste. I haven't been able to keep anything down, I told her after swallowing. August was getting a little worried, so I'm happy to regain my appetite, even if it's only for a little while. Bea regarded me closely and then gasped. Oh my God, she exclaimed, lips spreading into a knowing grin. August is the guy who came to see you at the conservatory last year. My skin heated at her realization. Mm-hmm, I hummed. We've been under each other since, and now this. I pointed my fork at my stomach. He also has a daughter. Really? How old? She hit the month-old mark recently. Bea's eyes widened, but the frown on her face spoke volumes. Were you two? I shook my head. We weren't exclusive, but he hasn't dealt with anyone else since we met. I didn't actually know if that was true, but something told me it was. Bea's frown deepened. His ex didn't tell him she was pregnant, I explained, probably sounding like I was being manipulated by a fuckboy. It's been kinda crazy in my life lately. I omitted the part about Chandra being gone and her mother fighting for custody. We'd had enough emotional conversations for the day. But you're happy with August and everything else? That's all that matters here. I nodded without needing to think about it. He's everything, Bea. I want you to meet him soon to see for yourself. As if he'd known I was talking about him, my phone vibrated on the counter with a text from August.
My parents are officially inviting you and your family to Sunday dinner next week. You down?
Any plans for next Sunday? I asked Bea while typing my reply. I'm down.
Chapter 22. August. I hadn't told Corey that I'd officially been served Saturday after she left, making Helen's petition valid. The hired processor had been confused when I asked why I needed to be served twice, and after explaining that the person petitioning the court brought them herself, he schooled me on something that left me angrier than before. Helen hadn't needed to come and drop off those papers. She wanted to. In fact, because she was the reason for the custody hearing, she couldn't serve me at all.
I'll have a word with that hussy soon.
My mother barked, tossing the papers on the coffee table.
Real soon.
My father sat silently beside her, trying to get January to stand on his thighs. Instead of stretching her legs, she kept them bent inward but kicked every now and again in glee.
Ma, do you really want to end up in front of the Honorable Judge Paula Hansen again?
June asked, her lips curling into a smile.
Last time you got a little rowdy and ended up in custody, she threatened to lock you up for a week if she ever saw you again.
June was playing with fire and knew it. Our mother had no qualms about giving somebody a piece of her mind and sometimes fists. It hadn't happened in a while, but she wasn't against making it happen. She was fierce, especially about the girls and me.
June Hansen, now is not the time.
She warned, her fiery gaze giving me chills.
Furthermore, Judge Hansen can kiss my ass too. She knows what's up.
Dad snorted and said, "My sister already doesn't like coming to events because she's scared of you. Ending up in her courtroom will only give her ideas, like using her power to send you to jail."
Aunt Paula is a little snooty.
Tem murmured as she entered the living room with a warmed bottle in hand.
But she's not like that with us. Ma just likes to intimidate people for fun.
There had always been bad blood between our mom and Dad's oldest sister, Paula. She'd been protective of him, their other 6 siblings, and the family business growing up. Once my mother entered the picture, Aunt Paula quickly learned that not everybody would take her shit. Something about a fight and 13 stitches put her in her place once and for all. "We're getting off track," I cut in. "This is happening whether you put hands on her or not, and for the record, I'd rather you not. After everything is settled, feel free to do as you please, but I can't put January at risk." My mother's eyes softened as she nodded. "All I need from you 5, I met eyes with my sisters and then my parents, is your support. That's it." "You have that without ever having to ask," Dad chimed in, his gaze on January as she sucked down her bottle in his arms. "There's something else I need to talk to the both of you about," I continued, snatching my eyes away from my little girl. "I've been dating someone." They glanced at one another, sharing an intimate conversation between husband and wife. I could feel my sister's gazes lingering on me, but refused to take my eyes off our parents. "Is it serious?" Dad asked, as they gave me their undivided attention again. "You would only be telling us if it were serious." I nodded. She went to January's first appointment with me. My mother leaned in, regarding me closely.
There's still something missing from this confession. Spill it.
I smiled, and my sisters chuckled. There hadn't been a chance of me getting one over on Adrena Hansen. "In about 7 months, you'll be a grandmother of 2. She frowned, but I knew it was because my words weren't fully registering.
The person you've been dating
She said, more to herself than me.
is pregnant with your baby. About 2 months along.
July whistled and said,
Okay, Mom, with the math skills.
It earned her a death glare, but she looked proud of herself regardless. "Yeah, you got it right," I nodded. "And I want y'all to accept her openly because she means a lot to me. More than a lot." "You love her," my father stated. It wasn't a question. He knew it to be true without needing my confirmation, but I answered anyway. deeply. For a while, no one spoke, but then Mom did a weird squeal and jumped up.
Oh, August?
She cooed, pulling me up from my seat to hug me.
You have no idea how happy I am to hear this.
She was talking like I'd announced an engagement, but the joy seeping from her made me smile. Ma, don't.
Tell me more about her.
She cut in, leaving me no room to finish my statement.
From the look on your sisters' faces, I know they've met her already.
On accident, I mumbled, dropping down in the reclining chair after she released me. Her name is Corey, and she's a zoologist. She was brilliant and beautiful. Soft, but never a pushover. Corey was so many things, and I adored her for them.
We didn't know that.
June chimed in.
What animal does she work with?
Not lions. I smirked in her direction, thinking about the big cat I'd adopted on her behalf for our birthday in a few months. Penguins. That still seemed to pique her interest, and I wouldn't put it past June to visit the conservatory soon. How about you invite her to Sunday dinner? Dad suggested, earning nods all around. It was an easy yes for me, but with stipulations. Kingston is her brother-in-law, I told them. That's how we met. His wife, Journey, is her sister, and they recently lost their mother. It's still fresh. So, if you're cool with it, I'd like to extend that invitation to the entire family. Mom's eyes were watery by the time I finished my request. She was a badass softie. I'm sure they could use some love from you, Ma, I added, needing her to understand.
Of course, August.
She wiped the free-falling tears away and took Dad's hand after he reached for her in support.
We'll eat in the big dining room.
I saw her mentally planning the menu and grabbed my phone to text Corey. She wrote back immediately, accepting the invitation. For a short moment, I was happy. Life was starting to take shape, and I needed that. But eventually my eyes landed on the custody petition, and reality set in. Nothing would be okay until Helen was taken care of. Pops, do you mind keeping January for an hour? I need to make a run. He gave me an odd look, but nodded. Thanks. I stood. I won't be long. Before anyone could question me, I got out of Dodge and drove across town to Helen Thomas's home. She and I needed to talk face to face, and it would be the first and only time I tried to appeal to her. When I arrived, she stood outside talking to Chandra's godsister, Monique. Both turned as I exited my truck. Monique, I greeted as I approached. You good? She shrugged, her dark eyes taking me in.
Good as I can be.
She replied,
What are you doing here?
I'm not here for you. I stopped in front of Helen, and she took a step back. I need to know why you're trying to take my daughter from me. Her gaze moved past me, and then she looked down.
What is he talking about, Auntie?
Monique asked, moving around me to stand next to Helen.
You need to leave.
She said, ignoring our questions.
Whatever you got to say can be done in court.
I stared at her for a minute, taking in her puffy eyes, barely combed hair, and baggy clothes. She looked as if she'd lost a lot of weight, too. Are you eating? I asked, lifting my gaze to meet hers. Taking care of yourself. She didn't respond, but it was all the answer I needed. Do you think taking January from me will suddenly make the pain go away? You think she'll make you want to get out of bed in the morning? I leaned forward and dropped my head to be eye to eye with her. Helen, nothing will bring Chandra back. Doing the exact opposite of her wishes won't bring her back. The only thing you'll accomplish is losing a chance to be part of January's life.
Auntie, leave.
She shouted, stumbling backward before stepping toward the front door.
The both of you.
She slammed the door and Monique sighed.
I'm sorry, August.
she said, turning to me.
I knew she was struggling, but I didn't think it was this bad.
I glanced at Monique, irritated with her presence.
Chandra made it clear to us that she wanted you to have January. Didn't you get the papers she signed? At least, I think she got around to signing them.
I brushed a hand down my face, frustrated all over again. What papers?
She had papers drawn up to give up her parental rights.
She released a shaky breath.
I don't know how it works or if she had to wait until after the baby was born to make it official, but she's been unequivocal about you taking custody.
I frowned. All I got was a letter she'd written. Monique's eyes widened, and then she glanced at the front door.
I don't think Helen will let me in to look through some of Chandra's things, but here's the lawyer she used to do it.
She pulled her phone out and scrolled through her contacts.
Barton Brown. I don't know if he'll be allowed to talk to you, but his office is in Royal Oak.
I felt my phone vibrate in my pocket and knew it was her. What else did she say during her pregnancy? Monique tipped her head toward the driveway, and I followed, noticing a shift in the blinds as we migrated away from the front of the house.
I begged her to tell you, but she had her mind made up.
Made up about what? Not wanting me to be there.
No.
She shook her head.
About not wanting you to see the life leave her eyes every day. I didn't want to believe she wouldn't make it, but she'd been convinced.
Chandra had been selfish, and there wasn't anything anyone could say to change my mind. All she had to do was make one phone call, and instead, she left me to pick up the pieces without time to prepare, not once thinking of what it would do to me and our daughter, especially when she was old enough to ask questions.
I have to go, but I really am sorry about Helen.
Monique said, walking between our cars.
Everything will work out. I'll even give a statement if you need it.
I nodded and moved around my truck to the driver's side. I'd appreciate that. I opened my door just as Monique called out to me.
I know Chandra didn't want to be a mother, and that might have meant none of us could be in January's life if she were here.
She sighed.
But she isn't here, and I want to be a part of that little girl's life, only if it's all right with you. There won't be no love lost if it isn't, just as long as you tell her about me when she's old enough to decide who she wants in her life.
I took a second to think about what she was saying, though I knew my answer to her request. None of them had asked for this. You need to be consistent, I said. Either you're in her life or you aren't. There's no in between.
I'm in all the way. Thank you, August.
She gave me one last look and slid into her car, which prompted me to do the same. As I drove away, I thought about how I hadn't accomplished anything. Thanks a fucking lot, Chandra.
Chapter 23. Corey. Look, I lifted my shirt after August closed his bedroom door. This happened so fast. I looked it up. It's apparently normal. He took measured steps toward me, his eyes on my stomach. It had rounded out in the last 5 days. We'd seen one another every day this week, but today we were alone. January was with her grandparents until Sunday, giving August and me the weekend to have a date and then some.
It's beautiful.
He murmured, lowering himself in front of me.
How do you feel?
He caressed the bump while placing soft kisses all over that went straight to my pussy. I was so goddamn horny my bones ached. I rested my hands atop his head as he slowly began to peel my cotton shorts from my body. Like I might be in heat. He chuckled against my skin and looked up at me, his fingers dancing along my inner thigh.
I've been neglectful.
He mused, eyes turning molten right before mine.
Never again.
August wrapped his arms around me and pulled my pussy into his mouth. With his gaze lifted and on me, he slid his tongue along my slit until it connected with my clit. I threw my head back, grateful for his tight hold on me. Yes, baby. I shuddered against him as he feasted on me like no other time before. My mouth began to water, and suddenly, I wanted nothing more than to devour him whole, to feel his dick tapping the back of my throat while I took it like a big girl.
Uh-uh.
He grumbled, teeth grazing my clit. Sparks shot up my back, and I tried pulling away again, needing so badly to taste him on my tongue. He lifted my left leg on his shoulder instead of giving in to my silent request. I couldn't fight the feeling spreading throughout my core, so I stayed put, chasing the high only he could provide. Grabbing the back of his head, I rolled my pussy into his mouth. Bite it, I begged, wanting to feel those sparks and let them take me over the edge. August gave me what I wanted, scraping my clit gently with his teeth before rolling it between them with more pressure. My body lit up from the friction. Oh, fuck. He must have taken that as a good sign because the most delicious mixture of pain and pleasure surged through me as he bit down harder on the sensitive nub. My body careened forward as I came, leaving me unsteady on my feet. August caught me as he laughed. Cocky bastard. Rightfully so. Once I caught just enough breath to make a move on him, I went for it. August didn't question my motives as I led him to the bed and pushed his body down. He fell back and watched me through low lids as I dropped to the floor between his thighs.
Love you down there.
He murmured, pushing his fingers into my mane. I smirked and pulled at his basketball shorts while admiring the way his dick stood up in them. You can't keep it from me for so long anymore. I marveled at its length, brushing my fingers down the underside as I swiped the pre-cum away with my tongue. You just can't. He hissed as I engulfed his penis until my mouth was full. I looked into his eyes and then went to work, never breaking eye contact and appreciating his sheer determination to keep his eyes on me.
Fuck, woman.
He thrust his hips forward, connecting the tip of his dick with the back of my throat.
Mm-hmm.
I loved the way he looked at me as I took him a little further down my throat without gagging. He pushed up and cupped my face before fucking it slowly.
You look beautiful like this.
My eyes watered, and my pussy wouldn't stop thumping. Goodness, I love this man.
Open up, angel face.
I opened wide while playing with my pussy, and he lost it, stroking my slick mouth with vigor. My chest burned with need. I couldn't get enough of him. With my face still in his hands, dick buried in my mouth, August stood and leaned my body backward.
I want it right down your throat.
He groaned, hardening as he came. His moans drove me through a wall and over the edge into pure bliss. I'd been so far gone that I missed him lifting me from the floor until his lips were against mine, uncaring of the mess we'd made covering my mouth and chin.
I fucking love you.
I love you so much. I dropped my forehead to his chest and took deep breaths. I need more. This baby had heightened my sex drive by astronomical numbers. There wasn't anything I could do but beg for the dick, and I held no qualms about it. Please. I lifted my head to find him staring down at me, lust and love and something unrecognizable dancing in his whiskey browns. I need you to fuck me. He chuckled, and I'd been so focused on how it dripped seduction that him spinning and bending me over right where we stood caught me off guard. The shock lasted for only a second, before my pussy gushed in excitement.
Hold your ankles.
He demanded, slipping his dick between my wet pussy lips while gripping my ass.
Spread them.
He kicked my legs until I was just as he wanted me. Everything felt exposed, but I didn't mind because I knew the look in his eyes would have me blushing.
Hold on tight.
He slammed into me, and I shook from the impact, propelling forward but not getting far.
No running.
He withdrew and surged forward again.
Take it like the slut I know you are.
You're a slut, I whimpered, rocking back to meet his relentless strokes. Don't stop. He fucked me like I was a nasty slut, to be exact. slapping and gripping my ass as he tugged me deeper into him. I could feel him in my stomach and chest, filling me up just like I needed.
Good ass pussy.
He growled, pressing his thumb into my ass. I shuddered, allowing myself to succumb, to submit to his every whim. August could fuck me every which way from Sunday, call me all kinds of sluts while stroking my pussy, and would still go back to treating me with care after. I trusted him wholeheartedly. August, I can't, I cried. I can't. It was too much. My entire body buzzed, echoing loudly in my ears as I did exactly what I thought I couldn't.
That's my good girl.
August praised, slowing his strokes but keeping the pace steady.
Use this time wisely. I'm not finished yet.
God, yes. Hours later, we were both thoroughly fucked but wide awake. I was positioned vertically in the middle of the bed, while August was horizontal with his head in my lap. His arms were in the air with the family-sized bag of Skittles between his fingers. Red is the best color, I mused, popping 3 in my mouth. Unless it's the sour kind. Then, blue.
I'll take all the reds from the new bag I bought and put them in this one for you after we empty it.
I wasn't surprised. He would literally do anything for me, even without me having to ask. What if we're having a boy? Do you want a junior? He lifted up on his elbows and glanced at me.
Haven't thought about it.
He said honestly.
I think I'd want our son to have his own identity.
He laid back again and dug in the Skittles bag.
What do you think?
That he'd be proud to have his dad's name. I caught the curve in his lips before he scolded.
What about if it's a girl?
He asked, throwing the question back at me.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's the outcome. My family is run by women. The men are outnumbered.
Have I ever told you my favorite holiday?
Nah, but tell me now.
I smiled, thinking about pumpkins, fall weather, scary movies, and candy galore. Trick-or-treating, which I only stopped doing at 21, but resumed when Callie was old enough to go and really enjoy it. Halloween. It was kind of funny that our baby's due date fell close to the spooky holiday.
You know,
He chuckled.
that doesn't surprise me for some reason.
If we have a daughter, I mused, feeling wistful. I want to name her October. He was silent for a while, but eventually filled the space around us with his deep baritone again.
You want to keep the tradition going?
He asked softly.
My sisters decided a long time ago they wouldn't give their kids calendar names. I understand why, but I always wanted it for mine.
I want to inherit your traditions, August. I want to mix them with mine while we create our own.
So, you want to do life with me?
Yeah, our eyes met, and we smiled at one another. I want to do life with you.
January will grow up thinking you're her mother.
I nodded. How do we approach that when she's old enough to know? Do you want her to know about Chandra? He sighed.
I don't have a choice, but I wouldn't keep that from her even if I did. What's done in the dark always comes to light, and I couldn't stomach her finding out and then hating me for it.
I moved to lie beside him. He cuddled me, dragging my body damn near atop his.
She didn't want her. How am I supposed to explain that?
You'll follow her lead and answer her questions honestly. She'll appreciate you more even if the truth hurts her a little. My mom was big on honesty. I want us to be that way with our girls. Our girls had a nice ring to it. I was team girl. August dropped his chin atop my head and held me tighter.
Thank you for accepting her.
He said, voice thick with emotion.
I almost walked away from you because I didn't think you'd be able to.
I thought of the day I buried my mother, how he'd shown up at my place afterward and wasn't like himself. I knew it when you came to me that day. You were being...
Weird.
He finished, making me laugh. Yeah, but I hadn't foreseen the reason behind it. Nothing could have prepared me for that news. His fingers drifted to my stomach,
Do you think this happened so we couldn't push each other away?
I think I would have given you space and then found a way to invade your privacy. I told him, my obsession with you started well before you got me pregnant. I don't regret any of this. August didn't need to respond because the way he curled his body into mine was response enough. He appreciated my words, and I pray he believed me. We were tangled in silence for a while, breathing in sync until my stomach growled and startled me.
We need to rectify that.
August declared, pulling us apart.
I just stocked up on groceries.
He climbed out of bed, pulled his shirt off, and tossed it to me. I brought it to my nose and sighed in contentment. Though he'd been off work for a couple of weeks, he still smelled of honey, brown sugar, and bourbon. I'm keeping this. I slipped it on my body. Love how good you smell all the time. He winked and pulled a pair of basketball shorts on, sans his briefs.
Come on, angel face.
He beckoned.
Let me feed you and my baby.
He pulled me from the room with him and down into the kitchen.
What do you want now that you can stomach more?
Bacon. I leaned against the counter as he busied himself, grabbing pans and ingredients from the fridge. The bacon came only after he grabbed eggs, a container of diced green onions, shredded cheese, and mushrooms. He moved with ease and the comfort of being in the kitchen more often than not, and his was state-of-the-art from the flooring to the appliances. What are we doing tomorrow? I asked, mind suddenly on our all-day date. August glanced at me, smirked, and then returned to slicing open the packet of center-cut bacon. I guess that meant I had to wait and find out.
Chapter 24. August. Were you able to get a hold of the lawyer? I asked Lola after sneaking out of my bedroom while Corey slept. We'd been up all night just living in one another's skin, and I knew she was tired.
No one answered the phone number you were given, but after a quick Google search, I was able to find his office information and drove over there yesterday.
I chuckled, shaking my head. After Monique had sent over Barton Brown's information, I sent it directly to Lola.
She would have had my head
If I tried doing her job by contacting him myself. That was last Sunday, and she'd only been able to get in touch with the man on Thursday. What did he say?
Chandra never got around to signing the papers, and because of that, no court will validate them.
She said, her tone cautious.
But she did have a will, and in it, you were named. Barton stated that you were next on his list of people to get in contact with about her estate.
I leaned against the counter, needing something to hold me up while I listened. I don't want anything from her.
That isn't up to us lawyers, August. You need to meet with him and see what she had to say. It could stop this custody bullshit once and for all.
I took a deep breath and rubbed my temples.
I know this is a lot.
Lola went on, going from lawyer to cousin.
I hate it for you, but the quicker you handle it, the faster I can end this. This is why I scheduled you to meet with Barton on Monday afternoon.
All right, I agreed, though I had no choice. Just send over where the office is.
Will do.
Lola chuckled.
I have to go, but be prepared for dinner tomorrow. Your mom just sent virtual invites.
I growled, and the last thing I heard from Lola was hearty laughter before the call ended.
Are you okay?
Corey asked from behind me as she rested her head on my back. I hadn't heard her come down, but her presence helped to quell my irritation. That was Lola, I told her. Chandra had a will, and I guess I was in it. Also, my mother made an invitation for dinner tomorrow. I'm sorry in advance. Her face vibrated against my back as she laughed.
I didn't realize this until now.
She moved to stand beside me and leaned into the counter.
But you are such a grump.
I had no idea why, but I smiled. Have I ever been grumpy with you? She shook her head, eyes peering into mine.
No, but I bet if I asked some of your family tomorrow, they'd agree.
I straightened and grabbed her waist, lifting her on the counter and stepping between her legs. If you engage them, they'll never leave you alone, I warned. Every event, you'll be on their radar. Corey's eyes lit up, and I laughed.
That's right up your alley, huh?
She tipped her head in thought while securing her fingers at the base of my neck.
Do you think I can garner enough support for a trivia night if I pretend not to mind being on their radar at future events?
She asked, looking determined.
There has to be someone in that big old family of yours who knows random things, like how a flock of birds is called a colony.
I kissed her nose and then her lips. You can play trivia with me, I offered, stepping back after mentally deciding to start our day with French toast. I could feel Corey's gaze as I moved around the kitchen.
What random things do you know? Something you think I wouldn't?
I had my answer right away. Whiskey is Gaelic for water of life. Different versions of whiskey are called expressions.
Okay, baby daddy. You've earned yourself a place in my trivia brigade.
Who else is in it?
Me and you.
She laughed.
I made it up just now.
My cousin Landon. I turned toward the counter after accumulating all the ingredients I'd need. He's an engineer. I vote him in. Corey nodded.
I'll test his skills tomorrow.
She murmured to herself.
Hey.
I glanced at her.
You are okay with this, right? Me meeting your people?
I frowned. Yeah, I asked because I want you there. She threw her hands up in surrender, a sultry smile pulling at her lips.
Don't go all macho man on me.
She teased, batting her lashes.
Actually, no. Keep it up.
I stared, trying to figure out what was different about her today. You're happy, I said once it hit me. I don't think I've heard you spout a random fact or show interest in trivia since...
Today, I feel more like myself than I have in weeks.
She admitted.
I woke up and smiled, and I hope it lasts.
I set the whisk in my hand down and went to her, pushing her thighs apart to fill the space between them. It's you and me, I murmured into her mouth before taking her lips.
Mm-hmm.
She moaned, wrapping one leg around my waist.
You and me.
I pulled away before shit could get too hot and heavy. We have an agenda, I said, ignoring the pout on her face. I'm going to feed us and then fuck you in the shower nice and slow. Her pout disappeared immediately.
And after that?
You'll see when we get there. We'll dress comfortably and pack something for dinner.
Pack?
I tossed her a look. That's what I said. She smirked and looked away while mumbling.
Keep talking to me like that and all?
You're what? I challenged. Her dark gaze slid in my direction, lust dripping from it.
I'll beg you to stay in bed and fuck all day.
She replied, silkily.
I know how much you can't resist me when I beg.
Busted. She could have her way without begging, but I wouldn't tell her that. Not when it was my favorite reason for giving in to her. Instead of responding, I continued making our breakfast. We had all day to circle back.
My ankles are swelling a little.
Corey propped her sock feet on the dashboard as I merged onto I-94 going east.
Ugh, I'm gonna look like a blowfish soon.
The cutest fucking blowfish, I mused, smiling as she swatted at me playfully.
You aren't one of those types who suddenly become unattracted to his woman after she has his baby because she doesn't look like the woman he met, right?
She knew the fucking answer to that question. My actions always spoke louder than my words. In fact, the most I ever talked had been with Corey. She brought a version of me out that only the person God had intended for me could. You don't take me as that kind of man. Act like you know, I said. gently squeezing her knee before settling my hand between her warm thighs. But to reassure you, I'm not the type. I was raised by a gentleman. I have a mother, aunts, cousins, and sisters I adore. If any of them ever came to me about their significant other complaining of their body after they'd carry that nigga's baby, I'd make him disappear. Holding another man's actions to that standard, but not my own, would make me the worst kind of man. She was silent for a while, and I let her be, hoping she believed me. Her body was beautiful, and I was in awe of her every time I saw a difference from the pregnancy. Women were magical creatures, but this woman, she was my magical creature.
I know.
She murmured after a while.
I don't know what made me ask that.
You asked because you're a human being with feelings and insecurities, the same as me. Whether aware or not, I'll validate them when asked, and even when you don't. That's how important you are to me. She had me wrapped around her finger. But more than that, Corey had my heart. I took her hand and laced our fingers together. We're taking a behind-the-scenes tour at Sea Life. I told her, glancing over just in time to watch her eyes widen.
You listened to me.
She brought our hands to her mouth and kissed my fingers.
Thank you for always hearing me.
Corey acted as if she had no clue how obsessed I was with her. I heard everything she said to me, no matter what she was saying. There wasn't a detail I couldn't remember, including her love for all kinds of animals. Elephants first, penguins and big cats second. She liked the water and had spent endless hours telling me about the species no one had ever heard of. Sea Life was the largest aquarium in the state of Michigan, and it happened to be less than an hour's drive away. With over 10 exhibits and more than 250 species housed in the 150 gallons of water, we had a lot of ground to cover. I had my heart set on the interactive touch pool. My inner child bounced on his toes in anticipation to touch a starfish.
Oh my goodness.
Corey gasped, drawing my eyes off the road briefly to see her knowing smirk trained in my direction.
You're excited about being here too.
I smirked and focused forward. Guilty, I admitted. You bring the kid in me out.
Does the kid you keep buried most days want to eat at Rainforest Cafe for lunch after the aquarium?
She squeezed my hand as I laughed. Already part of the plans, Angel Face. Sea Life was tucked inside the Great Lakes Crossing Outlet Mall, the perfect place to entertain ourselves, eat, and shop. Corey had no idea, but I planned to drop a bag on her today. We made it to the crowded mall and into the aquarium in record time. Corey craned her neck to see further inside the tank, eager to take everything in at once. Our behind-the-scenes tour would start when we reached the end, but there was much to do before we got there. We were currently standing inside the underwater ocean tunnel. There were turtles, my personal favorite, but the sharks had my attention. I peered up as one moved above my head, swimming like people weren't gawking at it.
This is amazing.
Corey exclaimed. She took my hand and pulled me along. Let's find the Stingray Beach. We moved through the exhibits with measured steps, but everything slowed as we reached the schooling fish. They moved in sync, coordinating their movements and stilling ours to watch.
I've seen videos, but this is way cooler in person.
She turned to me, her eyes wide.
No one has ever done something like this with me before. Not someone interested in me sexually.
She'd murmured that last part, but a woman passing with her 2 kids glared at us, and I knew she heard. With a lifted brow, I waited for the lady to turn and mind some business that wasn't ours. Once she got the hint, I gave Corey my attention. I want to do the things you enjoy, I confessed, pulling her body against mine. Making you happy makes me happy. She beamed, and I vowed to keep this look on her face for the rest of our lives.
I love you.
I love you.
August.
A voice behind us called, pissing me off.
Hey,
Monique moved around to make herself known.
I thought that was you.
What's up, Monique? I spotted her son with his face pressed against the glass and frowned. You should tell him not to do that, I said, pointing. She gave me a weird expression I couldn't decipher, her gaze bouncing from me to Corey, who rested leisurely against me, unbothered by Monique's presence.
Jasper, pull your face back.
She instructed, without glancing in his direction.
Where's January?
With my parents. I pushed my fingers into Corey's curls, and she moaned a little, drawing a smile out of me. This is Corey, by the way, my girlfriend. Monique blinked slowly, and then smiled.
Nice to meet you, Corey. I'm Monique.
She tossed me an incredulous look.
She
didn't know that my baby was well aware of who she was. I told her everything about my visit to Helen.
You're Chandra's godsister.
Corey assisted, no malice in her cadence.
I'm praying for your peace of mind. Grief is a hard pill to swallow.
Monique's eyes widened before the tears appeared.
Oh, no.
Corey removed herself from me and gave this woman she'd never met before a tight hug.
I probably cracked a locked box you weren't ready to open yet. I'm sorry.
She took a step back, returning to my side where she belonged.
Thank you.
Monique told her before looking at me.
I meant what I said before. If you need a statement from me, I'll do it.
I nodded, appreciative.
Well, I'll leave you guys.
Her eyes danced between me and Corey.
This looks good on you.
She walked away, and I glanced down at my woman, who had her gaze lifted.
I look good on you.
I smirked. You really fucking do. Corey and I took our time exploring the rest of the exhibits, but the interactive touch pool was hands down the best part. We debated about the stingrays. I personally had a bone to pick with their kind for killing our man Steve Irwin. Corey, on the other hand, defended them, arguing that it was probably scared. My animal-loving woman. Our tour started as we neared the end, and that's when Corey came to life. She asked questions only someone with her job could. The guide, who happened to be a zoologist, took an interest in her after the 5th detailed inquiry.
What do you do for a living?
The girl asked, smiling.
I'm a zoologist like you.
She replied proudly.
I work with penguins.
Our guide clapped.
At the Detroit Zoo?
Corey nodded.
This place is way cooler, though.
They began to talk animatedly with one another, and I stood back, allowing them to have their moment while admiring Corey. I said to dress comfortably, and she wore jeans with a black long-sleeve bodysuit tucked inside. On her feet were a pair of black and white Converse. She looked good with her stomach poking a little. I moved to stand at her back and wrapped an arm around her waist, settling my fingers on the bulge. She leaned into me without breaking stride in her conversation.
I've worked with elephants, big cats, and now penguins. I would love to switch to another animal after a while, but we'll see.
The guide gushed over her and then went on to finish her job with the next group. Corey smiled and tipped her head back to look at me, happiness shining through her pretty irises.
Ready for lunch?
She asked.
I worked up an appetite.
I smirked. I could eat, but I don't think that's what you meant. Her eyes went from happy to lustful, and I smirked. Come on, woman. I pulled her through the exit and started toward Rainforest Cafe. I need to fatten you up. Give my baby all the nutrients he or she will need to be one of those super athletes. She giggled. elongating her strides to keep up with mine.
Sounds like you want me to birth a linebacker. But I think we're having a girl. She's gonna dance. January is gonna play the piano or some kind of instrument. They'll team up and win the hearts of the world, making us famous.
January would probably find a love for ballet like her mother. Part of me thought that was the reason Chandra never wanted kids. Her career was important to her, and being a black ballerina in a white-dominated industry weighed heavy. Your niece plays instruments, right? She nodded as we moved into the restaurant, prepared for there to be a wait, but because it was only the two of us, we were directed to a two-person table near the back. Rainforest Cafe looked precisely as you'd expect, considering the name.
I can't believe I lived here most of my life and never came to the outlet mall.
She mused, sipping water through a straw.
I usually hate big crowds, but I'm enjoying this.
She gazed at me from across the table. I love you, I told her, feeling a strong urge to say the words, especially after being interrupted by Monique. Can I spend some money on you after we eat? Her eyes widened, and for a second I thought she'd decline or argue with me about it. But nah, that wasn't Corey.
How much money are we talking?
She inquired, brows raised.
Because you don't take a girl with a full stomach on a shopping spree. I can go for hours.
Don't think dirty thoughts. Don't think dirty thoughts. Oh, I know. I mused, ignoring the chants in my head. You've proved how long you can go on countless occasions. The waiter cleared his throat, and we slowly turned to give him our attention. We ordered our food, adding an appetizer in case our main courses took long.
When did they say you'd get the results from the DNA test?
She asked, after our spinach and artichoke dip arrived.
Actually, don't answer that. I'd rather focus on other things today.
Because the court had ordered me to take a paternity test, I got it done midweek. I'd felt sick watching them swab my baby's mouth, all because her grandmother couldn't handle the grief of losing her daughter. I shook my head. We can talk about it for a second. I leaned across the table and opened my mouth for the chip with dip she wanted to feed me. After chewing it down, I said, I should have the results in a week, 2 at the latest. Maybe sooner if my insistence on them being rushed was heard. I knew January was mine, but having to do this weighed heavily on my shoulders.
My offer to smack some sense into her still stands.
I chuckled. Get in line behind my mother. Corey's eyes sparkled with mischief.
Mama Hanson is not to be played with, huh?
I shook my head and accepted another chip. She once slapped fire from a prominent judge's mouth. Amused, Corey threw her head back in laughter.
Sounds like our mothers would have gotten along.
She murmured, sobering at the thought.
I won't get all emotional about it, though.
I reached across the table and took her hand. You're with me, I reminded her. Feel however you want. It's safe here. The tears she'd been fighting sprang into action, and I stood, moving to sit beside her, to hide her from the world around us. She buried her face in my shirt and cried softly. I could only hope Corey knew I would protect her heart and soul with my life, and I believed wholeheartedly that she'd do the same for me.
Chapter 25. Corey. After I was able to get myself together, we ate our food and talked about whatever was on our hearts. True to his word, but only after covering our bill. August dropped a bag on me. Great Lakes Crossing had 185 stores, restaurants, and attractions, including Sea Life, Peppa Pig World, and Legoland. Plus a few more attractions like a bowling alley, for instance. I was obsessed with shoes and made August record me trying on different sneakers in Foot Locker, heels in Nordstrom, and Crocs at the Crocs store. I somehow ended up with 2 new Coach purses, wallets to match, after walking out of UGG with a black and brown pair of the classics, the kind that stopped just below the calf. In the Converse outlet, I managed to snag the last size 7 high-top platform in deep sleep, a dark turquoise. As we walked toward Carter's, my hands free of bags, I spotted a jewelry store and slipped inside. My gaze zeroed in on the engagement rings, and I ambled up to the glass case. Diamonds sparkled at me, calling my name. Wear me. I wanted to tell him yes right that instant, but held my tongue. Now wasn't the right time, and when I felt it, I'd know. Hello, a saleswoman greeted, making her way over as August saddled up beside me. I'm Gina. Are you looking for anything particular today?
Whatever the lady wants.
He murmured, gaze on the rings.
Before she tells you, can you size her ring finger for me?
Gina's eyes slid over, slightly wide until she noticed I wasn't shocked by his request. I hadn't known he'd ask it, but we'd talked about marriage, expressed that eventually we would take that leap. He couldn't do that without knowing my ring size, and since I'd never owned a ring that could be resized, I was of no help. Sure. She nodded and reached under the counter, grabbing a contraption filled with plastic sizing rings. Let's see that left hand. I held it out and she slipped one on but tisked when it was slightly too big. She moved down a size and because there was still a little wiggle room, we went with the 5. It fit snug, but wasn't suffocating. August nodded, mentally storing that information. If you could have the ring of your dreams, what would it be? She asked. I glanced at August, who was watching me intently. Pear-shaped halo diamond. I started, eyes on his, with a thin diamond-encrusted gold band. Timeless, our sales lady murmured, seemingly in awe of my preference.
And the size.
August queried. I leaned in and gently pressed my lips to his. Surprise me. He nudged my head and deepened the kiss, uncaring of the woman standing awkwardly behind the counter. Baby, I mumbled into his mouth, you're scaring the poor woman.
Buy something that'll double her commission for the day.
Gina perked up and I smiled. I'm due for a new watch, something yellow gold with a black face. Her eyes sparkled as she led us over to the watch case. We just got in a Movado I think you'll love. And I absolutely loved it. More so when August swiped his American Express for the $1,200 price tag without blinking. Ugh, I felt like a princess. Maybe I could do this for him in return. Allow him to buy things he liked on my dime. His birthday was coming up in 4 or so months, and I'd been racking my brain for gift ideas. Eventually, I'd figure it out. We can peruse children's clothing stores another day, I told August, yawning. I need a nap before dinner. He led us to his truck, bags hanging off his arms.
I want to show you something.
He said, storing my things in the trunk.
And then I'll let you sleep for a little.
I nodded and moved around the passenger side, but stopped and turned back after a question nagged at me. Where am I taking this nap? He smiled and slowly walked toward me, forcing me back a few steps. As he reached for my door and pulled it open, he said,
That's what I want to show you.
August got low and kissed my stomach while staring into my eyes, something he'd been doing more and more lately. I really enjoyed his way of bonding with our baby.
Get in before I do things to you in this parking lot.
I shifted, but made no move to do as he asked. August chuckled and leaned in, pressing his lips against the shell of my ear.
Bad girl,
He murmured, biting my earlobe. I whimpered, wanting so badly to let this man have me in this big-ass parking lot, but knowing he wouldn't risk exposing me. Not like this, at least, in broad daylight. I bit my lip as he pushed his fingers between my legs, cupping my pussy through my jeans. Wanna be bad for you.
I know you do. And the faster you get in the truck, the faster we can make that happen.
I slid into the seat before he finished his statement, and he chuckled.
I thought that might get you moving.
He shut me in and slid into his side a few seconds later.
My sisters and I are always looking for shit to invest in.
He began as we merged onto I-94 going west.
After we revamped the distillery and got the tasting bars off the ground, we thought real estate could be a good next step. We bought a few places, flipped them, and made a decent profit.
I twisted my body to face him, adjusting my seatbelt to give me the room to do so. Really? He nodded, cutting his eyes at me briefly.
But there's this one house.
He chuckled a little.
I've been eyeing it for a while, so we bought it and renovated it. Now I'm debating on if I want to keep it for myself or sell it like planned.
You decided to keep it.
I'll decide after my future wife sees it.
My cheeks warmed and I turned away. How will your sisters feel about that? I asked. Their money is wrapped in it too, right?
They know I might want it for myself.
He paused.
For our family.
So, how would that work?
The house is under our LLC.
He explained.
We'll do a transfer of owner, and that's that.
What about the bank? I knew I was asking a lot of questions, but he answered each without thinking twice about it. And that was the kind of man I needed. One who didn't mind me wanting to be included in all the details.
No bank involvement. It's been paid for with cash.
I blinked and then frowned as we exited the freeway and entered a neighborhood less than 20 minutes from my sister's place. This wasn't a flip, revamp, and sale kind of area. August. He pulled into the driveway of a massive brick home with a large tree in front and a swing hanging from it. My eyes widened at the sight of it, and then tears sprang free. How did he know? I'd never told him the story of the swing in front of my childhood home. In fact, Journey and I never talked about that fucking swing. Our father had hung it when I was 7, adding another soon after so the neighborhood kids could take turns swinging too. When he passed, we couldn't even look at them without getting emotional. It had gotten so bad that our mother paid someone to take it down, along with the tree that sat in the yard. Once it was gone, I felt empty inside, but never had the guts to admit that we probably made a mistake.
Whoa.
August muttered, getting out and coming around to my side.
Why the tears?
He gripped my face and forced me to look him in the eyes. I could barely see through my watery gaze, but I felt his concern. I took a deep breath and tried my best to gather myself. The swing. He frowned and glanced at it.
June put it up.
He explained, tone cautious as he wiped my stray tears away.
There's one in front of my parents' house, and she thought it was a nice touch. We can take it down if...
No, it's just... I shook my head and grabbed his face. Journey and I had a swing too, because of our dad. And after he passed, it was hard to look at, so Mom took it down and had the tree cut. We regretted it immediately, but none of us had the guts to admit it. Seeing that one brought back memories is all. He nodded slowly and pulled me out of the truck.
So, you're okay with it staying?
He asked, encasing me into a warm embrace. I nodded against his chest. Yes, please. It feels like home here already. August took a deep breath and I felt his shoulders sag in relief, like he'd been hoping I wanted to live here with him. We continued to stand in the driveway, holding on to one another for support.
Needed that.
He murmured as he eventually pulled away.
Don't know why, but I needed it.
I nodded, understanding. Me too. I gazed at the home he wanted to call ours and smiled. Show me. He moved around me and reached into the truck for his keys, shut my door, and then led us up the driveway that curved into an L. The garage door was attached to the side of the house, and as it lifted, I could see it doubled as a mudroom with the door that led into a short hallway.
The laundry room is the first door to our right.
He explained, pushing it open to reveal it had a brand new washer and dryer set inside, with the plastic still attached.
It has a lot of space and storage, but across the hall is another closet we can stash shit in.
I nodded, peeking into the large closet as we left the laundry room, noting that it could be used for coats and shoes as well.
Up ahead is a half bath, nothing special, besides the new hardware.
He moved into the kitchen and it mirrored the one in his townhome.
I'm sure this looks familiar. Only difference is the size and the nook right there with the bay windows. No appliances yet, but we can pick those together.
It was beautiful. The dark marble countertops and matte black cabinets with gold hardware all around really stood out, especially with the light funneling in from the large windows. August continued to show me the 3,000 square foot home with 4 bedrooms and 4.5 baths. It was perfect for having guests and kids.
When we found this place, it had that old wood look, so gutting it and starting over felt like the best plan. There's still a few things I want to do to it before we could officially move in. So, if you have any preferences, let me know.
He had good taste and didn't need my input on the design itself, but the idea of putting my own decorative spin on the foundation he created for us sounded good. The main floor had the master suite with its own bath, while the upstairs level housed the other 3 bedrooms, one with an ensuite bath and another that could be shared between the other 2 bedrooms. Once we made it to the basement, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. There was a smaller kitchenette with a high-top bar I had a vision for, a living room and dining room space, half bath, and a bedroom that could double as a recreation room depending on our preference. Wow, I gushed, taking in the space with wide eyes. This is beautiful,
Yeah,
August murmured.
it is.
His eyes were on me as he said it, and I looked away, hiding my smile. I want to see the master suite now.
How about the backyard first?
I sighed and his lips curled into a smile. Fine, but August pressed his lips to mine, and then led us up the stairs toward the sliding doors that led to a wraparound deck. It sorta looked like the one at Kingston and Journey's place, but a little larger. The yard was spacious, and I immediately wanted a dog or 2. I wanted a full house with lots of noise, except at 4 in the morning, when I'm having coffee with my husband. You know, I turned and leaned against the railing, drawing August to stand in front of me. I think everything is falling into place soon. He moved in close and dropped his forehead against mine.
It's already in place. Just a few kinks to straighten out.
I bumped his head so I could see his face better. How are you feeling? Really? Our eyes danced for a little before he sighed and shook his head.
I want to take you to bed and hold you until it's time for dinner.
He said, his gaze begging me to let it go for now.
Is that okay?
The urge to ask again slipped away. He needed time to process what he was feeling, and I understood that. When he was ready to talk, I'd be here. Okay, baby. I agreed, nodding. Let's go cuddle. He took my hand, led me inside and then into the master suite. It was the only room in the home fully furnished, and my goodness, it took my breath away. There was lavender in the air, blowing from a diffuser sitting on the nightstand next to the California King bed. The wall behind the bed had 3 golden black abstract canvas, but when I looked closer, I could see the outline of a couple holding on to one another. On the left side of the room, there was a little lounge area with a small sectional sofa, empty bookshelf, and round coffee table. It was homey and felt like the perfect reprieve for 2 people in love. I didn't care to see the bathroom or the his and her walk-in closets because I knew they were up to par. All I wanted in this moment was to be held and to hold the man I loved. I walked over to the bed and began to undress. August watched me from his spot near the bedroom entrance until I was in my bra and panties. You coming? I asked, smirking in his direction as I pulled the thick duvet back. He started removing clothes as he approached, eyes on me as I slid in and buried myself underneath. The bed dipped after a few seconds, and then he joined me beneath the blanket, sliding close until our foreheads touched.
I love you.
He murmured, brushing his nose and then lips against mine.
Feels good to say that whenever I feel like it.
You felt it for a long time?
I knew I wanted to live in your skin the moment I got you to follow me home with a look.
He chuckled.
Don't think I realized until now that I fell for you right then.
I smiled and tried to slide closer, but we were already touching, our limbs tangled together in perfect harmony. I love the way you make me feel, I murmured, caressing his cheek. The way you handle me with the utmost care at all times. Your eyes when you're turned on, but especially when the sun hits them at the right angle. I love that even if we drift away from one another in the middle of the night, you find me and pull me back. I love you. And I know with all my heart none of this would feel okay if it was with anyone else. We were meant to find each other. He was my person, my heart, the gentlest protective soul who deserved to be loved and cherished by everyone around him. But most importantly, by me.
You and me.
He whispered against the shell of my ear. I closed my eyes and sighed. You and me, I murmured back before falling into a deep sleep.
Chapter 26. August. Damn, I mumbled, watching Corey saunter toward me in a little black mini dress that stopped high up on her thigh. The fabric clung to her frame, showing off her little bump. She stopped halfway to me and twirled in her heels.
What do you think?
I loved when she sought compliments from me. I think we might miss our reservation. I mused, beckoning her to me with 2 fingers. Let me feel on you right quick. She giggled but walked her fine ass to me like I knew she would. With the limited products she'd bought, Corey managed to define and magnify the thickness of her curls. I couldn't get over the way her hair grew from her scalp. You look good, Mama, I murmured, pulling her into me by the back of her thigh. Her gaze slid up, darker than usual because of the heavy black eyeliner she wore.
So do you.
She complimented, hands on my chest as she sniffed the air.
You smell amazing.
You can't sniff me and think it won't make my dick hard. I pushed my hand inside her dress and gripped bare ass.
August.
As I glanced at my watch, I said, if I didn't have to call in a favor to get this reservation, I'd bend you over and say fuck dinner.
I'll decide if it's worth it.
She declared, her lips curling.
Where's dinner?
Gray Ghost.
Ooh!
She squeaked, stepping back.
The executive chef is black there. Some of my coworkers have bragged about the food.
She nodded, her decision clear.
Let's go.
I picked up the bags we'd repacked and left by the front door after showering and waved for her to walk out first. Corey moved on command, and I admired that sexy-ass confident walk of hers. She was so goddamn fine, and I was overtly obsessed. I followed behind her, but turned to lock up first, making a mental note to talk to my sisters about officially taking the house for myself.
This neighborhood is so nice.
Corey murmured as I approached her from behind. She stood at the end of the driveway, peering from left to right. The sun was on the verge of setting, leaving the sky a bright orange purplish color. Black families lived there. I pointed to the house across the street, next door and at the end of the block.
Have you met them?
She asked, turning to face me. I nodded and began to guide her back toward my truck. We wanted them to know it might be a little noisy during the day back when renovations were happening. Everyone was cool with it and friendly.
Even the...
She pointed to her palm as I helped her into the front seat, and I chuckled. Even them. I confirmed, leaning in to kiss her cheek. Buckle up for me. She pulled the belt and then glanced over.
Must you watch me while I do it?
It's imperative. With her gaze pinned to mine, she snapped the seatbelt into place and sat back.
Come on, baby daddy, I'm getting hangry.
Shaking my head, I shut her door and ambled around to the driver's side. We drove in a comfortable silence, hand in hand, while SZA's album SOS played softly in the background. I could live in the silence with her for a lifetime and never get tired of it. So much traffic, I groused. Grey Ghost sat in the Cass corridor in downtown Detroit. With it being a Saturday night, the city was alive. Cars lined the streets and music blasted as residents drove around to show off their cars, but most importantly, pick up girls. Corey leaned forward and smiled.
I love downtown at night, aside from the people. The lights, the music, everything.
It's a vibe, I agreed, taking a breath after we finally made it down Woodward through traffic and turned onto Watson Street. I slowed in front of the building and watched as a valet attendant approached my window. Dining at Grey Ghost, he asked, smiling. I nodded, handed him a 20, and took the ticket before getting out. Corey had her door open before I got to it, and I lifted an eyebrow. You want to fight with me or something? I queried, earning a sheepish smile from her.
Sorry, I did it before I realized it.
She placed her soft hand in mine, and I led us toward the entrance. As long as you know I'm the only door opener around here, I'll let it slide. Upon entry, we were greeted by the host.
Welcome to Grey Ghost. Do you have a reservation with us today?
I pulled Corey into my side, draping my arm over her shoulder. Under Hanson.
Ah, there you are.
The host confirmed after sliding a finger across the screen of her iPad.
You have the best seats in the house tonight, courtesy of the owner.
I could feel Corey's gaze on me as we followed behind the host toward a private seating area in the back.
You know the owner?
Corey asked the moment we were seated, and the host excused herself. I know a lot of people, I said, smirking. And yeah, I know the owners. One of them got married at the distillery and owed me a favor for fitting them in last minute. She smiled and glanced around before bringing that dark gaze back to me.
I feel like there's still so much I don't know about you.
I nodded because it was true. We have a lifetime of figuring each other out.
Do you think?
She shook her head and looked away.
Never mind.
Nah. I reached across the table for her hand, waiting patiently for her attention until she gave it. Tell me what's happening in that head of yours.
Everything is happening so fast.
She murmured.
Love and babies and homes.
We said we're scared, but leaping out on faith. Right. She nodded.
I'm still jumping with you. I guess I like hearing that you aren't having second thoughts about us.
Nah, I'm all in, Angel Face. I told my parents about you. Tomorrow you're meeting my big-ass family. At least some of them. It's me and you, remember?
Yeah, me and you.
She looked up and smiled.
We should probably include the kiddos in that saying, huh?
I chuckled. It's a given. Without me, there'd be no January. And without you, there'd be no mini-us baking. Her glossed lips lifted higher, and I felt now was the perfect time to answer her question from earlier in the day. Asking Corey to open up while I kept my shit bottled inside under the guise of needing time to work through it wouldn't fly. Not if I wanted our relationship to work. I waited until our server took our drink and dinner orders before speaking what was on my heart. Earlier, when you asked how I was feeling, I began, as she regarded me with keen eyes. I wanted to tell you that I feel mixed up inside about Chandra being gone. but especially about what her mom is doing. She was silent for a while, a little too long.
You haven't grieved the loss of Chandra.
She said, eventually.
I know you want to settle on anger because of how she went about things, but it's okay to be a little sad, too.
January has been with me for over a month now, and I still wasn't sure when I'd allow myself to feel the loss of her mother. Was I even sad? It was hard to see past my disdain for the woman I'd spent a small part of my life with. She was cremated, I told Corey. I think I would have liked a proper goodbye from me in January. She nodded and reached across the table, laying her hands atop mine.
A proper goodbye can happen in many ways. Maybe we can release balloons or lanterns on the beach when you feel ready. The options are endless.
I considered her words for a moment. And you'd be part of it? I asked. Corey replied without pause.
Absolutely. I'm part of your support system now, August.
She never ceased to amaze me. Her maturity, the way she offered support without malice or ill intentions, her gentle nature with everyone she loved, including me. I'd won. Thank you for being you. She smiled but dropped her gaze. No need to be shy, baby. Let me see those eyes. She looked up, but there wasn't a shy woman staring back at me. Nah, Corey was turned on, and I knew just how to remedy that. Go to the bathroom, I murmured, after the server dropped the scallops and mussels we decided to have as an appetizer off. Corey stared at me for a moment and then stood, her fingers grazing my arm as she passed. I waited a few seconds and followed, nodding at the host as I passed her station. Glancing over my shoulder, I checked for any eyes and then slipped into the woman's bathroom. It smelled of vanilla and something else I couldn't quite place. For a second, I took in the space, liking that it was clean and taken care of properly. Corey stood in front of the sink, her eyes on me as she washed her hands. I flipped the lock and said, "We don't have a lot of time. Come here." She came to me while I worked the button on my jeans, her strides purposeful. I lifted her by the back of her thighs after allowing my pants to drop a little and backed her against the wall.
You're bad.
She whispered, cupping my face as she secured her legs around my waist. For you, I muttered, taking her lips with mine. I'll be any and everything you need. I pulled the thong she wore to the side and buried myself deep inside those slick walls, covering her mouth again to silence the cry of pleasure. Fuck! She was so goddamn wet I could barely contain myself as I thrust in and out of her pussy, enjoying the wild ride to climax. I flicked and pinched her clit a few times to get her there faster, and she did not disappoint. Her body jerked against mine as she gasped for air. I got you. Just breathe for me, I coached, quickening my strokes to meet her over the edge. Fuck, Corey. She tightened her arms around my neck, as if to give me support while I painted her walls.
Now we can eat.
She concluded, breathless. I chuckled and slowly disengaged our bodies, setting Corey on her feet. After wiping her essence from my dick with a few paper towels, and then helping her do the same, I washed my hands and kissed her lips and slipped out, as if I'd never been there. I arrived at our table and started to plate some of the scallops and mussels for Corey to have the minute she sat down. She showed face a couple of minutes later and tossed a sultry grin my way.
Thank you, baby.
I dipped my head and smirked, knowing she was thanking me for the pre-dinner dick. Anytime, angel face. Any fucking place. I pushed the door open to my parents' home and stepped into pure, beautiful chaos. Music playing, kids running amok, Loud talking traveling from the kitchen, but most importantly, the smell of food. It was always about the food on days like these. Corey tugged on my fingers and I glanced down, finding a nervous set of eyes on me. Last night, we'd fucked so much after dinner, I could still feel her pulsating around my dick, the taste of her on my tongue, and the feel of her lips on mine. This morning and up until we stepped inside of my parents' home, she'd looked relaxed and happy. But this new expression, I wasn't sure I'd ever seen it on her before. Nervous? I asked, reaching around to touch her face with my free hand.
A little.
She admitted, sidestepping a toddler on the run. Your family is still coming, right? She nodded. You'll have some familiar faces to help quell the nerves soon, but until then, I won't leave your side unless you give me the go-ahead. All right?
Thank you.
My family was harmless. She'd see that soon, and the nerves would disappear. Just as I turned to enter the family room, JJ came barreling out and almost knocked Corey over. Hey, yo! I barked, stopping his quick strides halfway down the hall. He turned, his face balled up in anger and fists clenched. JJ had bulked up in the last year and grew a beard. He almost looked older than his young 21-year-old self. Don't leave this hallway without apologizing for almost knocking her over. My cousin narrowed his eyes, but when they shifted to Corey, he softened immediately and took one step forward. I'm sorry, he said, voice deeper than the last time I'd seen him. I wasn't paying attention. He looked to me, and I nodded, giving him the permission to leave.
I hope whatever is troubling you fades away soon.
Corey said, smiling at him just as he began to turn. JJ looked to me with his brows lifted, and I shrugged. This was Corey. She was caring as fuck, even to people she didn't know. I received that, JJ said, nodding. Thanks. He retreated before she could respond, but I was certain she'd gotten what she wanted from the encounter. We continued into the family room, where most of the younger kids were lounging around watching TV or playing video games. My dad was one of 10 kids his parents had. Every last one of them had kids. Including my sisters and me, there were 20 of us, and out of those 20, about 8 had spouses or kids or both. Maybe more, but it was hard to keep up. Our family would never stop growing.
Finally!
Maisha yelled from her spot in one of the reclining chairs.
The man of the hour has arrived.
Don't start, I warned in jest. The smile spreading her lips widened.
I heard you got...
Her brother Mikkel covered her mouth before she could finish. At 17, he was a bit more reserved than his older sister, who had only just turned 18 and was about to enter her first year of college. What's up, Og? Mikkel greeted, grinning while Maisha struggled to get free. That your girl you holding on to? I chuckled. Yeah, that's me. I made quick introductions, and then Mikkel finally released Maisha.
Pleased to meet you, Corey. If he ever gets out of line, tell...
Mikkel slapped his hand over her mouth again, and I shook my head. Go before she powers up on me. I backed us out the family room, just as Maisha pounced on Mikkel. The loud howl from his lips brought a smile to my face.
I love the sound of family coming together.
Corey mused wistfully. I moved through my parents' home toward the kitchen, stopping along the way to kiss Corey behind a wall, away from prying eyes.
Stop.
Corey fussed, her lips against mine.
Your mother will think I'm a harlot.
I chuckled and pulled away. My harlot, I corrected, dodging her swat at my arm. Besides, you're already pregnant.
Keep it up and...
She snapped her lips shut as my mother turned the corner and stopped at the sight of us. Hey, Ma, I greeted, pulling her into a hug after she'd stepped close enough for me to grab. She hugged me back, but I knew her attention was on the beauty standing beside me. Adrena Hansen, meet Corey Mitchell. Corey lifted her hand to wave, but Mom pulled her into a tight embrace before she could get the hand in the air. Her eyes widened over my mother's shoulder, but after a brief second, I watched her relax into the embrace.
It's so nice to meet you.
Mom said, pulling away.
August is smitten with you.
Ma, I complained. Chill.
Don't get all cranky.
She waved me off.
Something tells me she's well aware of it.
Corey winked in my direction, and I shook my head.
It's really nice to meet you, Mrs. Hansen. Thank you for thinking of my family when inviting me here today.
Mom cut her eyes at me, more than likely wondering why I hadn't told her it was me who requested her family be present. I shrugged. She could tell her or not. Didn't matter to me. Corey didn't need to be aware of everything I did because of her on the back end. As long as she knew I had her through whatever, I was satisfied.
I wish it were me who thought to invite them.
Mom said, smiling.
That was all August, but I'm happy to host your family today. My niece is excited. She loves Sunday dinners.
Mom started toward the swinging doors that blocked the kitchen from everything else, and I followed like a little puppy, wanting to keep my promise of not leaving Corey's side. Upon entry, gazes shot in our direction, but mine zeroed in on January, who was being held by Landon. No, he all but shouted, backing away as I approached. I just got her, and you will not. I cornered him, but before I could demand my child, her eyes met mine, and a little smile lifted the corners of her mouth. She leaned toward me, and I smirked at Landon, who looked betrayed, but handed her over. She'll never pick you over me, I told him, dropping kisses all over January's chunky face. That's a given, he shrugged. I'm looking to take that number 2 spot, though.
A throat cleared, and we turned.
I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but I'm her number 2.
Corey declared, making her way over to me. You must be the infamous Corey, Landon mused, gaze filled with mischief.
And you must be Landon the engineer.
She quipped, earning a few chuckles from his parents, who were also in the kitchen.
Speaking of, how's your trivia skills?
He frowned and glanced at me for clarification, but I lifted a shoulder and waved for him to answer. Well, I know things. Corey leaned in, oblivious to the silence as everyone listened.
What kind of things exactly? Wow me.
Landon, who liked to be challenged, took on a determined expression. The world's smallest radio is the size of a marble. Corey nodded and glanced at me. Told you, I said, chuckling.
Would you like to join our 2-person trivia brigade, making it a 3-person group?
He nodded. Sure, but we need to think of a better name. That one is giving me a headache. Corey laughed, and I admired how easily she'd won Landon over. He wasn't that hard to please, but it proved she'd fit right in. No problem.
Oh, hey, Snowflake.
She greeted, stealing her from me.
I missed your pretty face so much.
I glanced at my mom, who watched the exchange closely, a hand covering her mouth. I'd told her I was in love with this woman, and she got to see firsthand why it had been so easy for me to fall. Our eyes met, and she smiled, giving me a nod of approval before checking something inside the oven. I took a moment to introduce Corey to Landon's parents and my dad. Slowly but surely, the house began to fill with cousins. Lola and Leslie made their separate entrances. My sisters finally showed face, having rode together. Mia, Aunt Paula's daughter, who was general manager of the tasting rooms, showed face eventually, with her mother and daughter Lily in tow. I was surprised to see my aunt, but should have known she'd come to meet January. Family drama or not, she showed up when it mattered.
We've met before, haven't we?
Mia said, staring at Corey.
A while back at the tasting room in Royal Oak.
Corey nodded and smiled.
Oh, yes. You were behind the bar. I kind of figured you two were related. It's nice to officially meet you, though.
As more family made an appearance, we found ourselves migrating to the family room and taking it over from the younger generation. Not everyone had been able to make it, but Corey got to meet a handful of us, some stopping in to grab to-go plates before work. Eventually, her family showed up, and I saw her relax at the sight of them. Kingston was privy to whom most everyone was and took his wife around to make introductions. Callie found a friend in Lily who was the same age. I looked around and felt a sense of calm wash over me. This was exactly what I'd needed. Family.
Bea just got here.
Corey whispered in my ear.
I'm gonna go meet her outside really quick.
She got up, and I watched her leave the room. The minute she was out of sight, her sister took up a spot beside me.
So, you and my sister, huh?
She mused, giving her finger to January. Yeah, I nodded. Me and her.
Do right by her. She's special and deserves to be treated as such.
You're right. She is special, and I'll only ever treat her the way she deserves. Journey nodded. The same dark eyes her sister possessed, staring deeply into mine. I know you probably worry about her, about how she's doing mentally, but I hope you find peace in knowing that she has me to lean on. Even if she doesn't come to you about it right away, she isn't dealing with anything alone.
And your word is bond?
She questioned, brows pinched. I put my hand on top of hers and squeezed. My word is bond. Your sister is in good hands. I promise. Damn. Landon mumbled from the left of me, drawing my attention to him and then to where his eyes were trained. Who's that? Corey had entered with her friend, Bea. I remembered seeing her a while back at the zoo wearing a security uniform. She was pretty and Landon's type. Her and Corey smiled in our direction after she pointed at us, and I felt Landon tense up. What the fuck is happening?
That's Bea.
Journey said, answering Landon's question after I failed to.
Her and Corey have been friends since high school. Nice girl.
You were in love with your coworker last I saw you, I reminded him. He cut his eyes at me, a frown marring his face. I said she was in love with me, but shit went left this week, he explained, not elaborating enough for me to understand. I decided she wasn't worth the drama. He hadn't said that, but I nodded. Stay clear of Bea, I warned. You fucking up with her could potentially blow back on me, and I'd rather it not. His frown deepened, but he looked away as they began to approach. Never said anything about pursuing her. Right? I muttered, not believing a word out of his fucking mouth. Journey hummed, giving me the feeling that she felt the same. Landon was going to do what he wanted, regardless of what I said. His sudden change of heart about his coworker felt a little off, like more than just something happened. But it wasn't my place to drag it out of him, so I kept my questions to myself. The day went on with people stealing Corey and January from me. Luckily, before we were called in for dinner, Corey and I were able to sneak off to my childhood bedroom. How you feeling? I asked, backing her into the door. She looked up and smiled.
Very overwhelmed, but in a good way. Everyone is so nice.
I boxed her in, my hands at either side of her face. Would you do this again?
Yes,
Her fingers danced along the back of my neck.
I would love nothing more than spending time with you and your family again.
I sighed in relief.
You were nervous.
She surmised, eyes dancing with mine.
Why didn't you say anything?
We couldn't both be openly nervous.
You and I can be whatever we want, August. Sad, happy, nervous, whenever we want at the same or different times. Doesn't matter.
I dropped my forehead against hers. Thank you for reminding me.
Of course, that's mine.
Mom's voice carried from wherever she stood in the house as she yelled,
It's time to eat. I want hands washed and fingernails scrubbed, and do it fast. The food is hot.
I shook my head. We better go. We'll never hear the end of it if the food gets cold before everyone is seated. Corey pushed me and I moved back 2 steps.
I refuse to be the new girl and get fussed out by the host.
She said, snatching the door open while reaching for my hand.
Come on, baby daddy. We're a team. You can't make me look bad my first day here.
Because we were upstairs, we got our hands washed and was at the table before most everyone else. Look at the overachievers beating us through the table, Omar jested, swaggering in quickly to steal the seat beside me. Heard you got a girlfriend and babies.
One on the way.
Corey chimed in before I could, leaning forward to get a good look at Omar's ugly mug.
Who are you?
He chuckled and reached for a roll, but snatched his hand back when someone cleared their throat from the other side of the room, more than likely his mother or mine. The special occasion dining room had 2 large 16-seat tables, splitting us almost evenly. We had a pact between us cousins to fill one table before the parents could find seats near us and dig into our lives. Now that there were younger kids mixed into the bunch, Mom brought one of those mini tables to fit them near the entryway. If this had been planned in advance, we would have used the distillery to fit everyone. More food slowly began to make it on the tables. Double pans of mac and cheese, string beans cooked in bacon fat, and baked beans. The meats consisted of fried chicken, Mom's famous slow-cooked roast, and I smelled ribs, but hadn't seen them yet. I'm Omar, my cousin finally said, looking past me at Corey. I see why he got you. I slapped the back of his head. Don't make me hurt you, O. Our eyes met, and he fucking smiled. You wouldn't hurt me. I'm your favorite cousin. Bullshit, Landon called, sliding into a chair next to Bia on the other side of the table.
Watch your mouth, Landon Hanson.
My mother chastised. Sorry, Auntie, he murmured with a smile only we could see. He thought he was slick sitting next to Bia, but I peeped game. Landon, let's not start this right now. Omar waved him off playfully. I'm trying to get to know this beauty beside our beloved cousin here. Omar was an only child on my mother's side. He spent most of his time growing up with the Hanson kids, making him one by heart. She's pretty smart, Landon mused, cutting his gaze at Bia. This is her friend. I think we should get to know her, too. What do you think, Omar? The two of them exchanged knowing glances, and I sighed.
Don't let them play you into telling your whole life story, Bia.
June said, stopping at the entryway to look for a seat.
I don't know how they do it, but it's witchcraft.
After spotting one near Kingston and Journey, she made her way to it.
Landon thinks he has charm, but we all know the truth.
Mia teased from where she sat. Bia looked more uncomfortable than when she'd arrived, and I opened my mouth to tell my people to chill, but stopped when her lips curled into a smile.
I'm not easily swayed into sharing things I never planned to.
she said, looking at Landon from the corner of her eyes.
I guess you can try, though.
I think he might actually want to know her, Omar surmised, voice low enough for only me to hear. I nodded. What do you do? Landon asked. Everyone has a thing. We got some lawyers, a doctor, a judge, some master distillers. He glanced at Corey and winked before saying, Miss Overachiever right there is a zoologist, which I'm sure you know. So, what's your thing? Bia shrugged and smiled when my dad came barreling in with a Master of All apron on and a large pan filled with his famous ribs. First Sunday dinner we've had since the snow melted, he bellowed, silencing the room. Today is different. We're here to celebrate the newest addition to our family, January Marie Hansen. Sometimes life doesn't go as planned, and you may not end up where you thought you were going, but you will always end up where you were meant to be. Corey took my hand under the table and laced our fingers together just as September entered the dining room with January tucked in her right arm.
Dad.
She looked hurt.
I can't believe you started your speech without your favorite daughter here. Hey, not true.
June and July contested in tandem. September ignored them and made her way over to me, pushing January in my direction with narrowed eyes.
Your child pissed up my arm, so we're beefing right now.
The room filled with soft chuckles, and I took my baby, not wanting to believe she'd do such a thing, but knowing it was true. She'd pissed up my arm a few times, but I was grateful we hadn't graduated into blowouts yet. You didn't do that, did you? I asked, kissing her cheeks. Daddy knows. We won't let Auntie Tim smear your name like that again. I hadn't been able to really hold her since arriving, and got my fill while Dad went back into his spiel. He went on for a while, proving himself to be long-winded, like everyone complained about on occasion, but eventually ended with, "Let's eat." Pure chaos ensued after that, but all I could focus on was Corey, picking around the food I'd put on her plate. I can get you something else, I offered quietly. I wasn't thinking. She stuffed green beans in her mouth and chewed slowly.
I'm fine.
She mumbled, going for the mac and cheese next.
Promise.
I wasn't sure if I believed her, but left it alone. Mom came over not long after that and set a plate of home fries next to Corey's food.
Just in case,
She said, smiling down at the love of my life, who looked perplexed by the gesture. She walked away and took her seat at the other table next to my dad.
Did you tell her?
I shook my head. I hadn't told her shit, but when I caught eyes with June, I knew it had been my sister who looked out.
That was really sweet.
Corey's wide eyes met mine.
I think I'm okay, though. Ribs are calling my name.
I grabbed the tongs and waved between the sauced and plain piles. Which one? She regarded them closely and chose plain, biting into it the second it was in her hands.
Oh, wow.
She moaned a little too loud.
Another one bites the dust.
Maisha and Michael said at once.
Jinx.
They started to bicker, and it riled up the rest of the kids. Before I knew it, everyone was talking over one another.
There's nothing like family.
Corey whispered, leaning into me. Especially this family, I thought. We were all tied together now, and I wouldn't have it any other way. This was meant to be. Yeah, I agreed, leaning over to kiss her forehead. My mom is keeping January until after my meeting with the lawyer tomorrow. Your place or mine. I never wanted to spend nights away from her again.
Mine.
She answered.
It's closer.
I nodded and swiped sauce from the rib left on my plate to feed January. She cleared my finger quickly and gnawed on it afterward, eyes bouncing at the sound voices. That's your family, I murmured to her. These are some of the best people you'll ever meet. Hands down.
Chapter 27. Corey. I flicked the light above the stove on and stretched, rolling my arms behind my back until they popped. I hummed, sifting through my Nespresso coffee pots for the flavor of the day. Napoli will do. I filled the machine with enough water for 2 cups and stuck my favorite Good Morning Bitches mug underneath. While waiting for it to brew, I grabbed another mug from the cabinet with the Hanson Distillery logo across the front. I eyed the Nespresso machine with impatience, needing my morning dose of caffeine to really get my day started. As I shifted from foot to foot, the dull ache between my legs reminded of how my night ended. Yesterday had been an exciting yet emotional day. August's family treated me and mine like we'd always been a part of the crew. By the time we made it to my place, I was brimming with the need to feel August deep inside me, and was selfishly grateful his mom insisted on keeping January until after he met with Chandra's lawyer. Shaking my head, I brushed my fingers against my lips and closed my eyes, still feeling part of him against my skin.
What's on your mind?
I jumped and opened my eyes, gripping the counter to stop myself from falling. Nothing, I lied, watching August grab my cup from the machine and extend it to me. He reached for the mug I'd left out for him and stuck it right where mine had been, before finding which pot he wanted to start his day with.
Never took you for the lying type,
He said, cutting his eyes at me as I sipped my coffee without cream or sugar. I grimaced, but kept sipping, knowing it would be the only cup I drank all week. Fucking pregnancy. I can still feel you all over me, I admitted softly, never wanting to be seen as the lying type. I was thinking about that. He hummed while filling his brewed cup with caramel creamer and 2 sugars. Once finished, he came to me and switched our cups.
Drink your coffee how you like it, if you're going to have it.
He said.
But remember, it's the only cup you're allowed.
I rolled my eyes and sipped on the perfectly made cup of joe. We fell into a comfortable silence. I'd never shared my favorite pastime with another man, not even my ex who had been in my life for years. But August made being silent with him easy. I rested my elbows on the counter and leaned in deeper, eyes closed while humming a made-up tune. His gaze lingered on me. I felt it dancing along the exposed parts of my skin and squirmed a little. Soon, his body brushed mine, and I waited with bated breath to see what he would do.
You're wearing the shirt you stole,
He murmured, slipping his fingers underneath and grazing the skin of my bare ass.
Might be my new favorite thing to see before starting my day.
I shuddered as his hands drifted up my sides and then around my waist. He pulled me away from the counter and into his chest. We swayed slowly from side to side as he peppered kisses along my shoulder, giving me chills. August. He chuckled against my skin, spun me around, and pinned my back against the counter in one swift motion.
We should do this more often.
I shook my head. We haven't done anything. The tickle of his fingers on the inside of my thigh shut me up faster than I cared to admit.
That's an easy fix,
He said, lifting me on the island and pushing my legs apart. He reached for something and came back with the Hanson Distillery mug.
Drink your coffee while I have an early morning snack.
Slowly, he lowered himself until face first with my pussy. I wrapped my lips around the rim of my mug and sipped the lukewarm concoction, spreading my legs wider. August buried his head deep, attacking my clit with his tongue and teeth just how I liked. Yes, I whimpered, lowering my cup to grip the edge of the counter. Oh, fuck. Nothing, not even caffeine, could get better than this.
You okay, baby?
August asked, snatching the blanket from over my head a couple of hours later. He reached out to touch my forehead, and I swatted his hand away, upset he'd disturbed me after I found a position that made my head pound less. I'm okay, I grumbled, squinting at him. Just a headache. Probably shouldn't have had that caffeine so early. He frowned and leaned over me, his fingers caressing my temples.
You sure? Didn't your aunt say to call her if you got another headache?
I haven't had one since that last appointment. I leaned into his touch. I think this is an isolated event, but I promise to call her if it lasts all day.
I don't know.
He kissed my forehead and nose, and then my lips.
Maybe call out today and get some rest.
Stop worrying. I pushed him away and tugged the blanket up to my neck. Go handle your business, and we'll see each other tomorrow.
Nah, I'm seeing you later today. Bring some shit to my place you can leave behind.
I nodded and started to drift off. I love you, I whispered.
I love you more.
He pressed another kiss to my temple.
Call if you need me.
I heard him, but chose sleep over responding. What felt like only a few minutes later, my phone rang, pulling me from bed. Bia, what's up? Why haven't you been answering your phone? I looked around my bedroom and frowned. I was asleep. Did something happen? Girl, it's noon. I thought you were here until Lizzie asked had we talked. Are you okay? What? I pulled my phone away from my ear and checked the time. Shit, I cursed, rushing from bed into the bathroom. I had a headache this morning and laid down thinking I set an alarm to wake me. And how are you feeling now? I paused my quick movements and took a deep breath. No head pain, thank goodness. I reached into the shower and twisted the handle. I should be there soon and I'll call Lizzie's office so she knows. Thanks, Bia. I got you, girl. See you soon. I set my phone on the counter and removed August's shirt from my otherwise naked body. As I spun around, I caught sight of my stomach in the hanging door mirror and gasped. What the fuck? Where the hell had all this belly come from? I had stupidly thought that expecting mothers were over-exaggerating about their bellies sometimes growing overnight. Oh no. I poked at the protruding flesh and turned sideways for a second, before deciding that I would freak out about it later. Somehow, I managed to get myself showered, dressed, and hair tamed in less than an hour. When I arrived, I noticed 2 school buses parked near the entrance, loading kids inside. Damn it. I rushed into the conservatory and stopped by the security office to see Bia. Can't believe I missed talking to the kids. She turned with a smile on her face. I thought that's where you were at first. She checked her watch and whistled. You got here fast? Can't believe it myself. Look at this shit. I lifted my shirt, and her eyes widened. I literally just saw you yesterday. Where was that at? Exactly. I stretched both hands out in disbelief. She chuckled a little and then glanced at me a little seriously. About yesterday. I leaned into the doorframe and crossed my arms. What about it? She tucked pieces of hair behind her ear and avoided my knowing gaze. What does August say about Landon? I smiled. That he is really smart, I told her. Kind of unserious, but I think it's just his way of protecting himself for whatever reason. Oh, and he's a button pusher. She frowned, her nose scrunched in the cutest way. Not my type. I wish I knew more about him from my own perspective, but remember that August wouldn't know what he's like in a relationship. Doesn't matter, she said, turning toward the screens. I'm not in a position to start anything new. Besides, I'm about to enroll in school later today. Men are distractions. I straightened at her news. You're going back? Smiling, she glanced over her shoulder. I think it's time, don't you? She'd dropped out a while back and took this job to take care of her grandmother and the medical bills that came with her declining health. Now that some things had changed in the last year, I guess she was ready to try again. Oh, Bia, I'm so proud of you. I wrapped my arms around her shoulders from behind, pressing the side of my face against hers. And I'm sure your granny is excited for you. She sighed as I pulled away. If she remembered me, I'm sure she would be. Yeah. I gripped her shoulder and turned toward the door. I know that has to be tough for you. That's why I appreciated yesterday so much, she confessed. Hearing Landon name different careers people in their family have gave me the push I needed to act on my long-forgotten plans. I looked over my shoulder and said, sometimes all we need is a little push. I moved to start my day, stopping by my office to put on the proper gear. Once in the enclosure, my stomach rolled at the smell. Hey, girlie, Lizzie greeted, a large bucket with fish hanging off her arm. Are you okay? You look a little green. I plastered on a smile and shook my head. I'm good. Got lost in my head for a moment. Have you done afternoon meds yet? She regarded me closely, but didn't question me further. Not yet. I figured you'd get here by then. Mm-hmm. I hummed, stepping away from her and the stinky fish. I'll handle that now. Once a distance away, I took a breath and thanked God the need to hurl had passed. To protect my nose, I grabbed a clean mask and slipped it on. There were only 2 penguins who needed meds this week, a Gentoo named Mimi and a chinstrap named Nico. Giving them antibiotics through their food was the easy part. But the problem with those 2 was they liked to fight. Chinstrap penguins loved being in the water. It's where you'll usually find them. But Nico was different. He hung out near the Gentoos on rocky terrain. And Mimi gave him a run for his money on most days. They were easy to spot, and not just by the flapper bands each had, but the loud shrieking from Mimi. No hitting, young lady, I chastised as I approached. We've talked about this. He likes you. She stepped her little web feet toward me, and I handed her krill over, drawing the attention of penguins nearby. I moved around them, eyes on Nico. You're coming on too strong, my guy, I told him, throwing the krill into his open beak. Try playing it smooth from now on. After I watched them flap around, some following my every movement, I left the enclosure and headed into my office to handle paperwork. The faster you get this done, the faster you get to go home, I thought, as my phone vibrated on the desk. I cut my eyes at the screen, set on ignoring it, until I saw August's name. Hello, I sang, happy to hear his voice. How did everything go with the lawyer? He took a shuddering breath, and I slapped my pen on the desk, confused. What's wrong, baby? He wouldn't say anything, but I could hear what sounded like ragged breaths.
I need you.
He muttered. I snatched open my desk drawer and grabbed my bag. I'm on my way, I told him, grateful that we'd shared our locations a while back and neither of us stopped it. Stay where you are, okay?
Don't hang up.
Fuck. He was scaring me.
Chapter 28. August. With a few hours to spare before my meeting with Chandra's lawyer, I headed to the distillery. I hadn't been on the ground since bringing January home and wanted to sneak into a meeting with Mia. Wedding season was approaching, and she was set on doing better than last year.
August!
She greeted with a smile, fucking up my attempt to enter undetected.
Surprised to see you this morning. We're getting started a little late.
I nodded and took a seat in the back against the wall. Pretend like I'm not here. Mia nodded and got right down to business, whipping out her laptop and sharing the screen on the projector.
We have 5 spring and 10 summer weddings. The fall is filling up as we speak, so I'm happy to announce that we will double profits from last year's wedding season.
I clapped twice and earned a smile from my cousin before she jumped back into the meeting. All business. She was good at her job and efficient as fuck.
Find out from the quads if there is anything new we can add to the available wine and liquor list.
A couple of gazes glanced where I sat, but didn't speak up. Everyone knew the quads were my sisters and me. People mostly used it to avoid having to say all our names. My new blend should be ready by the summer weddings. I tossed down. We can offer it as a tester option depending on the package couples choose. I'm not ready to have it on the shelves yet, but it would be good to get feedback from possible consumers who aren't family.
We're ready to try when you're ready for us.
The head of marketing chimed in, quickly gathering support from the others in low murmurs. Find me at the bar all day tomorrow for your sample. Mia took over, finished the rest of her talking points, and then sent everyone on their way. When the last person exited, she dropped down in a chair at the table and rolled it in front of me.
You look stressed. What's up?
I forgot I hadn't filled her in on the custody issue and made a mental note to update everyone in the cousin group chat while explaining my dilemma.
So, she just dropped it on you without any indication that she would?
She asked. I nodded, and Mia's frown deepened.
Do you know whose court it'll be in?
Not your mom's, I said, lifting an eyebrow. If it did come across her desk, she wouldn't take it, and I wouldn't want her to. She nodded.
Sometimes I wish we could use that to our advantage, though.
She mused, rolling her eyes. Lily's dad's still on some bullshit, huh? Mia laughed.
I stopped trying to get him to acknowledge her more when she started putting two and two together.
What do you mean? She leaned forward and shook her head.
The last time he saw her was about 6 months ago. He gave her his phone number, told her to call or text any time now that she was old enough to communicate without my help. I think for a while she thought I was keeping him from her, but after months of calling and texting and barely getting a reply, she came to her own conclusion.
Damn.
And I hate it, because I never wanted that for her. Been feeling like the worst kind of mother lately.
Come on, Mia. Don't go down that road.
I know I shouldn't, but it was my decision-making skills that has my daughter out here feeling like she's not enough for her father to simply answer the phone and say hello.
Fuck that. We all made some questionable decisions 11 years ago. Lily is smart and respectful and honest. Only a good parent can raise a kid like that. If Will doesn't want to know his own flesh and blood, that's his loss. Be who you've always been to her and hold on to that. Maybe in 10 years, when January started asking questions, I'd be able to remember this conversation and take my own advice.
Shit.
Mia sat up.
I didn't mean to drop that on you this early.
I shook my head and stood, pulling her up with me. We are family. You can unload on me any day. And I'm sorry I haven't checked in. She chastised, pushing me away with a laugh.
Dude, you became a dad overnight. I would never hold being too busy to check in against you.
All right, but if you need me to fuck Will up, just call. Landon's been waiting to get hands on him. Mia scoffed and rolled her eyes before following me to the door.
I wouldn't waste my come beat this nigga ass coins on my deadbeat ex. He's not worth it.
I chuckled and moved into the hall. I feel it. I checked my watch and turned toward the direction of my office. I'm heading out at noon, but I'll be around until then if I'm needed.
You probably won't be. But August?
I paused halfway up the hall and glanced over my shoulder. Yeah?
Thanks for always listening. And congrats on becoming a dad. You'll do good. Don't ever doubt that.
I turned to face her, but took steps backward. Thanks, cuz. She nodded and threw her hands up.
Can I get Journey's number if you have it?
She asked.
I should have asked last night, but it slipped my mind. Lily is dying to hang with Callie again. The two of them exchanged numbers, but I want to make sure she's cool with them getting close.
I smiled at the thought of my family and Corey's coming together on their own accord. I'll give your number to Corey and have her pass it along to her sister.
Appreciate it.
She waved me off and slipped back into the conference room. When my afternoon meeting rolled around, I found myself quickly reminded of all I had going on. Mr. Hanson, Barton Brown greeted, standing from his desk as his assistant led me into his office. I am glad you could make it. Your lawyer filled me in about your custody dilemma, and there was only so much I could reveal to her before speaking to you about Miss Thomas's will. He waved toward one of the chairs stationed in front of his desk, and I took a seat. I apologize for not getting to you in a timelier fashion. He pulled a few pieces of paper from a manila envelope and lifted his gaze to meet mine. I have to read this in its entirety, so please bear with me. I frowned, confused by his impersonal cadence, but nodded. Nothing he said registered, though. I couldn't focus on anything but his monotone voice and the way he dragged his words as if he were from Boston. Do you have any questions? I blinked and sat back. Questions about... He shuffled the paper back with a huff. Miss Thomas left $55,000 for you and a blue sapphire diamond ring she'd like passed down to her daughter when she's of age. You'll have to fill out some paperwork for me, and I'll handle the transfer of money from there. We don't need her money, I said, shaking my head. I'm only worried about custody. What is it you know that can squash her mother's claim? You have to take the money. After it's in your possession, you can do with it what you will. Donate it to charity, open a trust fund for your daughter. He sighed and sat back, loosening the only clasped button on his suit jacket. I have to follow the will. And custody. It was all I cared about. As a just in case, she never got around to signing her parental rights away. He slipped a piece of paper from the back of the pile and slid it to me. We had this addendum added to her will. It states in her own words that if she were to pass on during or after childbirth, that the biological father, August Hansen, is to take custody. Why didn't she sign the papers? He adjusted his tie, tugging it from his neck a little. I advised her to wait until she'd given birth. Sometimes all it takes for a mother to have a change of heart is to hold their baby for the first time. She wouldn't have changed her mind, I snapped, standing. Is that all? His baby blue eyes widened. Ah, well, I need this paperwork filled out and you're good to go. I took the stapled pages from him and turned toward the door. I think I'll go out into the waiting room and get it done. Being in his office only made this more real. I couldn't breathe and stepped outside the building for some privacy. Leaning my back against the cold brick, papers sticking to my damp hand, I called Corey.
Hello?
She sang into the phone.
How did everything go with the lawyer?
I took a shuddering breath and could hear Corey stop whatever she was doing.
What's wrong, baby?
I tried to let air in my lungs, but nothing seemed to work. My throat burned as I tried to speak. I need you.
I'm on my way. Stay where you are, okay?
Don't hang up. I could feel her panicked movements.
I won't.
She said softly.
I'm here. Just keep trying to breathe. Slow breaths. In and out.
I crouched down and listened to the sound of her voice coaching me through whatever was happening to me. It hurts, I murmured, blinking tears away.
I think maybe you're having a panic attack.
No, I shook my head. All of it hurts, Corey. She was silent for a while, and then in the softest voice, she said,
Let it be.
I did that. Let myself feel without stipulation, and it was almost too painful to bear alone. But I wasn't alone, especially after Corey sat next to me on the ground and curled her fingers around my neck. My heart broke for my child. January deserved more, but so did I. Not a letter or money or a stupid fucking ring. Chandra left chaos at my door, and I felt like I was drowning in it. You came, I murmured, pulling Corey into my lap papers forgotten on the ground beside me.
I'll always show up for you, August Hanson. Same as you would for me.
I'd never felt the innate need to cry before, but the tears were rolling before I could stop them, and Corey held me like I had done for her. She didn't let go until I took a deep breath in the crook of her neck and murmured, "Thank you for being my safe space." In that moment, with us on the ground, I realized that she was more than just the love of my life. Corey was my lifeline, the only person who could put me back together again with the sound of her voice. She was my everything. Before I could demand she marry me, my phone rang, stopped, and then rang again. Corey grabbed it from my jacket pocket and swiped the screen.
Hey, Lola.
She brushed lingering tears from my face while nodding.
Yeah, he's here. Just needed a moment to gather himself. Yeah, I got him. Okay, hold on.
She placed the phone on speaker.
He can hear you. Hey,
Lola greeted softly.
I got a hearing date. Anything I need to know about your meeting with Barton?
Right now? I asked, not in the mood to deal with court shit.
Yeah, right now is probably best while it's fresh.
How do you know I was finished?
Okay, Barton called and said you'd ran out without leaving some important paperwork behind. Are you okay?
I don't know.
That's honest. It's okay not to know.
She put in her will that she wanted January to be with her father. Named me specifically.
Great. The DNA results will be back before the hearing. I'm certain the judge will deny Helen's petition and close the case.
Knowing that hadn't changed my mood. There shouldn't have been a fucking case.
You're right, but there is one, and we're handling it. I need you to get yourself together and fill out that paperwork so we can end this once and for all.
All right. Yeah. Corey stood and pulled me up. I'll do that. And thanks for calling, Lo. I handed the phone off and went back into the building. It took me 20 minutes to get the paperwork filled out with my banking information for the money. Barton then gave me a key to a safety deposit box with a ring in it. After I finished with him, I went in search of Corey and found her leaning against my truck. You gotta get back to work, right? She nodded.
I was actually late, so I'll probably stay an extra hour or two to catch up on some stuff.
I frowned and brushed my fingers across her forehead, checking her temperature. Why were you late? Slept in?
Yeah, and look.
Corey pulled me toward her and then opened the driver's side door to conceal us.
Your baby did this to me.
I leaned back, eyes wide at the sudden change in the size of her stomach. She was still small, but it hadn't been like this the night before. You think it's two in there? I asked, smiling at the look of horror on her face. Afraid of multiples?
I refuse.
She grumbled, shoving my shoulder. I knew it was a joke, but still found myself asking, what do you refuse? Corey blinked a few times and tipped her head.
What exactly is the question?
I asked if you were afraid of multiples, and you replied, I refuse. What does that mean?
Oh,
She shrugged.
it was a joke. I didn't actually mean.
Her eyes widened a little, and she took a step away from me. You didn't mean what?
If you have to ask, then you don't know me at all.
She accused, drawing further away.
That doubt in your eyes is hurting my feelings, August.
I'm not. She walked away, and I went after her. Corey, don't do that. Please turn around and talk to me. I wanted to grab her arm, but with us both in our feelings, I chose to keep my fingers to myself and moved in front of her instead. She bumped into my chest, and only then did I hold her in place to stop a fall from occurring. Her eyes were wet with tears, and I felt like a dick for putting them there. Corey.
No.
She cut in.
I get it. Emotions are high and there's a lot on your mind. My joke was in bad taste, but I thought you trusted me. I would never...
She wiped her eyes and stepped around me.
I have to get back to work, but I'll call you afterward.
You'll end the night with me. In my mind, it had been a question, but the words left my lips in the form of a demand.
I will call you.
She reiterated, widening the space between us. Instead of upsetting her more by opening my mouth to argue, I watched until she got in her truck and drove away. Annoyed with myself, I headed toward my parents' place to grab January. Hopefully, Corey would allow me to make up for how I handled her later tonight.
Chapter 29. Corey. Do you think I'm tripping? I propped my phone up on the jug of milk and slid my bowl of Cap'n Crunch in front of me. Your feelings are valid, Journey said, half her face out of the screen as she worked while playing therapist. But there aren't any buts. He let what his ex did trickle into your relationship, even if it was only for a brief moment. You can be upset, but make sure you verbalize why it upset you. Give him the room to grow from his mistake, and you two will be fine. I shoveled cereal in my mouth, mentally chastising myself for not having more than lunch today. You make it sound so easy. She scoffed but never looked in the camera. The only thing remotely easy about not letting the small misunderstandings later become big misunderstandings is a partner who's on the same page as you. But how do you know they're on the same page as you? Me and August usually communicate well, but today it was like he'd seen me as Chandra for a minute. It hurt my feelings way more than I would have liked. Maybe, for that minute, he did see you as Chandra. I frowned and pointed my spoon at the camera. You aren't helping his case. I'm here to tell my baby sister the truth, not coddle her feelings because that'll ruin a relationship before it ever helps. Plus, I like August for you. I like him for me too, I murmured harshly. The fact that I have to have this conversation with you right now is making me upset with him even more. He should know. You should tell him that. I growled and Journey popped the other eye into the camera. Don't get angry with me because I'm right. I'll always be a non-judgmental listening ear, but you're only talking to me to avoid talking to him. I'm not avoiding him. Then why are you home? Because I live here, I deadpanned. You've been under that man and living in his skin for a while now. I can't believe I missed the signs before. I rolled my eyes. Corey Lee Mitchell, get off my phone and go be with your family. She hung up, and I burst into tears, but managed to finish my cereal through the sobs. No matter how hard I tried to stop myself from crying, I couldn't. Frustrated with my emotions, I climbed the stairs toward my bedroom and crawled beneath the covers. It was so stupid how upset I was. But the more I thought about August and his grief, it reminded me that I was supposed to be grieving too. How could I allow myself to forget? Burying my face in the closest pillow, I screamed over and over until I physically couldn't anymore. I realized as a deafening silence filled the space around me that I wasn't angry at August for having insecurities, nor myself for finding happiness in a deep sea of grief. I was angry at God, and that wasn't a truth I could bear. Not when now was the time I needed his guidance the most. Confused and physically drained, I curled into a ball and let sleep take me under. A dull ache in my lower belly slowly pulled me from my slumber. I rolled from side to side until the sound of banging from a distance snapped me from my misery. Okay, I yelled, flipping the blanket back. Jeez. Halfway down the stairs, I stopped to touch my stomach. Everything hurt, my entire body, but that tick in my belly gave me pause.
Corey!
August yelled through the door, drawing my attention away from the sense of dread filling me. I snatched the door open once I reached it, eyeing a concerned August with the car seat clutched between the fingers of his right hand. Sorry, I mumbled, blinking the sleep from my eyes. I didn't hear you knocking.
or my calls.
he said, moving me back as he stepped inside.
I was worried when it got dark. I hadn't heard from you. Your location said you were home, and I thought you were avoiding me.
I leaned against the wall to catch my breath. And you decided it was best to show up here? He set the carrier next to my feet and leaned his body into mine.
Yeah, it sounded like the perfect fucking idea.
I grimaced, and his eyes moved across my face in shock, and then worry. August. He gripped my forearms and stopped me from swaying.
What's wrong?
He asked, cupping my face.
Corey, baby.
I tried blinking the haze away. I can't. Something's not right. He brushed his fingers all over my body, calling out for me to speak if where he was touching hurt.
Shit. We need to take you to the ER.
Emergency room. No, I whispered, pushing him away. I'm fine. But nothing was fine. My skin buzzed as I turned to walk away.
Corey!
He bellowed, the bass in his voice stopping me in my tracks and drawing me from the fuzziness inside my head. What the fuck is wrong with me?
Baby, look at me.
He serenaded softly.
You're right. Something's wrong. But you have to let me help you, okay?
The ache in my belly intensified, and I cried out for him. Okay, I nodded. Please help.
I got you.
He curled his fingers around my waist and pulled me close.
We're going to get shoes on you and go. All right?
Okay.
Don't worry. I got you.
He took care of me as I sat dazed and confused, somehow managing to get me out the door with the baby hanging off his arm. I'm sorry, I whispered, resting my head against the window as he drove. I fell asleep and...
We don't need to talk about that.
He cut in.
And even if we were, you aren't the one who needs to be apologizing.
August took my hand and held it until we made it to the ER. After 40 minutes of being checked in, they put us in an observation room. She should be home asleep, not here, I complained.
She needs to be right where she is.
He quipped, rocking the car seat with his foot.
With us.
What if...
Don't go there.
Our eyes met, and I knew he'd already been there and back. We'll be okay, I said, reaching for his hand. You and me, right? He dropped the foot he used to rock the carrier and leaned forward, bringing our joined fingers to his mouth.
Yeah, me and you.
The nurse came in and checked my vitals. Your blood pressure is low and you have a spiked temperature, she said, writing the numbers down. Is there pain anywhere? There's an ache in my lower belly. I rested my hand on my stomach, needing to feel the bump. I'm almost 4 months pregnant. She took notes on her chart.
She was faint.
August added, always the one to be involved no matter what.
And a little lethargic.
And when you're sitting down, how do you feel? Tired, but less wobbly. She nodded, and I tried to get a read on her, but she was an air of professionalism. The doctor is doing her rounds now. She should be in soon, so sit tight for me, okay? I rolled my head toward August and tried my hardest not to cry, but the tears broke free of my resolve. I can't stop from crying. They just keep coming and coming and coming. August chuckled, and I glowered in his direction.
I'm sorry, baby,
he said, caressing my fingers with his thumb.
It's just I've never seen you like this before. And while I hate it, I think you're cute.
You find my pain cute? It was such a dramatic response that I found myself laughing through the sobs. It's the hormones, right? None of this will last forever.
Maybe. Maybe not.
He spoke softly.
Let's make sure you and the little one are all right first, and then we'll worry about the long-term effects of pregnancy.
Okay, I nodded, feeling satisfied with that solution. Yeah, let's do that. We sat in silence for a while. August anxiously checked January more often than necessary. She was a little squirmy, but slept through the chaos and noise of the emergency room. It was pretty impressive.
I know I hurt your feelings earlier.
August said out of nowhere.
You didn't deserve that.
I took my hand from his and laced my fingers together, resting them over the white knitted blanket. August, I would never.
I know your heart. That shit had nothing to do with how I see you or the level of trust I have in you.
But it felt that way, I murmured, staring at the monitor beside me. I can't say that I understand what you're going through, but I know you're angry, and rightfully so. It's just, maybe you aren't seeing the bigger picture.
And you see it.
He asked, tone soft. I think you are angrier at yourself for believing Chandra would never do something like this. You loved her. The two of you moved on. But she shattered your trust and dropped the pieces on your doorstep. She had every right to choose the direction of her life. Not wanting children wasn't the problem, and it never would be.
In the midst of all that brokenness, you've stood strong in my heart and mind.
He avowed.
Untouched and in perfect shape.
I turned on my side to face him. Do you really believe that?
I know it with all of my heart.
He leaned forward and rested his palm against my face.
I'm sorry I let doubt seep into our well-built foundation. Whatever I have to do to fix it, I will.
Just be here with me as you are. I'm really scared right now. He brushed his lips against mine and sighed.
I'm so sorry.
I accept your apology. The words left my lips as the doctor made herself known on the other side of the curtain. When a black woman stepped in, a sense of relief washed over me. Everything would be okay.
Chapter 30. August.
August, we need to talk.
Helen demanded from behind us. My mother spun around before I did.
He doesn't have anything to say to you, Helen.
She warned. Have you taken your iron pill? I pushed send on the text to Corey before giving Chandra's mother my attention. Had my mother not insisted on being here with me, using threats to get her way, I'd have walked away already. We were due in court in 30 minutes, and I wasn't in the fucking mood for Helen or my mother's need to punch shit.
I don't want to fight,
Helen said, taking a step back. The man standing at her side, the lawyer, presumably, looked a tidbit uncomfortable as he laid his hand against her forearm. We should.
No.
Helen snatched away from him.
I only want to talk. We can.
I took a step forward. You had ample opportunity to talk, I snapped, before you decided to petition for custody. When I came by your place and the time that has passed since. Now you want to talk, and I really don't feel like listening. She reared back, as if I slapped her. But if anyone felt beat up on, it was me.
August.
Look. I spotted Lola speed-walking towards us and sighed. This is what you wanted, and now we're here. I'm sorry you lost your daughter, but you won't be taking mine.
Whatever this is,
Lola pushed me back.
we're done. I suggest you escort your client away from mine, Mr. O'Brien. I'm sure the judge would love to hear how she accosted him before court.
Lola led us over to a bench and waved for Mom to sit. Her gaze narrowed.
I love you, Auntie, but I have a full workload today and I'd appreciate you not adding to it by getting locked up. I have a perfectly good criminal lawyer on retainer, but I promise not to make your day harder.
Lola chuckled and turned to me.
What was that about?
I shrugged and checked my phone for a new text. She wanted to talk, but there's nothing to talk about. Not this late in the game. I swiped through my messages with Corey, smiling at the pictures she'd sent of January doing tummy time. She hadn't liked it until she learned to hold her head up.
Is there something more important than why we're here in that phone? Yes, I took them. just as I have every day for the last 2 weeks.
I tucked it away after getting the confirmation I needed. Besides making sure my girls are all right, Corey's iron levels are just getting back on track since the scare. I worry a little when we're apart. Lola nodded.
This should be quick.
She waved toward the courtroom door as it opened, but then shook her head to stop us.
Before we go inside, check your email.
I grabbed my phone and pulled up the app, pausing after getting a glimpse of why she wanted me to check. It sat right at the top, marked urgent from Lola's work email. My mom leaned over to get a look at what I was staring at and drew in a breath.
Well?
She mused, resting a hand on my shoulder.
Open it and see.
I tapped the email and, once it loaded, zoomed in to read what was there. Mom caught it first, her little shout of joy telling everything I needed to know. It took a second to get there, but as my gaze slid over what she'd seen, I sighed in relief. The alleged father is not excluded as the biological father of the tested child. The probability of paternity read 99.9%. She was mine. I'd known it with all my heart, and there was big as day proving me right. January Marie Hansen was mine. Thank God. I had come into this today certain Helen's petition would be denied, but not having the DNA results sooner left me worried it could be prolonged until the court established paternity. Our docket number was called shortly after we entered the courtroom. The bailiff called out the infamous "All rise," and we stood. The Honorable Judge Lawrence is presiding. Lola stiffened beside me as the man in question entered, his eyes pinned intensely on my cousin. Is that? Lola shot me a look and I closed my mouth. Please be seated, Judge Lawrence instructed, waving off a courtroom norm as if he were annoyed by it. I glanced at Lola, and she secured her poker face for masses, but I knew she was itching to bolt. Quentin Lawrence had been, the love of her teenage life. The last time I'd seen him, his father had been stripped of his robe and charged with judicial misconduct. He left town a week later on his 18th birthday, leaving behind the one person he promised forever to. I glanced back at my mom, and she widened her eyes before looking away. She was as shocked to him as I was. Quentin started to announce what was being brought forth, but Lola cut in, standing.
Was this not assigned to Judge Lennox?
She questioned. Quentin leaned forward but didn't respond. Lola was simmering, her fists clenched as she restated her question.
Your Honor, I was not made aware of the change in judgeship for this hearing.
Judge Lennox has the flu, he explained. Now the case belongs to me. Is that okay with you, Miss Hansen?
Yes, Your Honor. Please, continue.
As she sat down, I flipped open the notepad covered in a leather binding and wrote, "You good?" Instead of taking the pen, she traced "no" with her finger and started to speak.
Motion to dismiss, Your Honor. My client was not aware of the deceased being with child. He learned of it after the plaintiff called him to a hospital and broke the news. I have 2 signed affidavits from a nurse and social worker on shift that day attesting to the plaintiff mentioning my client's name as the father.
Lola flipped through pages as she talked, walking them one by one from the table to the bailiff, who handed them to Quentin. She'd barely taken a breath, but her voice was clear and confident.
Here is a copy of the letter the plaintiff had delivered to my client by a nurse on shift that same day. It states clear as day what the deceased wanted for her unborn child and who the presumed father is. The deceased has a will and once more stated where and whom she wanted her unborn with. Per the court's order, the question of paternity has been satisfied by a DNA testing facility assigned by the court. My client, August Hansen, is the father of January Hansen. Each party, along with the court, should have a copy of the results.
She took a step around the table and continued.
Please excuse my tone when I say that the plaintiff and her counsel has wasted not only the court's time, but its resources for a half-cocked reach.
Quentin flipped through pages I hadn't even known Lola was collecting. He got to the last one and lifted his head, eyes staring on Lola, but settling on Helen and her lawyer. Mr. O'Brien, is there anything you'd like to add on your client's behalf? Before you speak, I'd like to remind the court that time is taxpayers' money. He'd agreed with Lola in a not-so-subtle way. My client would like to propose a visitation arrangement. Lola turned quickly, shaking her head.
Your Honor.
Mr. O'Brien, I asked you not to waste the taxpayer dollar, but what you're doing by asking the court to change the nature of the petition filed is the opposite. His gaze slid to Helen. The court is sorry for your loss, but we won't be discussing visitation today, nor will this court be awarding custody of the child in question to anyone other than her biological father. He flipped the papers over and picked up his gavel. Motion to dismiss, granted. Lola came over and kissed my cheek.
Told you it would all be good. Let's get out of here.
I knew she needed to put distance between her past and present and blocked Quentin's view of her while she quickly packed up her shit. Looking over my shoulder, I met his gaze and tipped my head. Whatever moment he planned to coerce out of her wasn't happening on my watch. He nodded and called for the next case. I ushered Lola and Mom out into the hall and then down the stairwell to the main floor after Lola fussed about us wanting to take the elevator. Once outside, I watched her take a breath and then turn to us.
I need to meet with my next client, but I love the both of you. Don't tell anyone about Quentin, please. At least not until after my day has ended.
Lola's request was really for her gossiping auntie. She knew I was a steel trap.
I won't say anything, Lolo.
Mom said, giving her a kiss on the cheek.
By the way, you would have made a great criminal lawyer.
Lola chuckled.
I'm sure I'd be rich off your cases alone. Thank you.
She turned and expertly sped-walked off in heels.
Gotta go. I'm on a schedule. She'll be okay.
Mom said as we walked to the other side of the parking lot. Have no doubt about that.
How are you feeling now that this is over?
Is it really over? I asked. Nothing about this makes me happy. January loses in the end.
When things settle down, you and Helen can work things out.
I'm not working shit out with that lady, I griped, snatching open the driver's door of her car. Excuse my language, but it'll be a while before she can speak to me.
And that's fine, but because I raised you, I know you won't hold a grudge. Time and another baby will soften you right up. Speaking of...
She slid into her seat and glanced at me.
How is Corey?
Worried about me while I'm worrying about her. She's doing better, though. I guess I wasn't exactly prepared for low iron being this big of a problem. She hadn't told me a nurse called after her first prenatal appointment to recommend an additional iron supplement. I almost wanted to be upset with her, but how could I be? The pressure to take care of yourself properly in the middle of grieving felt criminal. But we had to be better, for ourselves and the kids that'll depend on us for a lifetime.
A lot of change happens in a woman's body to accommodate a pregnancy.
Mom said, pulling her door shut while rolling the window down simultaneously.
You and Corey have a long way to go, and the work won't stop after she has the baby. Be patient with one another.
I nodded and brushed a hand down my face. Is that what you and Pop did with 4 babies? She chuckled.
Your father and I played rock, paper, scissors in the middle of the night on many occasions. But I found peace in knowing that he was equally as tired. He put in the same amount of work and effort as me. I pray that you and Corey find that kind of peace.
That mean you like her?
Like her?
She leaned out the window.
Maybe it's too soon, but I love her for you. Never have I seen you look at anyone the way you look at her. I don't think I've seen anyone look at you the way she does.
I took a step back and waved for her to leave. I love you, lady. Thanks for always having my back. She tossed a saucy smile my way as she backed out of the parking lot.
I love you more. No matter how old you get, you're my baby. Now stop watching me and go home to your family.
My family. It had a nice ring to it. And for what it was worth, they were mine. We were each other's, and there wasn't any outside forces that could change that. It didn't take long for me to get home, and as I walked through the door, the sight before me stopped my world. June was laid across the couch with her feet propped in Corey's lap, eyes barely open from laughing.
No, I mean, it wasn't funny at first.
Corey explained through sputters.
I was terrified of that damn lion, but it didn't even blink at me.
She had a sleeping January propped up against her chest, and I smiled.
I love lions.
June mused, her eyes meeting mine.
Oh, hey, brother. I didn't realize you were home. Corey was telling about her wildlife adventures while we waited on you.
She hadn't been here when I left, nor had she let me know she was coming over at all. But I appreciated her showing up where she was needed the most. Don't let me disturb this little bonding moment, I teased, approaching the sofa to squeeze between them. Move your legs off my woman, Jew. She rolled her eyes, but lifted her legs for me to sit, and then dropped them in my lap afterward.
You sound jealous, but there's no need. I like men, and even if I did like women, yours isn't my type. I don't know whether to be offended or intrigued.
Corey said, laughing.
Don't be offended, boo. You're way too pretty. If I were into women, I think I'd want one a little less dainty.
She sat up and stretched.
I take it everything went well in court?
June surmised, slipping her feet into a pair of pink Crocs. Judge dismissed it after Lola basically told the court Helen was wasting everyone's time. June snorted.
One thing about Lolo, she hates time wasters. There was no doubt in my mind that things would work out how they were supposed to.
She leaned down and kissed my cheek.
Love you. I'm gonna head to work.
She kissed January's cheek and squeezed Corey's shoulder before what she said set in. You never work on Tuesdays, I pointed out, frowning at her retreating frame. Is there something I need to know?
Nope. Just felt like creating some shit.
I didn't believe her. But most importantly, she knew I wouldn't and refused to turn around and face me.
Have a good time creating shit.
Corey called as the front door shut behind June. I glanced at my woman, frown deepening. You know something. She smiled and turned her body, stretching it and her legs over mine.
I know nothing. Did court really go fine?
Court was interesting. Why does it feel like my sister is hiding something from me?
She's not hiding any more than you did when we first started out.
Touché, I replied, reaching out to steal January.
Why was court interesting?
Judge Quentin Lawrence. I rested my head back and closed my eyes, hopeful for a couple of minutes of sleep.
Am I supposed to know who that is?
I hummed, forgetting she was new to the fold. Now that you've been migrated into my family, what we talk about is meant for our ears only. She laughed, and I popped one eye open. What's funny?
You think I'd actually tell anyone the things we talk about in private?
It's the furthest from what I think, I told her. We have to seal the bond. She raised an eyebrow, and I smiled. Repeat what I said back to me.
Which part?
She asked, raising up a little. What we talk about is for our ears only. She regarded me closely but repeated my words back to me verbatim.
Now what?
We sealed the bond. Now your secrets are mine and vice versa. She snorted and let out a bark of laughter that widened the smile on my face.
All right.
Her eyes met mine.
Who is Judge Quentin Lawrence?
I smirked and then told all of Lola's business, at least the shit I was privy to.
Damn,
Corey mumbled.
that had to be tough.
She took her feet from my legs and tucked them underneath my thigh. Yeah, I don't. January farted and wiped the words right out of my mouth as the sound startled her awake. Her big brown eyes met mine and she smiled. Don't think I'll ever get used to you. Ah, fuck. You're taking a shit, aren't you? The area where she sat warmed, and I sighed. She was definitely taking a shit and smiling while doing it.
She's gonna have such a potty mouth.
Corey said through her laughter as the farting continued. I lifted January with both hands and cursed as my fingers grazed something seeping through her onesie. Okay. I stood and held her away from my body. You nasty little... Corey's laughter grew louder, got all under my skin, and before I knew it, I was laughing. January's face contorted, and then she let out a wail that brought me to attention. Now you want to cry after laughing at me? I grumbled, taking her to the nursery. It took a minute to get her wiped down and a clean diaper under her butt, but we managed. Leaving her locked behind the adjustable side rails on the changing table, I went into the bathroom and loaded her baby tub with water. I could hear her feet hitting the water-resistant pad as she thrust them against it. A soft melodic hum over my shoulder gathered my attention, and I glanced back.
I'd love to help.
Corey said, leaning against the door jamb with January tucked in the crook of her arm.
More than just today or every now and again. I want this, and everything that comes with it, forever.
I straightened and stepped toward her. Is there anything else you want to add to that? Our eyes lingered on one another for a long while before she whispered softly.
Yes.
I pressed my hand against the wall connecting to the bathroom's entrance and leaned in her personal space. Yes, you have something to add. Or yes, you'll marry me.
Yes, I'll marry.
She replied without pause. Finally! Size 5, pear-shaped halo diamond with an encrusted band. She shifted against me, and I smirked.
Mm-hmm. Exactly that.
My lips brushed hers as I took January and sat at the edge of the tub to lower her inside the mini version of it. I waved for Corey to join me, and she sat at the other end, dropping her hand in the water. She swayed her fingers back and forth as she watched me. You and me, right? I asked, meeting her dark gaze.
Yeah.
She nodded and slid in close until her knee touched mine.
You and me.